this is what he's aiming for. Big three straight off that cliff. And a massive backflip.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Nendaz Freeride 4-star Freeride World Tour qualifier. We're here in Nendaz, Switzerland. I'm joined by Francois Fournier here of the Nendaz Lift Company, and we cannot wait to get this competition started. We're going to run through some pre-show with you this morning and then get into the action a little bit later. So here we are in Nendaz, one of the incredible installations next to the Four Valleys, famous Four Valleys ski resorts, including Verbier and some other incredible destinations. Nendaz has an incredible freeride scene, a 15-year history of this event, and some of the best local riders in Switzerland. So, good morning, Francois.
Good morning.
Yes, thank you so much for having us. Thank you so much for having us back again for the 15th edition. And I'd love for you to tell us a little bit about why you like welcoming this competition back year after year.
Yeah, first of all, welcome to Nendaz, to all. And yeah, it's nice to have the Nendaz Freeride here since more than 10 years. Especially this year, it's very important to have the opportunity to host this event, because due to the COVID we have less event, less after-ski party, less activities in the destination, and this event is really important. And also the shares, the social media.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it's a good point you bring up. It's very lucky that we have the ability to even be skiing here in Switzerland. A lot of other countries in Europe are much more restricted. France's lifts are closed. So lucky to be here riding at all, and so to have this event is just not only very lucky, but we're just very grateful to be here. So are we going to get to come back and have this event again for another 15 years?
Oh yes, of course. Yeah.
We haven't worn out our welcome yet as freeriders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's nice.
Excellent. And have you ridden Mont-Gond yourself?
No, not Mont-Gond.
We'll have to go
myself,
up there.
Yeah.
We'll have to go up there later, maybe, and have a run down the venue. So coming up next, we're going to check out the exactly what is this sport of competitive freeriding. See what it takes to throw down a winning run up there on these crazy venues. Francois, thank you so much for joining us. Are you going to be able to watch the event today?
Yeah.
You're going to tune into the live feed or head up to the mountain?
Yes.
You're going to, yeah. So.
My skis on.
Yeah, excellent. So yeah, let's. Again, thank you, Francois, and we'll see you next year.
Yeah, thank you very much.
What is competitive freeriding? Well, after years of having fun, people began to wonder who was best. And so it began. A crew of skiers held a competition in Alaska. Next was Switzerland with the extreme Verbier. Gradually, these contests spread across the world and joined together as a single tour, and so it went global. The big show. But in the end, it comes down to one rider atop a mountain. And while safety equipment is abundant, the rules remain remarkably simple. There's a start on a peak and a finish at the bottom. There are no gates, no piste, no clock, and there's no practice run. Riders rely on a visual inspection and their imagination to create a line. Runs are judged using 5 subjective criteria, which means any approach or style has the potential to win. For riders, the pressure is immense and the margin between success and failure narrow. Over the years, competition has driven the sport to new heights, and now the only certainty is progression. This is competitive freeriding.
This is competitive freeriding, and joining me now is the head of Nendaz Freeride, Cyril Lanfranchi. Hello, Cyril. Good morning.
Hi, Drew. How are you today?
I'm excellent. I had a nice run this morning, and I cannot wait to see what's going on today with the event.
I saw you dropping in the helicopter today. How was the snow?
The snow was amazing. We'll get into that in a second. But first, I want you to help us understand a little better this picture FWT Sport Pyramid. How does this event fit into the global ranking? Where are the juniors? Where's the World Tour? And tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so we're going to see the picture now. It's right that Nicolas, you know him well, did a great job in terms of freeriding. You see the pyramid here, starting with the Freeride World Tour Club, about 300 riders. And then in Nendaz, we have the Nendaz Freeride Junior, but it's 70 events in the world, more than 1,800 riders. And then Freeride World Qualifier, we had many in Nendaz during the week. And you know more than anybody the Freeride World Tour, which is top of the pyramid, and you know how hard it is to climb up to this pyramid.
Yes, exactly. That's the top of that pyramid is the World Tour that the riders we're going to see today are fighting to qualify for. And yeah, that's the top of the sport, but I gotta say, I think these 4-star events are actually maybe more difficult. These guys are so hungry, it is so competitive, and the level and the desire just pushes the performances we see to some crazy levels. So as you mentioned, we had some junior 2-star and 3-star events here already this week. How did those go?
I mean, it was just great. The snow condition is not perfect because it hasn't snowed since many days now. But we started with the junior event last Saturday, and then we went on a 2 and 3-star. And today is the big final. It's the big final of the event, the 4-star, and all the riders are ready to send it. So we'll look forward to see that.
Yes, exactly. So we want to take a closer look at the action that went down in those earlier events. First, we're going to check out the juniors. Juniors, like I said, 4 stars. Sometimes they outshine the World Tour. Man, sometimes these juniors even outshine the adults. We've got 14 to 18-year-old riders that were throwing down last week.
It was just amazing, You will see the level now. It's not a Freeride World Qualifier level, but it's very close to that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, amazing stuff from those juniors. I just want to say, I've been around the sport for almost 20 years. When I was getting started, there was no such thing as juniors, and so now with these junior programs, it's just like setting up the future of the sport so well. And those actually feed straight into the qualifier series. So coming out of the juniors, these guys can go straight into like the 2 and 3 and 4-star events. Next, we're going to check out that 2-star recap, Cyril.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now the level was just amazing. I would say the junior, some of them are maybe more better than the 2-star competitors, and they have only between 14 to 18 years old. So it's really the next generation of freeriding.
Yeah. So let's check out this 2-star event. How did this thing play out? Let's check out that.
Donc à tous de Cyril, compétition ouverte.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, jump!
Pas trop chauffé non plus, hein, je suis en concours complet.
Yes, first time, and I'll be back for sure.
Yeah, awesome images of that event there, as well as the Nendaz surroundings. It's just an amazing spot for freeride. And yeah, like we mentioned, so these guys, you can enter these regional 2-star competitions, and then what you have to do is place well enough to advance up that pyramid, up to the 3-star. You have to gain enough ranking to get onto the 4-star, and then eventually to the Freeride World Tour. So next up, we're going to check out the 3-star event, which followed that 2-star event. Amazing you're pulling these events off. Tough conditions and COVID, but you guys pulled it off.
Yeah, just a little bit less sunny for the 3-star, but you will see, it was funny anyway.
Snow conditions were super difficult, but it was fun, good vibes, good people, great organization. Really enjoyed to be here today.
Yes, impressive riding. Like you said, it wasn't a perfect Bluebird day, it wasn't perfect snow, but some incredible performances nonetheless. And what we're going to check out now is a bit of a different event, which you guys hosted this year that I thought was incredible. It was the Backcountry event hosted by Mont-Gond gear, and a super cool variation on freeriding and freestyle.
Yeah, the idea there was because of COVID, we didn't know if the station would be closed. Like many stations were closed in Europe, and so we decided to launch an event just 10 days before. The snow conditions were perfect, and then we invited the best athletes, freestyle, backcountry on the scene. We had Camille Armand, Hugo Serra, Laurent de Martin, and all those guys. They just arrived in Nendaz, and it was so cool because we shaped the face. We had 15 shapers preparing big jumps on the face, and the sun was there, the snow was excellent, so it was really cool.
Yeah, and so just to frame this for you guys, this is just an invitational specialty event that Nendaz Freeride came up with. It's not part of the Freeride World Qualifier global ranking. This is just a specialty event that showcased basically a combination of freestyle and backcountry big mountain riding.
Yeah, we need to invite you, Julia, for the next edition, because I'm sure, as I know your freestyle skills, you will master it.
Yeah, the style is really cool. Normally on the Freeride World Tour and the Freeride World Qualifier, you don't get to go on the face and modify any of the takeoffs. You don't get to train. Whereas in this event that we're about to see, you had these expert terrain park shapers shaping these perfect jumps, but up kind of in the bigger mountains. So it's not exactly part of this Freeride World Qualifier, Freeride World Tour thing that we all practice. It's certainly related, and definitely these freestyle riders really shine. So yeah, thanks for the compliment. I don't quite have my double backflips or 1080s down, but maybe I'll practice so when I come back next year I can get involved.
You need to, because you will be invited. And we had somebody like Tanner Hall who saw the BC Invitational, and he was just so excited, and he asked us to come there next year. So
yes.
If he's listening to us, Tanner, you're welcome for the next edition. We'll see how we're gonna do it, but for sure we're gonna do it again.
Yes, super cool. And just a note, I noticed Tanner joined up with Mont-Gond Gear, one of our sponsors here. So hopefully you're watching, Tanner. What's up, buddy?
Premier event backcountry de la Nendaz Freeride.
C'est magique.
zero stress.
Wow, what a sick event. Yeah, I noticed some of my buddies from the Freeride World Tour in there. I saw Camille Armand, I saw Hugo, I saw Blake Marshall with the double backflip. I mean, that was amazing.
It was just amazing. You know, when the riders arrived at the top of the mountain, it was like bluebird sky like today. The face was plenty of snow. They saw the huge cliff and they said, wow, man, you did a very great job. Thanks for the invitation. It was very cool.
Super. Okay, so we've had a ton of events this week. There's the backcountry event, the juniors, the qualifiers heading into today. But we've also got some kids up on the mountain today. Nendaz Freeride kids. What's going on with these guys?
Nendaz Freeride Kids is reserved. It's not really a competition. It's more an event for small kids, starting from 7 to 14. And it's more about safety, more about security. It's more about workshops. So they start now from the Plan du Fou. I don't know if we have images. I don't think so. But they are now in the Plan du Fou. They will make some workshop with avalanche dog. They go with Mammoth for a DVA test check. And then they are guided by all the ski school of Nendaz. So it's really a cool event because, freeriding can be a little bit hard for juniors, and that's why we don't make category from 10 to 14 years old, and we take the kids for that, and we don't go for competing, just having fun, and that's the case.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, like I mentioned, like juniors didn't exist when I got started in the sport. Now it's such a big part of making sure these kids know what's safe and what isn't, because a lot of this sport takes place in, uncontrolled terrain or places where it's really important to be with a guide. And he mentioned the DVA. That's we call it an avalanche beacon in.
Yeah, the judges' video is coming.
Oh, thank you, Cyril. Yeah, keep us on track here. Let's get back into the sport we're actually going to be watching today. Freeride World Qualifier, and how is this judged, Cyril?
So I recognize Lolo.
Yeah, we've got the Freeride World Tour judges there, and the sport is judged on line, fluidity, control, air and style, and technique. Those 5 categories give us this objective framework to lay down the score out of 100. And really, the easiest way to think about it, anytime I'm explaining the sport to somebody, it's just overall impression. There's a start gate on the top of a mountain, there's a finish line at the bottom, and it's the best run top to bottom that's going to win the day. Any big losses of control, any backslaps, any tumbles, any crazy rolling down the windows, it's going to be docking your control. We're going to be looking for air and style. This keeps becoming more important every year. Those are the tricks you're going to see people throwing down. And
wow, this guy is crazy.
Yeah, hey, nice backflip from a veteran competitor there. There's Xavier De La Rue taking a huge arrow in the Bec de Ross. And yeah, those are the rules of the game.
Yeah, I know. I recognize your style. On the back, it was just awesome. And how was it? How many meters was that?
My backflip, I don't know. It was just a favorable camera angle, I believe. But
you're too modest.
So that's how the sport is judged. But we're getting pretty close to kicking this thing off, Cyril. So where exactly are these riders riding down today?
So today they're gonna ride the Mont-Gond. We're gonna see a picture of the Mont-Gond later. You've been there. I saw you there at the top of the summit. The Mont-Gond is the north face. You know pretty well the Bec de Ross in Verbier. It's a little bit the same of orientation, so the snow keeps quite cool and good during the winter. Even if we did not have some snow for I think maybe 10 or 15 days. But the face looks pretty good. What's your impression about it?
Yeah, I mean, Mont-Gond, amongst the freeriders on the Freeride World Tour and the qualifier, it does have a bit of a legendary status. It is such a cool face. There's so many crazy jump-like natural takeoffs on this thing. It is just set up for an amazing show. There's less snow than we normally see up there this year. Yeah. It's been a dry winter, but like you said, it has this north exposition. I was up there poking around this morning, and actually the snow is really quite good in there despite a long dry period.
Yeah. So Mont-Gond started 2,800 meters. It's not, as you said, the big face, not like Verbier, but it's very well oriented. You can see a north side, 35-degree declinations. And what is really cool in Mont-Gond, I'm sure you'll like it, it's full of features. And then that's why in the Nendaz Freeride 4-star event you see so many tricks and so many backflips, 360. Everything is there to make the show, and that's why the face is so mythical now.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you said it's a little bit smaller than the Faces Freeride, but this, in my opinion, you know, if Freeride World Tour is listening, hey, maybe we can have a World Tour event here one year. I would love to see our riders throw down on this thing. It is just so well set up for a combination of big mountain skiing with these takeoffs that are just like so great for freestyle. Now this picture's a little deceiving. That must have been a huge winter, Cyril. It doesn't even look anything the same this year.
Unfortunately, it's not like this year. But here, you can see the different part of the face. Riders left is the face where most of the snowboarders, girls goes. Sometimes it's a little bit less oriented, less steep, and the border is fine. You got the central couloir, and you got the riders right. Sorry. And we're going to see what the riders will show us today.
Exactly. It's going to be really cool. The best thing about these events is we've got this virgin face sitting up there. Nobody knows what's going to happen. And so until those lines are thrown down, there's just no way to know what's going to happen. I've been doing this sport for so long, and to me that's still one of my favorite parts. You know where people are probably going to go, but what they're going to do and how they're going to interpret what's up there is just the best part about watching these events.
Yeah, no, it's just great. Normally we should have seen the foreigners, and unfortunately there was a little problem on the live, so that's why we switched to the top of the mountain. Now you see all the riders at the top. They're gonna prepare their way down. Just explain us a little bit what's the feeling. What was the feeling today when you went up to the mountain? Was it? I thought Mile Olivier was with you also.
Yeah, exactly. I came up really early, and these early. So if you've never been around a freeride event, the mountain opens early for these guys. So normally, ski areas open at 9 in the morning, maybe. These gondolas are spinning at 7 in the morning. So right at sunrise, these competitors are headed up. The sun is just breaking over the horizon, and they're seeing this mountain that they're about to compete on. So definitely a lot of nerves, a lot of camaraderie as well, people bouncing ideas off one another. Hey, do you think this line works? You definitely don't want to tell your friend no, but it's really cool vibe in the sport of freeride. So much camaraderie, so much support amongst each other, and it's more about helping each other throw down the best line, even though people are really hungry for these top spots to help them qualify. It's a special thing to go up early in the morning up into the mountains here. Yeah, so I bounced up there early. It's nice to not be a competitor, I gotta say. Normally so nervous, thinking like I'm about to compete and throw down on this thing, but it's nice to spectate and to be a part of this. So
we have 5 minutes, just announce first rider in 5 minutes. So we have a little bit of time to discuss about the condition. We saw some riders there. We saw Ludo Guyodia. We're gonna start the competition with the snowboarders. You saw the starting list. We have an amazing panel today with Ludo, with Hugo Serra. We got Camille Armand, and we have plenty riders from Nendaz Freeride team also. Like Florian Bouvet-Fournier, Gilles Nevens, and Gilles, I look for the last one, Florian Rio, who will start at 17. We got 17 riders, and you see them climbing up the mountains. Yeah, you know those conditions, you know the feeling when you're at top of the face.
Yeah, and I mean, here in Nendaz, it's pretty incredible. So I'm sitting in a village called Civiers right now, which is part of the Nendaz area. From here, a cable car goes up where you can see the face. There's not actually public available spectating today, right? I mean, with COVID, normally we like to have a huge festival atmosphere, people up on the slope, people on the ridges watching and cheering. Hopefully you're responsibly watching at home from your device today, because although we're so privileged to have the lifts open here, it's also not the normal freeride festival atmosphere up there.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Normally, it's a big festival. It's a big event. So we got two villages, one in the station, one in the Plomb du Fou. And it's really a big party for freeriding. You know, it's famous. All the riders come here also to make a party. This year it's a little bit difficult with the COVID-19, but we had to deal with that. We managed a big safety protection plan with the authorities, and we had finally the authorization to do the contest. So that's why the event is hosted without any publics. Is in closed door. So please don't go to the mountain today. We are sorry, not many people join the event, and it's much more fun. But this year it's a little bit restricted. So watch the live on the live stream. You got a great speaker hosting the live like Drew. So it's really a big pleasure to have you here, Drew.
Thank you so much for having us, Cyril. Like we said, it's famous as this Freeride World qualifier destination, but man, the riding here is so good, the level is so high, and yeah, I'm just happy to be here. Yeah, like we said, from here in Sivia, as this cable car goes up, you can see the face, and then these guys have checked out the face, and then they started hiking up the ridge. How's that hike? I went up in a helicopter, so I have no idea what hiking is like.
I saw you were lazy today. So yeah, they just climbed up from Plomb du Fou. It's about 45 minutes walk. We just see the doctor at the top, so maybe a few words about the safety. We got one doctor, we got 3 patrollers, we got 2 mountain guides, so everything is done to make the competition safe. You know that we had those 3 contests during the day, during the week, before we had the backcountry event. And to all the riders, it was more than 300 riders. We had only 1 people injured. It just had trouble with the knee. So yeah, I mean, we see Camille Armand here, slugging, and Hugo Serra. Hi, Hugo. Yeah, I mean, the sport is really evolving in the good direction. We got no more big crash. People know what they do. They get trained from the start, from the beginning, and it's really a good evolution. You see that also in the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, it's a good point. And you know, I guess I would just throw a quick note at it. I'm sure most of the people tuned in today know how Freeride works. Some people still ask me, like, oh, do you just go up there and drop in without a plan and you just like throw backflips off whatever appears in front of you? No, I mean, experts in the sport, and these guys in particular, they've put in so much effort into memorizing and perfecting the line ahead of time, although they're not practicing it, as well as, like you said, all these security measures. There's helicopters standing by, there's doctors on course. Yeah, you know, since I started 20 years ago, the level of performance and professionalism is just going up and up and up.
Yeah. Now it's just crazy. I just heard that the starter said race will start in less than 1 minute. So after that, I will leave the floor, I think, to Aurélien or to Vadek.
In fact, we're going to be joined by Elizabeth Gerritsen.
Yeah, you're right.
And Aurélien later. But Cyril, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much for putting on this amazing event. And I'm going to take you up on that invitation to come back next year.
We count on you.
Okay.
It's a big pleasure to welcome you here. And yeah, I will let the floor to Ellie. And I'm sure you're going to make a great team to comment this live. See you soon, guys. Okay, I leave you the floor. Normally it should be a small. Okay. C'est parti.
Okay. Thanks for bearing with us on the live broadcast. I'm about to welcome my esteemed co-host Elizabeth Gerritsen as we kick off Snowboard Men. I am honored to welcome my esteemed co-host for 3 of the 4 upcoming categories, Elizabeth Gerritsen. She's coming fresh off of a win on the Freeride World Tour in Andorra. And I really want to talk more about how badass Elizabeth is, but we're going to get right into the action with Snowboard Men.
Hi, Drew.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Thanks for the kind words.
Elizabeth, what we're looking at right now is the ranking for the freeride. Actually, this is the start list. You know what? There's not even a ranking yet because this is the first 4-star Freeride World Qualifier of the year. Hopefully we're going to have a couple more and build that better ranking. But as we go through this, I really look forward to your expertise on introducing these riders. I think you know a lot of these guys. You're based in Verbier, just on the other side of the ridge, and a lot of these riders we're going to see today ride in these mountains.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I know most of these guys personally, so it's really exciting to watch them and get to commentate here with you.
With me.
With you, out of all people.
Yeah, I believe you said, like, I signed your helmet one time or something, which made me feel like really old. I think of you more as like a coworker or a colleague, and when you say stuff like that, yeah, please avoid that in the future, if you don't mind.
I think we can be both. You can be my idol and my
Oh,
coworker.
and we are on course with Bernamo Remy. The day is live. First rider is dropping into Mont-Gond. And what can you tell us about Bernamo here as he heads into the top of the venue?
So he's a 20-year-old Swiss rider. He's competed here before. He actually won the juniors here 2 years ago.
Oh, nice drop from Bernamo. And like we were saying, it's been a while since it snowed, but the snow looks really good, Elizabeth.
It looks so much better than expected. I'm glad these riders will get to ride in good conditions. He chose like the sunny part of the face, and I guess it's like the sun has already softened the snow a little bit, and he's doing so well so far.
Yeah, so what is he in basically the middle or the rider's left here? Wow, a really technical section he's getting into.
Huge drop.
Ooh, so a little bit of a washout on that landing. That looks like it will probably be a very popular section since it's a very prominent feature. Is that even there on normal years, Elizabeth? I mean, there's such less snow than normal.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty classic line. I've seen this line many times before on this face. I didn't think it would go in these conditions, but this guy, he made it seem like pretty simple, actually. Got a bit backseat on the landing, but all in all, it was a super good run, I think.
Yes, a nice run from Remy Bernamo, sorry. And yeah, one little washout on that drop, but a really nice drop up top. And it's always incredibly difficult, in my opinion, to be the very first rider out of the gate for your category, let alone for the entire day. These guys haven't been in the face. They don't know what the snow's like. So why don't you walk us through what just went down on his run, Elizabeth?
Yeah, so this is the first hit he got, and he landed that perfectly. And then he hit, this is where it went a little bit wrong. It was a really big drop. You can see the slough, so it means snow is decent, I think. Got a bit backseat. And yeah, then he made it to the finish line, waiting for his score now.
Yeah, so down at the bottom, as a competitor, you know the feeling when you had a little issue like that. Oh, man. It's not that he's totally out of the ranking completely. It wasn't a huge crash, so a score of 68. No telling what's going to happen today. May keep him in the middle of the pack. Great run from Bernamo and a great way to start the day. Man, I can't believe how good the snow looked. I was not to be pessimistic, but expecting far worse.
Yeah, I was actually, when I woke up this morning, I was pretty excited not to have to ride, but now looking at these images, I'm like, oh, actually, this could be fun.
Oh, and look at this legend. I recognize him from the Freeride World Tour seasons past. Who do we have here?
Oh yeah, legend. This is Ludovic Guyot. He's a 35-year-old French rider. He's been on the tour, and now he's back on the qualifiers, and really excited to see what he's got for us.
And Ludo is on course. Yeah, amazing rider, amazing person, and just like such a centered, balanced guy. Like, I've seen him doing yoga on the top of things, and then he seems so chill, and then he'll drop in and just do these like insanely aggressive technical runs. A lot of flow there through that top section, and yeah, finding nice snow and a couple of super fun features right away out of the gate.
So he's like rider's right of the face. He already had 3 like semi-large drops. He's super fluid, like super confident rider.
What's his home mountain, Ellie? Oh my gosh, okay, backflip and stomped perfectly off a natural boulder kicker there.
Wow, this is sick. And another air right in the sun.
That's already his 4th air, 5th air, finding nice snow and clean landings. It's really stacking up a lot of points here on his way down the face.
Yeah, especially within the fluidity criteria, I think he's doing so well. He knows exactly where he is the whole time, and he's just been like doing drop after drop and like really clean landings. Yeah, I think this is a really good run for Ludo.
Yes, exactly. And so he chose to not bite off that massive drop that Remy chose to get into. So choosing a less aggressive, less technical line, but like linking several features together, plus the backflip, finding nice snow. And that is just an experienced competitor and a great rider coming across the finish line. Nice run from Ludo.
Yeah, it was definitely a very like smart line choice. No huge errors, but many errors and a really nice backflip. I think this was a really good run. I think we'll score well.
Absolutely. And it's interesting. I kind of skied down a similar spot this morning. I got to get up there and check out the snow. And really, I would just call it changeable. So he's finding great snow in certain spots, but he's also got to stay on his toes all the time because you never know when you're going to find an ice chunk, some Saharan sand that was deposited 3 weeks ago, some rocks buried just beneath the surface. And so, yeah, these events with these difficult conditions, a lot of times we see the most experienced riders rise to the top, and with a score of 78, he's obviously sitting in first, and that's probably going to be a pretty strong score throughout the day. I mean, a super clean backflip, but then again, this is a stacked field. We might see some amazing runs to follow as well.
Yeah, yeah, he must be happy wearing the white lens like it's nighttime.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the clear lens in his goggles. Next rider, Hugo Serra.
Hugo Serra, so he is actually a rider on the Freeride World Tour with us. Got a bit unlucky in the 2 first comps, so I guess he's trying to stack some points, maybe get some training in. Really excited to see what he's got for us. Maybe he will ride with a bit less pressure since it's the qualifiers. He's so stylish, has really good backflips. I'm super excited to see what he's got.
Yes, Hugo's on course. One of my favorite guys on the Freeride Tour this year, and like Ellie said, as a competitor on the Freeride World Tour, you can choose to do the qualifiers as well if you're worried about requalifying to solidify requalification through this event. So some of these guys are just stacking multiple events all year, doing tons of competition runs, and a sick method, but like a little bit unfortunate landing on that cornice drop.
He's on the far rider's left of the face. We could see the other riders hiking up while he was going past them.
A nice stylish grab off of that drop as well, and leaving a nice track in the snow.
Going for a 360.
Followed by back 3, uncovering a small rock in that landing. So with the older snow, it sort of recrystallizes, and I think can be hiding some sharks underneath there. So these guys got to watch out for the buried rocks. But Hugo making quick work of a bunch of really cool features.
Yeah, I really like how he took all these airs, super stylish, doing grabs, methods, another 3.
Yes, a stacked run aside from that one issue, so it's going to be a really tough one to score because, like, as a skier, I hit a lot of straight airs, don't grab my skis. Hugo spun or grabbed every single feature he hit, which I just think is amazing. I noticed you grabbing a lot, Ellie. So Hugo, let's see what his vibe is, see if we can read the body language. I'm sure he'll be a little bit bummed. He knows that an issue like that at the top is going to hit him in the scoring, but man, I really loved his style and approach to this. Such a cool transfer. I'm sure he wanted to go a little bit further, but with the changing snow, it's also important to keep that control in check. Here we see the method and how bad was that issue.
A little bit of a butt check.
A bit of a butt check. The judges are going to have to figure out what that deduction comes to.
He looks semi-happy.
Yeah,
I wonder
give him
how
a
he feels.
semi-happy. These guys know they got to ride clean to stay in the podium. But, yeah, again, just love his approach. And Hugo, he battled it out for many seasons on the Freeride World Qualifier. I don't know how many events he must have done before he made it in the Freeride World Tour. So he is just like such a great energy on the Freeride Tour this year. So stoked to be there. I mentioned the camaraderie, and he's just like, it's competitive, but he's just like so taking selfies with his fellow competitors like we're his heroes. I'm like, Hugo, you've made it. You are a hero. You are a hero now too, buddy. And a 73 point. Oh, I can't read.
73.33. So he's taking second place behind Ludo. That's actually a pretty good score.
I agree. Yeah, with the butt check. So I think they probably awarded quite a few points for how stylish and fluid the rest of those airs were, and yeah, dock some points for the butt check, but he could stay in that. He could stay in that ranking. Who we got next?
Next is Tim Schroeder, a German rider out of Germany, 23-year-old. He won 3-star actually. That was last week. I think this is how he qualified for this competition. So I'm sure he's hungry for a second win here.
Okay, yeah, really exciting to see these German riders. They don't have like the hugest mountains there, and then there's some incredibly talented riders that come out of Germany. I'm wondering the same thing. Oh, I think it's just being used for the cornice whack. Maybe he's going to be leaving it on the summit.
Street cred points. I like that.
I'm not judging doesn't start until you drop in, so unfortunately he will not receive extra points for the pole whack, but he's coming in hot off the top of the mountain.
Oh yeah, this is the fastest entry we've seen so far.
Fastest entry, slowed up, and it is because he's setting up a absolutely perfect backflip. Wow, amazing riding. There's some funny features in there. He actually landed on the crown of an old avalanche from this huge avalanche cycle. So if you ever see this weird square-shaped cut in the snow, that could be what it is. Finding a super creative straight line to air with grab through the side of the venue into another drop. This guy is like putting a really creative full run together.
This is so good, so original and so fluid. I love that little couloir. I don't think I've seen anyone ride that before.
Maybe it doesn't even exist on normal years. It is a strange winter in the Alps and around the world. Finding another drop and almost getting a face shot from his own turn into another drop. He's stacking features together. I think I've lost count of how many airs. He's at 5 or 6 features so far. It's not like the judges are counting exactly, but it's just part of that fluidity air and style category to continue to link these exciting features together. And he can still find some more features down here, but he's near the bottom. As I came down this morning, this is where the snow turns absolutely brutal, to be honest. It's great snow hiding up there in the face. Down here in these old tracks, it's refrozen, it's textured, it's weird. So we'll see these guys come down and finish safely, as most of the work will be done up higher on the face. You can see how sketchy it is down at the bottom.
He's stoked. He claimed it before the finish.
And one more 180. Yeah, wow, great run. Amazing. I guess the pole whack worked.
Yeah, it works. I mean, this guy just wants to be a skier, maybe. I don't know.
Tim, that was a great run. So he's looking to knock Ludo off the top spot with riding like that. I mean, that's how you do it. Match the backflip with the backflip and then see what else you can add.
Yeah, I really wonder how that's going to score because it was a pretty different approach to this face. But both runs were super clean. Both had backflips. I think this was a bit more creative. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's coming in right next and just below Ludo with the 76.33, putting him in second place. Again, looking at the body language, it's a half-stoked, making a so-so sign. So obviously, when you're not in first, there's a reason to be a little bit bummed. But man, I love that approach. I love the new line we saw. That straight line was really cool. See some slough moving, plus the backflip. I mean, that's what you got to do.
And next up in the start gate is Christophe Charlet, a French 30-year-old rider. He's actually ridden on the World Tour twice in 2013 and 2014 in Chamonix.
Is he related to the other Charlet?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Wow. Well, should confirm before I go into that, but yeah, Dude Charlet, longtime Freeride competitor. Here's Christophe Charlet. Of course, that's a common name in the Chamonix Valley, but on course and coming onto the rider's right approach. So we haven't seen anybody go this way yet. Is that correct, Elizabeth? I'm not familiar with the mountain as you are.
Yeah, this is
central?
This is the rider's right side of the mountain, and it's a way more convex, so it's really hard to find your features. So this guy must have scoped super well because he's just like flying through it.
Yeah, totally. So a new part of the face. We've seen that where the first riders went. The snow was good. He's taking a risk going into more technical terrain that's maybe been more weather affected. He's doing more like technical riding instead of open freestyle maneuvers, and now he's starting to find some kickers and some jumps to link together some airs, and he's certainly going to be heading into some bigger terrain down lower, I believe.
Yeah, I think this is really Chamonix style kind of riding. He's looking for the technical, he's looking for the sharks, and this
big air.
Wow, that was
super
so cool.
clean landing.
Yeah,
And
the snow quality is just not as good on this side. It's
yes, definitely like bigger features and higher potential for higher scoring runs over there. But as you can see, getting hung up a little bit there and a little bit on the previous feature. He landed both of those features, and then it was actually shutting down the speed where he ran into some issues.
yeah, it's really. I think the snow is catching his edges.
Yeah. But epic run anyway from Christophe Charlet, taking a chance, opening up that rider's right side of the face into those bigger drops, gnarlier terrain, and a couple of issues, but still really impressive seeing this new side of the mountain opened up for the day. Riding right over that rock like he doesn't care, into a nice double drop. That's that fluidity category that is so important in the sport, linking together features, keeping the flow going. That was a big drop. He landed it perfectly and then just hit some funky snow as he tried to shut down the speed. Again, the body language, waiting for a score that he knows might not be enough for the podium, but really gnarly. That these big drops onto gnarly snow on a snowboard, especially. You know, it's one edge. You've got to control your speed in the changeable snow instead of two like a skier. And yeah, like you said, Chamonix style. These guys are not afraid to ride aggressively in big mountains in changeable snow.
Yeah, I think especially this year where there's so few competitions, I think everyone's gonna go big.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like Ellie just mentioned, this is the first 4-star of the year. So many have been canceled around the world due to COVID. Hopefully we can get into that a little bit more later. But for the European riders, this is the first one of the year. Hopefully they're going to have a couple more chances. So say if Christophe wants to try to continue to qualify for the Freeride World Tour, he could have some more chances. We see the judges up there in the sun debating how to come in on the score here, as they still have several more riders to fit into the ranking around Christophe. So with a 66.33 putting him in 5th, it's honestly not a bad score with 2 issues. I mean, they must really appreciate that technical riding in that bigger terrain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plus a butt check on a snowboard. I'm not sure what the equivalent is on skis.
Maybe a backslap?
Backslap?
Stage 2 backslap, something like that.
Stage 1, stage 2, yes. If we don't see the base of the snowboard, then maybe, you know, we grade how bad these losses of control are a little bit. And yeah, he kept the flow going despite those issues in the tough snow, and a great run. So next up we've got Enzo Nilo.
Enzo Nilo, 27, out of France. He lives in Bidart, and he mentions he likes paragliding and surfing as well.
Yeah, you know, as an American myself, we do a lot of different sports at home, and I come to the Alps and these guys are like, yes, I snowboard, I paraglide, I skydive, I do a million things, and also I kill it on the Freeride World Qualifier. So Enzo is on course, dropping in off the top of Mont-Gond. Let's see what he's got for us. What section is he headed into here, Ellie?
This is the looker's right side of the face with a really nice 360.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Incredible. Keeping control after a big 3 into like what looked like really tough snow through a straight line, and we lost sight of him for a second, but it seemed that he kept it clean and on his feet.
He's going to a really technical zone, managing his slough super well. Wow, the snow is not forgiving. If you take too much speed, it's and then...
Wow, incredible riding. So much just happened in that sequence. He had a 360 into a straight line, into a huge technical section with a really critical shutdown, into another 360, into another technical section of riding, and he's already nearly to the finish line in a very short amount of time. That was an impressive run.
That was super impressive. You can see like a bit of struggle to shut down his speed, but all in all, he kept it like super smooth. I think he'll be stoked with that.
Yeah, we see some claims. We see some happy body language. Some hands on the knees. That was probably extremely physical. That was tough riding up there when you're going full speed into this changeable conditions. There was the upper 360. Here's his technical middle air. Really, really powerful stuff there. I mean, shutting it down in those.
Oh yeah, this guy probably works out a lot.
Do you work out? I need to work out more, Ellie, because yeah, I don't have quite the stomp legs. I think some of us do, especially Enzo there. That was extremely sick. I don't even know what to say. I mean, to size up multiple drops with freestyle into that changeable snow on a snowboard takes some serious confidence, serious strength, and yeah, I'm impressed. Judges have the job cut out for them. You can see them debating there. How are they going to rank this against current leader Ludo?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky.
I'm not going to be commenting on judging. I'm not a judge. I'm a commentator.
Exactly, that's not your job.
I just pity the judges a bit because it is a tough job. We're going to see a lot of different styles. You know, some runs that'll be more freestyle, some runs that'll be more hard charging big mountain. But that run in particular seemed to kind of put it both together. He came down the center of the venue. He had the freestyle. He had the gnarly drop right in the middle, and yeah, sick riding.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
So was that in the middle of the face? I'm still getting oriented here on Mont-Gond.
So he started riding Looker's right of the face, and then he came back to the middle. And that shoot that he did is a classic Nendaz line. You can usually do it as a double, but this year it's so shallow that you have to kind of get into it, and it makes it more technical actually.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm looking at my picture now, and yeah, you're right. It's some of these features that these guys have competed here before are like, normally they maybe would take a huge air or hit it as a double. Everything is kind of different this year, so in a way, maybe there's some like local home court advantage that is a little bit less this year, just because it's almost a new mountain with how the snow looks up there.
Yeah, and actually next up is a local rider, Gilles Nendaz, who's a Belgian expat, I'd say, but he's been living in Nendaz for 16 years now. He's ridden this face every year since 2014 in the competition. I'm sure he rides it all year long, really. So, yeah, I think he's got the local knowledge to show us something new or different.
Excellent. Can't wait to see what Gilles has for us. And scores are dropping for Nilo. 74.33, putting him in third place for snowboard men. Excellent run, but the level is also really high. Those two runs above him had the incredible fluidity and maybe slightly less technical, but maybe better snow that allowed them to just like flow better and smoother through those features. So it's going to be really tight. A lot of scores right in the mid-70s. It's going to be a tight pack throughout the whole day. And here we're looking at Gilles up in the top. So somebody said he looks like he's maybe 2.5 meters tall. Is that true?
I don't know. His rider's profile doesn't mention his size, but yeah, he looks tall. Taller than me, definitely. He's going Lucas right of the face, maybe getting into that chute as well. Nice air. It's super sharky in there.
Yes, exactly. As I rode down this morning, I took this rider's left side, and man, it was sharky. Like you said, there's some good snow in there, and actually sometimes the best snow is right near the shark. It's like causes it to sort of crystallize and turn into sugar. So there's this fine line of good snow and good features, and that was a sick drop. Big drop, perfectly landed.
Yeah, just like I expected, Gilles really knows exactly where he is. You can see there's no hesitation. He's going from drop to drop, riding super fast in there. Yeah, that's a really good run so far. Super fluid.
Nice. Here's this air which we saw Hugo Serra find a nice transfer and a method off. He's taken a different line off that. A cool interpretation and keeping, like you said, the flow going. He looks right at home on this face, finding more playful features down below, and sick riding there from Gilles. Really fluid. Already almost down to the bottom of this 400-meter Mont-Gond with no issues whatsoever. So really clean riding.
Yeah, that was really nice to see.
Oh,
some nice butter down the bottom.
It. Yes. As I said, we see more and more freestyle every year, and these snowboarders in particular. Like I said, I don't grab my skis enough, and I'm certainly not doing butters, 180s, half cabs in my run. Really cool interpretation there, keeping it playful from top to bottom. Great run from Gilles. There's this top drop, this middle feature, such beautiful light and colors in there, beautiful rocks and trees, just this alpine environment of Verbier, and finding, oh, I'm so sorry, Nendaz.
No, it's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's definitely not the same.
I'm sorry. Four Valleys, Nendaz. And Gilles, man, that was great. Like you said, we're kind of debating this like local rider advantage. Is it advantage or not? I mean, the mountain is so different, but it is such a big deal to feel comfortable up on a face that you've ridden before and just like know where you're at.
Absolutely. Oh, and score coming in 71.67 in 5th place. He should be stoked with that. He's got a smile.
Yeah, he's giving a thumbs up, a nice big smile. 5th place, so out of the podium, but really clean, smart riding. Great riding from Gilles. And next up, who do we have, Ellie?
Next up, we have Florian Bouvet-Fournier, who is another local expat, actually, who is binational, Canada, Switzerland. And he's also ridden this face a million times. Really nice guy. Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. I'm really happy to see what he's got for us.
Yeah, I've been hearing about this guy. People, would you say he's one of the favorites? I mean, I've been hearing his name.
Oh yeah, definitely. His nickname is actually Hot Flow. So that's that.
Can you well, maybe we better commentate the run instead of elaborating on the nickname Hot Flow, but I'm sure he's happy that that's out on the live broadcast. And let's see what Flo's got for us on the Mont-Gond dropping in. Snowboarders seem to really prefer this rider's left approach.
Yeah, and especially seeing Christophe's run, I can totally understand. And maybe the guys up there are watching the live stream and saw that this part of the face is actually way easier to ride, and just you can be way more fluid on this part of the face. Yeah,
fluidity is key. Good snow is key. Nice big drop without a track on it yet. Perfectly landed.
Going for another big air. Oh, this is sick. Landing in that pocket of snow and that couloir, and then making it like super smooth.
Whoa.
Super fluid.
Wow, beautiful use of the terrain. Entirely new track from top to bottom. So his every single air, and then that super techie straight line right in the middle. He was the first track all the way through there. Really cool seeing a new interpretation, and another feature to add here near the bottom.
Oh no! Little tumble.
No, Flo. Unfortunately.
But I like the risk taking because a lot of riders decided not to hit that that rock, which is a classic in Nendaz, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of the skiers hit it. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for Flo on this one, but that was sick.
Oh man.
He must be bummed.
To the finish line. He had a really cool run going with an entirely new line from top to bottom. A really cool drop there, finding like a micro tranny on that feature next to it.
And then I think this part was the highlight of his run, getting into this super steep zone and just riding so fast.
Yeah, it's like those big mountain elements. We don't need to only hit 2-meter kickers. There's big mountain riding to do there. And then on seemingly the easiest, least consequential drop of his run, going over the handlebars. It's that rotten changeable snow that's hiding out there like a trap.
He's happy anyways. We can see Flo smiling. He's just this like happy guy all the time. Yeah, his best result here was actually.
Tell us. No. Yeah, bummer. I mean, it's cool, you know, as a competitor, you get down, you have an issue like that. It's easy to be pretty bummed out.
Yeah, and I'm sure all his friends are watching. And
yeah, 59 points, 8th place. It's going to be near the back of that ranking there, but...
Oh, did you see these stickers on his board? Oh, you don't speak French.
Who bought?
It was political.
Is this political? Okay.
Yeah, it was. We can talk about that later.
We promised people we'd get into politics, but the action is coming fast at us. And next up
is Loïc Lorcher out of France, 32 years old. His home mountain is Val d'Isère, and he got 11th in the 3-star here last week. So I'm sure he's hungry for redemption.
Yes, hungry for redemption. Although 11th isn't that bad. I mean, I got like 13th in my last event.
You're at the end of your career, Drew. This guy is not.
That's true. And he looks pumped up, clapping his hands as he comes off the top and keeping his flow up as he heads into the rider's left section.
Ooh, a little bit of a issue on that 360.
He gambled with a freestyle move right at the top. A lot of times people get their flow going and then maybe find
nice butter there.
Yes.
Unexpected.
Yes. Keeping the flow going despite an issue up top with another big drop, but unfortunately another little washout. It's tough, you know, once you have one issue, it just kind of throws your mojo off. It's tough to get back into this flow of like clean, fast riding. It's like get your bell rung a little bit, but he's keeping it going despite an issue up top and continuing to show really strong riding, finding nice snow, more nice drops down there. I like that bottom section. I think there's a ton of potential there.
Yeah, you were just saying that it's hard to get your to keep your mental game, but this was actually pretty good. Like
yeah,
he had
definitely.
2 minor issues, but then he kept it going, was super fluid, 3 drops, bam, 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 and he's already at the bottom in what I call the survival zone. So many dreams killed in this zone, especially mine.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, I've crashed there like 5 meters before the finish line.
Nice.
This guy has not.
And Loïc is into the finish corral.
Ludo's still sitting in the hot seat.
Wow. Yes, and here was his top feature. So a small freestyle maneuver with a little bit of a washout. But yeah, like we were saying, he was able to recover and not give up. You know, sometimes you'll see people crash and just call it and ski down to the bottom.
Yeah.
He kept his head in the game. He kept the flow going. You can see he's still got the good energy.
He's stoked.
Yeah, cool vibes from Loïc. 54.33, putting him in 9th place. So back a little ways in the pack, but a cool showing nonetheless. Keeping the spirit going, keeping the vibe up. Gotta appreciate that, man. Sometimes I'm like a wet blanket in the finish line when I mess up. I don't want to talk to anybody.
Oh, yeah. And next up is Julien Pichel out of Switzerland. His home mountain is Salgesch in Wallis, in the Swiss German part of Switzerland.
Yeah, exactly. So beautiful part of the world we're in. As he drops in, you can see some of the incredible peaks of the valleys in the background there. There's the Dunst du Midi here at Nendaz. The views are absolutely unbelievable. Mont-Gond in particular. Looks like they're just like way up in the sky as they come into the top of this venue.
Ooh, getting in the rocky part.
Incredible, and yeah, they just accelerate so fast on the landings. The venue is kind of convex shaped, like it gets steeper and steeper, so as they get in there, it's mellow at first, but then it just continues to kind of crank up the intensity.
Yeah, and this guy has scoped really well because this part is like so hard to navigate through.
Wow, yeah, and a new track. We love seeing new lines.
Oh, that was cool.
Really cool way to use that feature. He got into the technical section and then aired out at a really nice angle, continuing to keep the flow up. Large air, and what's interesting, what I'm noticing here is like the textured snow is actually really good. The textured snow is almost the powder. You see those smooth patches, they're the ones that are giving people trouble. It seems to be the harder, firmer, crunchier snow, whereas there's this nice leopard skin, or there's a million words out there for it, but beautiful riding, beautiful way to interpret the face, kind of going riders left and then back into the technical middle section. Love the creativity in the line choice, and a sick run there.
Yeah, really good run from Julien. He actually got second place last week here. So we'll see if he can do it again.
Yeah, and like I said, creativity was super high. It's not a judging category, you know. We're judging on like the air and style, the technique, the control, but it's something about seeing a new line, a new track, definitely stands out to me.
It's not an official judging criteria, but I think it's definitely like a subconscious part of the judging. Of course, a judge is going to be like happy to see a new line open up on the face.
Yeah, definitely, because we still talk about overall impression, and yeah, seeing somebody go where nobody has yet gone is just, it's refreshing, it's exciting, and personally, that's my favorite thing. I love seeing new lines. Like,
Yeah, you're a new line kind of guy.
I don't know why everybody has to ski the same line every time.
And next up, out of New Zealand, is Sam Good, who is based in Innsbruck. Actually, I think he used to live with Manuel Mandel, who is on the World Tour with us. They were flatmates in the Kiwi House. Have you been to the Kiwi House in Innsbruck?
I have not been. It is legendary. The Kiwis, the riders from New Zealand, have for such a small country, they have so many incredibly talented riders. There's a bunch on the Freeride World Tour. There's a bunch on the Freeride World Qualifier. You run into them all over the world. They love traveling. They love freeride, and like the talent pool for such a small country, it just blows my mind. We're calling in Sam Good for the next rider. We're still waiting for Julien scores as he's down here in the finish corral, and the judges have their work cut out for him today. It's never easy, and got to respect those guys. They're freeriders themselves. They love all these riders. They want us all to win, but at the end of the day, it's a competition, man. You got to choose a winner. It's like capitalism.
Don't start me.
There can only be one winner. And will it be Julien?
Will it be Julien?
Julien. I'm working on my French pronunciation. Thank you so much for joining me, Ellie. I appreciate the call-ins, the help with the pronunciations.
Oh, you're welcome. Anytime, Drew.
Yeah, it's great.
This is like the hardest part, I think, of your run, when the judges take so long and you have no idea what's coming for you.
It is uncomfortable.
Has that happened to you, where you had to wait like
Seems
longer
to happen
than
to
usual?
me a lot, yeah. And it's normally not a good thing, to be honest. 72.33, fifth place. You can see he's like pretty content with that. It's keeping a middle upper pack. It's a beautiful run, but lacking some of the backflips and 360s. Some of the top three have incorporated so far. And here we go with Sam. Sam is feeling the vibes. Maybe he's got some tunes in. What do you think?
Oh, definitely. I'm sure there's some tunes in. So how do you explain that Kiwi riders are just that good? I mean, they're much better than us. There's something in the water there.
There's something in the water, perhaps. Yes, maybe there's something not in the water. They're very pure glacier water. Maybe there's not as much fluoride, or I'm not sure, but yeah, the talent pool, I attribute it to the snow conditions they ride when they're at home. Sort of like the Swedes. The Swedes are so strong. Kiwis are so strong. They're so used to changeable snow from their home country. They also love to travel and ski around the world, so they're just really adaptable and talented riders in my experience. And yes, I've heard a lot about Sam, so I'm really looking forward to see what he's got for us here at Mont-Gond.
Oh, a little bit of an issue after 360, going for big air.
Yeah, he took what other riders had dropped as just a straight air and tried to do the 360 off it, so like a really aggressive choice, and took a little bit of a tumble, as well as on his next feature. But a lot of people are having issues with the changeable snow, so it's good to keep his head in the game and keep the flow going, because the run is not over. He can still put some points together, and man, I feel like maybe I jinxed him. I gotta watch what I say while these guys are riding, because he took another little tumble there. But
so fast out of there.
Yeah, Sam really coming in hot to all these features. What I think this run was, Ellie, was like Sam was here to win.
Oh, definitely.
It wasn't a safe run. It wasn't a run to take a top 10 ranking. He's like, I'm going to spin the big cliff at the top. I'm going to go into the big gnar in the middle, and I'm here to win. So those are the gambles these riders take in the Freeride World Qualifier and World Tour. There's some strategy, like, am I here to win, or am I here to get a ranking? And that was clearly an aggressive approach to the riding.
Absolutely.
Sam in the finish corral. He's going to be a little bit bummed. We can be honest about that. A few issues, a few tumbles, but yeah, got to tip our hats to his approach. As I looked up at this mountain in the last couple days, like I said, not competing, you have a different perspective, and trying to imagine charging a big line up there is it's just hard to imagine. It's old snow, it's tough snow. He was not afraid to get into it. Alta Snowboard Team sticker.
It's ironical.
As you wish, but yeah, I have quite a few friends on the Alta Snowboard Team. That is the unofficial poaching squad at the currently snowboard prohibited ski resort of Alta. Cool to see that represented.
Ooh, Camille Armand, I'm really excited to see what this guy is going to show us.
One of the top riders. What do you tell us about Camille?
Camille lives in Chamonix, spends a lot of time south of France, surfing a lot. He's on the World Tour this year with us. Did a huge backflip at the second stop in Andorra. Got a bit unlucky with the judging, but yeah, he's here for redemption.
Shots fired at the judging, perhaps, from Ellie, but
I'm just quoting him.
Yeah, like she said, people are here to get serious, and that backflip above that big exposure was definitely not.
Yeah, that was serious.
For games, that was serious. Sick run from Cammy, wow.
Yeah, that was sick.
And so he's on the Freeride World Tour. He's here in the Freeride World Qualifiers, and he's killing it in both places. I mean, we keep talking about camaraderie, but there's also just like some competitive drive with these guys like Camille that is just amazing, because how can you do this without being extremely competitive and intense and fired up? Sick backflip.
Yeah, that was so good. One more time.
And yeah, you know, he's coming full speed into like a gargoyle-shaped rock down below him.
Yeah, and you can
serious terrain.
Yeah, you can tell he's really used to that. He knows exactly where he is in the air.
Yeah, he's incredibly talented. Fun to follow his adventures in big mountains, in the surf, and just a pleasure to have him at these events as well.
Actually, his rider's profile says home mountain, Couloir du Brevant.
Oh wow, yeah, okay, so
that's quite a claim.
One specific couloir above the Chamonix Valley is his home mountain. You know, not want to put out too many rumors or anything. Perhaps he's not on the Chamonix team and prefers a specific couloir instead of the lifts themselves.
You're so much smarter than me,
I
Drew.
mean, you know, I don't know. Just guessing. Don't quote me on that.
We'll ask him later.
Camille's crew too. I mean, these guys are so gnarly, man.
Oh wow, he's already on the. How do you call these things in English?
Well, we call that a water bottle.
Oh. Okay, yeah, it's a water bottle filled with water.
Exactement.
Yep.
At least we call it a flask, but I'm sure it's probably some fine local Genepi, something like that.
Yeah, Genepi is French. I hope he's drinking maybe Abricotine or Williamine. I think Ludo is pretty nervous right now. He knows this guy could take his spot.
Ludo's been there for a minute, man. Yeah. He's got that hot seat. He's got his butt molded into the chair. He's been there since early in the field. Ludo, since the second rider, still in first place. Judges got their work cut out for him, figuring out where to put Camille Armand. That was a hot run, huge backflip. You know, I remember Ludo's run, he had more airs, like more playful stuff, and more features. And Camille just freaking stepped up and crushed it. And
I think we're gonna hear him now.
Yeah, really excited. We're gonna be sending you guys down to the finish corral when we can to hear from some of these guys.
Oh.
And
actually, it was a joke.
And I'm just teasing you because it's not gonna happen yet, but it will happen.
We've been told not to speculate on judging, but I mean, can we? Do you want to? Oh,
ooh,
scores in. It's 73.67. I think he's a bit disappointed. And I'd understand why after such a sick run, 360 a backflip.
Fourth place, yes, currently in fourth.
That really goes to show how high the level is today.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Attention.
And next up is Liam Rivera, who is 21 Mexican rider.
Attention. Yeah, there we go. I think they showed the wrong name for just 1 second there, but yes, thank you, Ellie.
I recognize his helmet, so I just called it.
So, do you know Liam?
Yeah, I know him. He rides in Verbier a lot. He's so stylish, super technical rider as well. Has a lot of tricks in his bag. I'm sure he's got like one for us, one or two or three. You can see him going through his line, super
Excellent.
concentrated.
Yes, the visualization, the last second visualization, making sure you have this whole thing precisely ready to execute as you come out of the starting gate. Let's see what he's got. And yeah, you know, I was up here this morning. You come out of the starting gate, you know there's a huge mountain down there. You cannot see anything.
Yeah.
Until like maybe right now you start to get a view of your first features. It is so blind up there, so the inspection and the experience is massively important. Into there fluidly, clean.
He's just cruising. I really like his
stylish
style.
air, yeah.
Really nice 360.
Yes, exactly. So as we were saying, like Camille's run was in the big technical gnar. Ludo's still in first with the playful run. This is more like the run we saw from Ludo. Lots of airs. Wow, so stylish on that.
Bummer, a little. I think the snow is just really hard to manage. But
Yeah, a little butt check there after an incredibly stylish indie grab.
Going for a double.
Yes, cool work of that terrain, finding multiple features where some only found one. It's going fast through tough snow. Really solid riding.
I think he's going to go for that big cliff. Oh, no.
Okay, so yes, that one in the background, Ellie's talking about a classic from past editions. Eating people up and seeing incredible tricks go down. But Liam, linking a really, really cool run together. Man, he looks, you know, he had one issue on a landing, but I think he looked the best in the air out of maybe anybody.
Yeah,
You saw those grabs and those spins were like, it was like you could put it in a magazine, put it on the poster. It looked so clean.
Such a shame because it wasn't even really the landing, it was the runouts. So after he stomped, I think the snow caught his edge a little bit. And that was so cool. He got the grab as well.
Yeah, not a single arm flap. A single piece out of place, and look at that beautiful grab.
Wow.
Perfectly landed.
Yeah. The future is bright for Mexican snowboarding. Waiting for his score now.
So waiting for the scores. If we have time, I'd love to know. Do you know what's up with the Mexican flag? Is he multinational? Is he travel the world? Is he?
I guess he is a Mexican who lives in Switzerland.
Mexican who lives in Switzerland.
As simple as that. As far as I know, sponsored by the North Face.
Excellent, excellent.
And Verbier.
Excelente. Yo hablo español, aunque no hablo francés. Así que le deseo el mejor a nuestro querido competidor, Liam. Beautiful run, man. Like, I would love to see the still images from that run, because, yeah, one little issue might knock him down in the ranking, but, like,
this guy's only 21.
Perfect technique. He's only 21?
Yeah, he's 21.
Wow, yeah.
So
I don't even remember how long ago that was for me. What about for you?
I'm not going to tell.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And so who do we have next as we wait for Liam's scores?
Next up is Boris Mouton, Swiss freestyler out of Lax. Have you been to Lax?
No, I don't. I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'll go there and have to hit the jumps with the most experienced and incredible riders in the world.
It's a pretty sick place.
Yeah. So
still waiting for Liam's score. He seems a bit nervous. I understand that. I'm always nervous in that position. Nervous and confused almost.
Yeah, why are they making me stand here?
Yeah. Liam, it was sick. Don't worry. Judges still writing down.
Judges still debating. Yes, Liam there in the moments of uncertainty. What are they going to give me for a score? And yeah, you know, this is something you never get used to, man. I've been in this situation so many times. Like you said, he's young. And guess what, Liam? This is always uncomfortable.
73.5 in 5th place, middle of the pack. I think he'll be stoked with that. But I think he came for the win. You can tell from the look on his face.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, you were talking to us about Boris. Mentioned Lax, so freestyler. What's his? He does both freeride and freestyle.
I think so. Yeah, I don't know much about him, but he is a freestyler.
I mean, Lax. Yeah, Lax. If you don't know, it's near Zermatt, correct? Nobody knows, and he's on course.
Also heading lookers right of the face. Wow, super aggressive start. Very fast. I'm sure you're going to see plenty of tricks. Ooh, that was a really big transfer air.
Yes, tip of the hat to the camera operator there. It looked like he was literally going into orbit with an airplane or something like that.
So
it was
fast.
So sick. And just pointing it straight down the fall line, accelerating as the venue rolls into the steeper section there with no fear or hesitation.
Whoa.
Oh!
Perfect backflip.
My gosh, that was amazing. What a crazy takeoff. It looked like you were totally correct about his freestyle abilities. Backflip into 180 into half cab.
This is the fastest run we've seen so far.
Maybe the fastest run. No hesitation, super fluid. Maybe a few less features than some of the top runs, but the way he put that together was super sick. And that backflip, like that takeoff, it looked like it was maybe like some crazy angle that just like launched him into there. It wasn't an easy takeoff like you'd find at a perfect terrain park, but handling it with ease, still making it look stylish. Impressive riding from Boris Mouton. Little pre-claim. What did you call this zone, Ellie?
Survival zone.
Survival zone, yeah. It is gnarly down there. It's the most changeable snow into the finished corral. That beautifully executed clean run.
Look at this. This could be in a snowboard movie.
Almost going over the handlebars on the landing of that backflip, but like just super strong riding. And yeah, interview Cindy.
Attends, il y a un problème de micro,
C'est pas tellement sûr. En plus, j'ai oublié mon sac ce matin chez moi. Je suis monté hyper rapidement la crête. Arrivé là-haut un peu crevé.
I don't think we can hear.
Enlevez-moi, il est allumé, enlevez-moi.
Well, if you can hear us on the broadcast, first interview is just slightly delayed. Going to fix the mic. Judges are going to need a second to fit that in to the ranking, because that was sick. It was a hot run, and man, you know, I'm seeing a ton of scores come in between 73 and it's like 77, you know.
Yeah.
And I've judged a couple small regional events. It's such a hard job, and it's tough to differentiate these guys, you know, like how do you separate these runs? A lot of them are very similar. A lot of them have similar elements of air and style, of control, of technique, of all these categories, and now they're all grouped within these 1 to 2 point differentiations. And so now the question is, how do you rise above that pack that's grouped so tightly together? One man who I believe is fully capable of doing so, Clément Bolchaté, up in the starting gate. We're going to wait and see if we can still catch a word with Boris as we wait for his scores. But yeah, man, Clément, another incredibly talented rider from France.
Yeah, he was on the World Tour in 2018. Back in the qualifiers now. As we see Boris still waiting for his score.
Yeah.
67.00 in 10th place.
Ooh, yes. Okay, so Boris back in the pack a little ways. It was a clean run. Maybe lacking a few more features, which some other riders were able to incorporate. And yeah, setting it up top.
Clément Bolchaté, French rider, 30 years old. Also an avid skateboarder, mountain biker, climber.
Yeah, I see him cruising around with like Camille and maybe Freeride World Tour rider Juliette Wildman. They've got like a really strong crew from Cham that is just always doing something radical. So comfortable in big mountains in multiple sports.
Oh, I really like that entry he took.
Clément is on a new zone, yeah, finding a rider's right cornice air into the top of the face. Super sick. Like I said, new lines just look so amazing. There's another new drop, keeping it fluid and clean.
Really kind of trying to surf through the rocks.
Yeah, so many obstacles, so many sharks, and not getting hung up anywhere, just keeping it going into what was probably supposed to be more of a 360. Came a little short, but like kept the fluidity going. Not too much of an issue, so I think he's going to be able to keep stacking some features as he comes down. And yeah, I got to stop jinxing these guys as I call it run. I feel like I've done that twice now. A small issue there in a sort of inconsequential spot. It's just the trouble with this changing snow. You never know when it's going to sneak up on you and grab an edge.
Absolutely, especially in this part of the face.
Yeah, we saw Christophe in a similar side of the face earlier. I believe Christophe Charlet, and this is more the rider's right, bigger, technical, steeper section, bigger features.
Oh wow, lining up something big.
And more difficult snow, and ooh. Clement going down. Unfortunate there. Some really sketchy, frozen snow chunks and rocks. But a cool line came out of a totally different side of the start gate. Came down the rider's right ridge.
Yeah, I think he was really looking for those creativity points we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
He probably saw all the other guys going the other way, and he was like, you know what, I'm gonna show what's up on the other side.
Or or he was committed from the start. Yeah, sometimes shift on the fly. Sometimes you're committed, and he picked to go rider's right, and I think maybe has the potential for the winning run. But nobody's been able to link a clean run through the big, steep, gnarly features over here on rider's right. Really strong riding there. Big finishing feature, almost a triple drop off of what is probably normally only a single drop on regular years. Coming a little unstuck, but Clement, a great showing nonetheless from the French snowboarder, and a 30.33. The judges hit him hard for those issues, putting him back in the pack.
Only 2 riders left. And next up is Alix Soria, 33 years old, out of France. Home mountain is Villard-de-Lans in Vercors. And
yes, sorry, Alex. On course on the Mont-Gond. I feel like I've heard about this guy as well. Strong rider, some strong results in his resume. Long history of competitions, a lot of second places, a lot of third places. Is he going to be able to lock down a podium or a first place? Nice air at the very top. Similar line as chosen by a lot of the other snowboarder men so far. Coming riders left.
Oh, this hit looks so fun. 180.
Ooh, unfortunate landing on the backside one. The other rider who took that piece had an issue as well. It's just that changeable snow near the ridge lines. But the flow continues in his run, and he will not take no for an answer. A couple of issues, but he's going to stick with it as he...
No one's giving up today.
No, man.
I love to watch
it's
that.
It's so challenging up there. So few runs that are clean top to bottom that the riding, like, it looks great to keep it going, man. Like, it's tough, like we said, to keep your head in the game with one small issue, but it's committed riding, committed approach, keeping it going all the way top to bottom.
Yeah.
Cool seeing that backside one off the cornice up there. Soria down through most of the technical stuff and into survival zone here at the bottom as he works his way over towards the finish corral. Cool approach though. Love the creativity on the cornice. Love those drops. Love the surfy style. And a couple of issues which may knock him back a ways, but Alix with another beautiful run nonetheless.
So you rode this race this morning, Drew?
I did.
And what did you think?
I thought...
maybe...
I thought it's going to be hard to compete up here, man. It's variable, you know? I took my time, and I think I had some issues myself, and I wasn't competing. So, you know, the pressure of competition, having to go full send in tough snow like this, it's when you get these small issues like these butt checks and stuff. Normally not a big deal, you know? It's not like a big crash. It's not a tumble. It's just a lack of control, a butt check, and he'll pay the price with some lower scores. 52.00, 14th place. And back in the pack ways, but great riding from Florian. And who do we have next, Ellie?
Next up is Florian Henriot, sorry. Swiss guy out of Nendaz, so local guy as well. 3 local guys today, that's awesome.
Nice. And Florian is on course. He is our last snowboard men competitor. The last person that can unseat Ludo. Is Ludo still in the hot seat?
Yeah, Ludo's been in the hot seat the whole time.
So local rider with a chance to rise up in the ranking, rise up the podium.
Really getting caught by the...
Oh, such a changeable section. A lot of people having issues there. Sometimes the tracks in the snow make it a little bit easier. Sometimes it starts to make it more variable. Oh, finding a new interpretation on that cornice and a better landing than everybody else. That was a really cool way to use that feature.
Yeah, I found a clean landing. And another really nice drop.
Yes,
taking down his
drop.
speed.
A couple tracks on the landing, but still finding like pretty good snow and nice transition. Ooh.
Back on his feet.
We were saying butt checks are one thing. That was definitely more of a tumble. A bit of a scare as he came over that second cliff band in an awkward position, but recovered, seems to be totally okay, and glad he's all right after that tumble. A couple really cool moments in that run. Unfortunate issue, not going to allow the local to unseat the podium, but great performance nonetheless, and he's humming down through survival zone into the finish curl. Ellie, we're gonna soon see some rankings from these guys. The category's complete. Snowboard men, great job on the Nendaz Freeride 4-star. Category's complete. We'll have the rankings soon after we see some highlights. That unfortunate tumble there. You can see how thin the snow on those takeoffs.
I think he hit a shark.
Yeah.
You can see from the movement his body did in the landing.
So much unpredictable stuff just below the surface.
Yeah, really props to the whole category though. I didn't expect such a sick show actually. I was like, I think they're going to be safe because the snow is not ideal, but everyone sent it so hard.
Yeah. Props to the category, props to the organizers, like having faith in the Mont-Gond to preserve that snow. And we're going to bounce down to Cindy in the finish area, who's with the not quite official winner, but the eventual winner, Ludo. And here's Sydney. And once we can grab Ludo, we're going to get a word with him. There he is.
Yeah, he must be so happy.
Yes, he's been on the podium so many times in his career, and yes. Excellent. Thank you so much. Good to hear from Ludo. And Ellie, I didn't understand what he was talking about.
Should I do this a bit of translation? Yeah, he was saying he only rode 4 days this season before competing here.
Wow, 4 days of riding for the champion today. And as we look back at highlights from the category,
Cammy's massive backflip.
That was so sick. Unbelievable. So stomped. That's our champion there, Ludo, getting upside down as well. You can see the level required to come out on top today. Not easy, man. Not easy, and very impressive riding from these guys. We're going to see the full ranking soon. We know Ludo came out on top. Soon we're going to be getting into ski men. Ellie, I believe you're going to be going to, what, take some laps or something while ski men are going?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to be joined by a different commentator, and then you're going to rejoin me a little bit later. And here we go with the ranking.
So, yeah, with Ludo with the win, you can see at the top is super tight. Just a few points from the first to, to 8th place. Super tight scores. Really goes to show how high the level was today and how well these guys managed.
Yes, exactly. Ludo on top, followed by Tim Schroeder, the rest of the guys riding out the pack. And such a tight grouping. I mean, understandable. Very similar runs, tough to differentiate, and a couple of runs clearly stood out. Runs with freestyle, runs without issues, lots of jumps and features. And man, yeah, sick category.
Yeah, I think the judges really awarded. Yeah, I was saying just awarded control.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the action continues with one of the heaviest hitting categories, ski men, as we see snowboard men already receiving their placards down on the podium down there. Normally we'd love to do a podium ceremony with a bunch of cheering fans. It's COVID, so these guys are just sitting on a podium by themselves. And we're about to launch the ski man category. Like I said, one of the heaviest hitting, highest intensity. I mean, okay, I guess I'm a little bit biased, but yeah, ski men, they're going to throw down. Ellie has stepped out, and I'm about to be joined by an old friend from France, Aurélien Ducrot. Came over from Chamonix this morning. Hello, Aurélien.
Yeah, hello, Drew.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Very good, and it's...
And yes, I'm sure many of our viewers know this man sitting next to me, Aurélien Ducrot, longtime competitor in freeride, still a freerider, still a badass skier, and now sailing around the world, doing all kinds of incredible stuff. Thank you so much for making time to join us today.
Pleasure. It's a pleasure to see you again, because
yeah.
It's a long time we haven't.
Yeah, it's been a while. Aurélien and I shared a podium back in 2007. Don't want to say much more about how old we are, but so happy to be here talking about the sport that we both love so much. So now, Aurélien, why don't you walk through the start list? Who we got here?
Okay, we're going to start with Sébastien Varlet, a French guy from Léger, and following by the Austrian, and Hugo Truba.
Yeah, a lot of male skiers here.
The what?
Yeah, about 27 male skiers. So it's the biggest category. Super competitive, and straight in with Sébastien Varlet.
Exactly, Sébastien Varlet, French guy from Léger. Actually, couple of wins already on a 4 stars qualifier event. So, serious competitor to start.
Excellent.
It's going fast.
Yes, out of the gate with heat with our first ski men competitor of the day, Sébastien Varlet. Extremely fast skiing. A new air we hadn't seen from the snowboard category. Wow, you can see how changeable the snow is, and a small issue there.
I had the chance to ski the Mont-Gond this morning, and as you say, there is a lot of snow changing all the way, so it's hard to keep on control with the speed, and that's what happened to Sébastien right now. So.
Yes, it looked like he was trying to connect into a different section there, and was going maybe like 1 mile an hour too fast, hit changeable snow, and missed an entry, but he's continuing to find some more features. I think maybe he got knocked a little bit off his line by that issue after some really strong skiing at the top, but I don't think he's done yet, Aurélien.
No, he's not down.
Yes, there we go. Another big air. That's this classic final booter that we know a lot of competitors are going to be sizing up into the survival zone and down towards the finish corral. First ski man across the finish line, Sébastien Varlet with a nice run to start us off.
Well, it was a nice run. It started with great rotation, with a lot of speed and a good fluidity at the top. Unfortunately, he missed a bit of control in the middle of his run. So we'll see what's going on with the judge. But of course, it must be a bit disappointing at the end.
Yes, exactly. It's this challenge of how hard can you push it, because you know the level is going to be high, and not push it too hard. Good thing is he didn't have an actual crash, he didn't have a tumble, but he did get just below his line at one point, which sort of seemed to change his plan, push him a bit low. There he is explaining what happened to his buddies there.
It's going to be the deal today.
Yes, 36.33 is the score. So the judges brutal on the scoring, but what we're concerned with here is the ranking. Don't get too hung up on those scores. They know there's going to be a lot of runs coming in above that after a small issue. So Sébastien, thank you for an exciting run. Sorry for the issue. We know you're capable of much better, and now we're on to the next rider.
Yeah, Valentin Reiner, Austrian guy, 22 years old, so a young guy. certainly coached by our friend Stefan Hauser, actually. So
excellent. Yes, I've heard a lot about young
nice 360.
Rainer. Beautiful 360 into an air with a grab. As Lurlian mentioned, coached by Hausel, Stefan Hausel, a longtime Freeride World Tour competitor. So he's young, but he's got experience on his side. Massive 360.
Massive, yeah, impressive control, impressive landings also. So yeah.
Holy
great
moly.
fluidity.
This guy is on fire. Multiple freestyle elements, big air, keeping the skiing technical and fast as well. Really checking all the boxes so far.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful
Just
air.
lost the pool, actually.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Just lost the pool, but still on, and it will make it to the finish line. That was a great run, great line. Nice fluidity, big jumps, nice tricks. Well,
wow, yes.
That's going to score high.
Wow,
for sure.
I am, I guess I'm not speechless because I'm going to keep talking, but incredible skiing, as Aurelian pointed out, finishing with one pole. Huge drop there that took a pole away from him, and he finished clean nonetheless. 2 360s, a small one followed by this huge one. This is where Camille backflipped, and then taking this double drop as a single, finding a perfect landing. And I think that's where he lost the pole. He put a hand down just slightly as he was controlling his speed there. And the pole was ripped out of his
very
hand.
impressive rider, young rider, 22 years old only, and yeah, impressive.
Okay.
Great big mountain
Yes, second rider of the category. Good luck to the judges, because they've got a lot of riders left, and that's the kind of run that you want to put way at the top of the rankings. So impressive, but you also know there's going to be a lot more great runs to come too. And you know, I'm going to have to check the rule book earlier, because 89.33.
Yeah.
Yes, huge score for the young Rainer.
But there's not much to say on that run. It's fast, good fluidity,
yes,
nice jumps, big tricks.
Yes, what more can you ask? I guess he had one tiny issue where he lost the pole, but really not much of an issue. He put a hand down to control his speed. You could say it was a teeny loss of control, but obviously not much, and so many other points included.
Next rider now, it's Hugo Trouba from Les Arcs. Also a new and young rider, 20 years old only. I had a chance to see him skiing on the junior a few years ago, and I know that can be a good run too.
Yes, that is the story of this category. Rider after rider at this 4-star level is incredibly strong. I mean, you can't even get into these events without a record of really strong performances. So these guys have already proven themselves. They're all extremely competitive. They're all after the spot on the Freeride World Tour. Hugo Trouba, you know, sometimes these guys are getting the news. He probably saw his friend come out at the bottom knowing he had a fast, clean run. The pressure is on. He's got his plan in his head. And yes, as we had mentioned, a pole which was dropped by young Rainer is being recovered so as not to cause a hazard to any other riders which come down. And yeah, I was saying earlier, I'm going to have to check the sorry if I said ski, but yeah, ski pole. The rule book, I mean, you got to finish with both your skis across the finish line.
Yeah.
But I believe, you know, you can drop your poles.
Yeah, you can drop your
Continue.
poles. Yeah, of course.
You got to finish with both skis,
yeah,
but you can leave any other piece of equipment behind.
But I've never seen anyone finishes without any crash, only with one ski. So.
While we're recovering that pole, let's throw it down to the finish area for an interview. Oh man, we really want to give you guys these finish line interviews. We'll get that battery charged up. We'll get Cindy chatting with our riders. But man, what's up with these guys? Aurelian,
yep.
20, 21, 22 years old. Sick runs.
No, but it's impressive.
A lot of experience for such young riders.
It's impressive how the experience they have after, like, do you remember when you were 20?
I don't. I mean, I think I didn't. I wasn't skiing that. I wasn't skiing that well.
No, I wasn't pushing that hard either. So they are really impressive. You know, this formation starting from the junior, then from the qualifier, 1-star, 2-star, 3-star. They end up being really strong skiers up to 20 years old. So
totally, exactly. We talked about that before you joined me. How when you and I were competing, it was only an adults tour.
Yeah.
Only free skiing and freeride, no juniors, not really even qualifiers. And now these kids get great coaching, like we said, from former champions, from incredibly well-developed junior programs at these mountains, with a ladder that goes from junior to qualifiers, from the 2 to 3 to 4 stars. And so they're just so much more experienced than I was at that age. I'm not saying I'm jealous. I had a great time.
No,
as a skier,
me neither. But it was
it's
like
so
this.
cool to see the development.
We were kind of at the beginning of the sport also, and of the Freeride World Tour and everything. So it wasn't the same. It was different. We were on our own. Today they have coaches. They start a lot early than we did, and which is great because we end up with amazing competition like today and amazing run.
Exactly. And well, I know you have a son yourself. Are we going to see him on this competitive circuit?
Not yet.
Did you suggest avoiding freeride?
I know what I've done. You know? I'm a dad now.
Yes, I imagine it's pretty difficult, to be honest. I'm sure we don't have too much time to talk about this, but man, freeride, so much fun. It's brought us so much joy, but we also know the risks. I imagine it's tough to suggest to the young people to get into it when you know the risks. However, it's nice to know these junior programs are so solid and give these guys a good foundation for being safe, for being responsible as they get into this sport, which I don't like to call it an extreme sport. Think of it like an action sport. There's no denying it's dangerous, it's serious. You got to be prepared when you go up there.
Yeah, you're right. That's why as a dad, he's still young for the moment, so I take my time. And if you want to go, of course I'll be there.
Yes, 100%. And I mean, I do some coaching myself back in Washington at Crystal Mountain. So fun to ski with the juniors and watch them develop. And I mean, I just get so much motivation skiing with these young riders. You know, sometimes the snow is crappy. I would just go home.
Yeah.
Those kids, man, it's like, let's go hit some jumps. Let's go find something new. The motivation is really what I think it's all about as you ski with these younger guys.
No, it's funny coaching the junior. I started last year, and back on the course, back on the race.
Yes,
with,
I wish we could chat
Hugo
all
Trouba.
day, to be honest, Aurelien, but who do we have next year?
Here's Hugo Trouba from France, from Les Dark, son of his coach, actually, of Xav Trouba, old freerider, and yeah, ready to go.
That is so cool. Yeah, I didn't even know that as we were talking about that, but the legacy and the generation of things. So Hugo, the son of another famous and highly experienced French skier. I mean, that's just amazing. I mean, he must have so much experience, so much help.
For sure.
And
yeah. That's still ski dude.
And here we go. Let's send it down again for another try this interview at our finish corral with our current leader.
Salut Cédric et Vadek, est-ce que vous m'entendez? Du coup, magnifique. Hi Valentin, so how do you feel with this beautiful run? How is your feeling now?
Yeah, pretty good. Like the free on top was a lot bigger than expected, but still kept it together. And lost my pole on the jump because, no, not because, I wanted to trick the last one, but with only one pole, that's a little hard, but still super happy with a score of 89, so super stoked.
The riders before you just said us that the snow is quite tricky at the end of for example, at the end of at the bottom of the face.
Sorry, I didn't.
Sorry, the rider before you said that the snow is quite tricky at the bottom of the face.
Yeah, it's tricky to manage your speed. Like after every cliff, you have to shut down the speed, and that's pretty tricky. But like the landings are awesome. Snow is good.
That was very good for you. So thanks. See you later.
Thank you, Cindy and Valentin. Back to the start gate, Aurelien. Who we have?
Yeah, once again, we have Hugo Trouba from France, from Les Arcs, a newcomer, 20 years old. Even if he's really young, he already has a lot of experience and is young age on the juniors and the last 2 years on the qualifier.
Yes, excellent. And a challenging season, I would imagine, for the French riders. The lifts in France remain closed, Aurelien, and you live in France yourself. I mean, how have you trained this year? How do you ski at all?
Well, it's a tricky year, of course, in France, so you have to skin up everything you want to ski. So, of course, for those competitors, they didn't have as much ski that they wanted.
Yes, so a lot of hiking. Hopefully his legs are strong, and Ugo is on course. Our third ski competitor of the day, coming down skiers left. What does he have for us?
Coming on his first cliff with a huge backflip.
Oh, wow. Super strong. Yes, maybe he has been touring or hitting the weights, because that was a massive cliff, a pretty flat landing, teeny bit of an issue, but pretty much a stomped air after a huge, huge backflip.
Wow.
Wow, very pinpoint. He had to take the perfect line off of that drop to not hit the wall on the left or the rock on the right. And another
it's a nice line.
Sick drop.
Really nice line, technical line, big backflip at the top, a little bit of backslap, but nothing bad, and a pretty technical jump in the middle. I'm pretty impressive about that. You need to know where you go.
Yes, exactly. And he's into the finish corral with a clean run. Ugo Chuba. Dang, another sick run. And we're going to see these highlights.
Yeah, this backflip was huge. The landing is pretty flat, so it's not even a back stand.
Yes, here's that pinpoint landing. I mean, he's got maybe, I don't know, 15 centimeters on either side of him of precision that he needed to thread through there. Another air in the bottom to the finish line very fast. Clean run. And he's stoked. After a huge backflip like that, it's hard not to feel pretty damn good.
78 points for Ugo, second place. He had a bit less point with his landing of the backflip, I think.
Yes, maybe a slightish on the landing, and maybe like 3 features. I'm sure some of these guys are going to find 4 or 5 more features linking together. Dang, extremely solid. And sick to see.
It's an impressive face for that. There is many lines, many features, so many things to do. So of course, you can do a bit more, certainly. Next riders, Mathieu. Sorry for his name. Vonter. Maybe
it's pretty good.
Like this.
Yes.
Austrian guys from Steffenhausen School. He's on.
He's on course, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Mathieu from Austria. So many strong skiers out of Austria. So many great ski resorts there and experienced freeriders. A 360 into another small drop, starting it off well.
Skiing on the skier's left face.
Really cool how he hit that. Some of the snowboarders hit that feature from the very top. He almost took it from behind with like a more upward, larger trajectory. Really cool interpretation. Some issue in the turns there with the changeable snow, but still a clean run so far and keeping it going into these big bottom features.
Okay, let's see if he doubled it like... oh, whoa. That was the point. You need speed to double it. I hope he's okay.
Yes, going down hard.
He seems to be okay.
and lost some equipment there. We're going to take a pause and see how long it's going to take him to recover and recover his equipment. But the other highlights of the run, very strong, very cool way he hit that air. Love that pre-jump up and over.
Yeah, the landings, the snow is quite good, but we have this listed crust that take the skis, so it's not that easy for the skiers to land very clean. And of course, well, his last jump was a mistake. He missed speed to jump over all the rocks. But,
yes, as a competitor and a fan of the sport, it's just so hard to see those big crashes, and clearly impacted some rocks there. We've got as at any of these freeride competitions, the safety concerns are the very first concerns. So there's doctors at the top of the course, doctors at the bottom, ski patrols throughout, helicopters on standby, and a whole lot of protocols that go into making sure we've got the safest day possible. Hazardous out there with the rocks. Mathieu's looking like he's going to be okay, but
yeah, he seems to be okay.
But definitely a big hit there for Mathieu. So give us some time here, guys. We're gonna make sure to take the very best care of Mathieu as possible and bring you some updates on what else has been going on around the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, someone going down to join him, maybe grab the skis and then see with him how he's feeling, if he can ski back down to the finish line or if he will need help.
And yeah,
here we can see how steep it is.
Yes, exactly. The guides, interesting and challenging job, because we've got medical professionals who also need to get into extremely technical and gnarly terrain. So we can't do this job without these guys. So important to have our medical staff, our ski dudes, and Mathieu looking at his leg.
Yeah. What is nice to see him being stand up and
yeah, we don't like to speculate on what's going on up there. You take a hit like that, it's hard to even know yourself what's up. There's so much adrenaline. You know, maybe sometimes you get hurt and you can't tell with the adrenaline. Sometimes you think you broke your leg and it's actually just a bruise. It's these high intensity situations of these competitions. It's pretty real out there. But glad that somebody's with him now, and I think we might be a little while. He seems kind of worried about one leg. Like I said, don't want to speculate on what's going on, but it's good to see him moving. Good to see him interacting with these guys. But
put his skis on back, so that's great.
Big hit on only our 4th ski man of the day. You know, as a competitor, these guys are at the top, thinking about the run they're about to do, and knowing that you know, their buddy maybe just went down. They probably can't even see Mathieu. They know he's in there. They know he went down. They know it's taken a while to get him out of there. So it definitely cranks up the intensity to an even higher level when you know there's that guys are crashing, that the snow is variable. It's intense.
That's a strange feeling, effectively, when you're at the start and you have to wait because some injuries is going on. It's always a very strange feeling and hard to keep on focus and everything. For the next rider, Michael Strauss, it's his situation right now, and it was his friend Mathieu who just crashed in front of him. It's good to see him back on skis. He seems to be a bit injured, but nothing really bad, I think.
Certainly skiing under his own power.
So this is good, and for the next rider, Michael, he would be happy to see his friend crossing the finish line. That was a nice crash.
Yeah, you know, man, I just have to say, you know, as a competitor, sometimes we'll put these videos out on the internet, you know, top 10 crashes of the year. Sometimes I'm like, you know, and the people love to see it. People love to see the crashes. People love to see sweat, blood, and tears, so to speak. As a competitor, you know, these are your friends. These are guys you ski with. These are guys you do not want to see hurt. So seeing these replays, you know, sometimes, you know, people at home want to see it, but man, that just hurts to see. Hurts to see. I'm sure Mathieu's hurting worse than the rest of us, but what a tough guy, man. You could see in that replay the intensity of the impact. For him to put those skis back on and go down to the finish line takes some tough stuff. And yeah, like you said, his buddy knew he took a hit.
Yeah.
He's up there waiting. He'd probably cranked his boots down to maximum tightness, ready to drop in, and then got put on hold. And now they're telling him, get ready. It's time to go.
Okay, it's time for Michael Strauss from Austria, 29 years old. Also, top guys, getting a lot of podium on the qualifiers, even someone in Okening 2014 and 8 in Nendaz in 2018 actually.
Excellent. So an experienced rider on the Mont-Gond.
Exactly. You know the face already is on.
It's a huge advantage knowing the face.
Oh. What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. What is going on? I
something?
don't know if I've ever seen this before. Either some weird technical difficulty, or the starter yelled at him saying,
Yeah, maybe. Not
hold on,
now.
not ready, or honestly, I can't remember ever seeing anything like this before, really. I think
No, me
you're gonna have to
neither.
see.
I'm sorry. Okay, he's on.
Yes.
I don't know what's happened.
Wow, and let's see how he can recover
Yeah.
from first the injury hold, and then whatever. We'll have to get word of what happened there, but tough mentally to overcome whatever just happened for Mikael and get into a seriously charging big mountain run. Let's see what he can
Coming
do.
in the big cliff. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, once again he took this big cliff on the side, and we can see that there is this cross that can broke, and he get the cross broke under his foot, and he was a little bit too in the front, and then he has to tumble. So
Yes, exactly. He took that feature in a way nobody yet had taken it with. Some people had taken fall line. He took a really cool way of skiers left, gapped over the second stage of that cliff. But yeah, those areas where you're impacting more and not landing quite as smooth, maybe he's breaking through that crust. And we see now why Ellie is calling this the survival zone. Some frozen ice chunks, some weird snow, and that's where riders are going to be the most physically tired, going the fastest, coming into the finish line hot.
yeah, we're gonna see it again.
Yeah,
Blue
Michael,
light.
yeah, cool gap.
A little bit in the front, and then
Oh, wow, that took my breath away, honestly,
Yeah.
seeing him go headfirst towards those rocks, but luckily missed what could have been a worse situation by just a matter of centimeters. And with the run essentially over there, a really cool straight line to bring him through, but knowing it wasn't going to be enough, he's down in the finish corral with current hot seat occupant Valentin Rayner. These guys are buddies from home. It's great to nice to run into your friends at the bottom after a tumble.
for sure.
Yeah.
Next rider is Lalo Rambo from France. He's 19 years old, also a very young skier, coaching by the legend Seb Michaud from La Clusaz, and he's on course.
Excellent. Yes, as I really had mentioned, man, a lot of these guys, like we've been talking about the coaching, like all of these riders have been coached by former Freeride World Tour champions. So much experience on their side. Lalo's still a teenager, but really strong skier. He's coming into the first feature. Oh my gosh.
Okay, he seems to be okay.
Yeah, let's give him a second to gather himself here. That was a really
Big backflip, same line as
Massive.
Hugo Chura before, and in same way as Seb Michaud, his trainer.
Yeah, taking a second to gather himself. It
Back
almost
in
looked like he was like base jumping for a second there. He teed off that backflip and he got into that position and just was like flying through the air.
Yeah.
It looked like he had executed it perfectly, and then either the changeable snow or the direction he had taken set him up.
So
for some
his
sort of issue
direction
there.
was a bit too to the left, and
Yeah.
and it was a straight line this rock, so he had to slow down, and the farther way was unfortunately to crash.
Yes, exactly. It seems like that feature kind of forces you to go skiers right to avoid the rock below, but skiers right is also flat.
That's
So,
the point on that
take the
feature,
choice,
for
yeah,
sure.
straight downhill to the steeper landing and straight into the rocks or slightly right. Man, tough break because the backflip was sick, beautiful in the air, and
Let's see again, but it's huge. It's a big backflip. You know,
big
looking
backflip.
at the snow condition right now. Yeah, so it was a bit too big and too flat at the landing. So
exactly, yes, and
That's
tough
why
to
it's
see exactly what happened. You can see he had such a clear view of his landing.
yeah, but it was
He could see potentially his trajectory was off. He had to shut it down with that rock ahead of him. And man, these guys are not holding back. Imperfect conditions does not mean they're not going to be sending it. And
hit his knee on the face.
yeah, that's a good guess. Yes, exactly. Either he somehow impacted something as we lost sight of him behind that rock, or with a big flat landing like that, the knees to face is a common It's a common occurrence. These guys are tough though, man. Luckily, he's not even 20 yet, so he's got time to heal. And it sucks to see these guys bummed out down in the finish line. You want them all to win, you know.
Yeah.
And we were talking about this earlier. Like, these guys are, especially now even as a competitor, you want your friends to do well. As a commentator, seeing these crashes just bums you out. You know they're capable of such great skiing.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, Lala with a 20 points, still in 5th place. Obviously, lots of riders left, but quite a few crashes so far.
Yeah, we had quite a lot of crashes. We had a really nice run from our second rider, Valentin Reiner, at the beginning, and from that, a lot of crash. And now we go again with another French guy, Oscar Mandin from Morzine, and actually Oscar won the Nendaz Freeride qualifier for stars in 2019. So he also knows his face very well. So he's a serious competitor today. First in 2019, second in 2018. So yeah, he's a big guy coming.
Excellent. Oscar about to drop in, hitting record on that GoPro, taking a few last deep breaths.
23 years old.
Are so intense, waiting, and really the best thing is to push out of that start gate and drop in. It definitely feels a lot better to get on your skis and get the run underway. And Oscar's on course, coming down to the looker's left option. Excuse me, skier's left.
Yes. And coming back at the center of the face.
Yes, exactly. Coming into the same zone.
Same zone, yes. As everyone. Nice backflip. You see that the landing is really hard and really flat, so it's hard to land it perfectly. But he made it. Right direction. And then it's continue. Nice fluidity on this little steep couloir.
Yes, exactly. Continuing with his run, I think he knows he had a bit of an issue there on the backflip, so it's going to be interesting to see how committed he remains to the rest of his run. Still setting up a huge 360 on the
huge 360 at the bottom.
Second to last feature. There's more left, and this feature on most years is one of the favorites of competitors. You can see how that looks like almost impossible to snow to land it, and he still put it to his feet. Really strong skiing.
Really strong skiing from Oscar. Nice features. Little trouble on landings, but a really nice line. And I really like the way he was skiing. He was really charging, and I think that's the key today. We have a kind of strange snow, and you must be on it on every second if you wanna.
Yes.
If you wanna stay on fit.
Interesting to see how back to back out of these laps and keep the flow going all the way to the bottom. So standing by for scores, giving some updates to his buddies. He probably knows he's not done quite enough to be in the top, but man, it's not giving it up easy to anybody. So it's still wide open up there.
Must be it was a great run, nice skiing, and okay.
Yes, exactly. So as he came down that middle section, this middle section is giving people so much trouble, but it does seem to be the highest potential.
65.3, third place for Oscar. Must be a bit disappointing for sure, because, but he made mistakes, so.
Yes, sure. And so it'll be a question of who can put a clean run down through that big gnarly stuff. I think
that's the point today.
Or will everybody that go in there get bucked and Valentin stay at the top through the
next rider is Øystein Asheim, a Norwegian guy, 26 years old. He used to compete in Nanda before in 2021 on the Freeride qualifier 3 stars last week, actually. And I don't know him at all. Never heard really about him, but
I see he's got some shared sponsors with you know Helly Hansen, and maybe you've done some skiing in his home country of Norway, and he's on course.
He is on course.
And coming down, looks like got some similar ideas as the previous riders, kind of trending in towards the middle section. Wow, this is gnarly. Even that small air, which would normally be inconsequential, there's so many hazards in the run out. It's so much variable snow. You really have to be on it.
The central getting in this.
It's a beautiful feature. Cool drop. narrow and steep landing, very aesthetic. And man, look at his legs and his skis
Yeah, look
moving.
at the skis, how they move, and that's where you see that the snow is not that easy. And,
extremely strong
okay.
skiing to deal with the changeable snow there. Wow. And you know, a lot of times we see these Scandinavian skiers, such as the Norwegians and the Swedes, just so strong on variable snow. I don't know if it's training at home on any conditions you find, but you know, I am not afraid to say I would not have been able to deal with that snow. Incredibly strong stuff at full speed through some extremely gnarly snow and big drops. Beautiful run from Øystein.
Yeah.
Potentially lacking the freestyle elements we've seen from some of the other riders, but with all the riders going down, maybe it's going to turn out to be the strategy to ski clean, and that is just what Øystein did. Really cool feature there.
Yeah.
Going
nice control there.
maximum speed out of there that you have to control. Wouldn't really
Just
call that a
landed the hole.
back slap. Landed in a bit of a hole, but
Yeah.
again, his strength brought him through. Came out clean. Looks like we're potentially missing another piece of a pole up on the bench. I think he's got half a pole maybe in his left hand, but
Yeah, half a pole, yeah.
yeah, this mountain is chewing up equipment and competitors a little bit, but these guys are rising to the occasion nonetheless.
Next rider is Jonas Mona from Switzerland, and I don't know where is he exactly from, but he's from Switzerland. Great experience, many 4-stars qualifiers for him, many top 5 already, so can be a nice and good run. And it's all mountain.
Yes, nice. Jonas, I mean, it's great to see this mix of competitors. We've got some 19-year-olds. Jonas, I think he's 33 years old.
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
correct? And a ton of experience. Some guys who have advanced to the 2- and 3-star competitors. So the level is really high throughout, but everybody's kind of come through a different path to get here. You've still got a varied group of riders. And Jonas dropping in on Mont-Gond.
Yeah. He won actually a 4-star event in Les Arcs in 2018. And he's going really fast. Starting very fast, big fluidity for this beginning of the run. Gating.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, so there we go. That's the cliff people have been trying to backflip. He took it straight and stomped it. Maybe a really great strategic choice there.
With a lot of speed, nice fluidity.
Yeah.
And he'll have his way of landing, the same landing as Hugo before.
Yes, incredible. Such an obscure and precise line, yet multiple competitors finding it. I think that just points to their experience here. They know which lines work. Another big air there, and he's not done yet. The final feature.
No, really strong rider, actually. Nice fluidity, very speed. You see that he knows where he's going to. He knows what he wants to.
Exactly.
No freestyle things, but a very interesting speed and a really clean line today.
Solid run. He's in the finish
very
corral.
solid run. Yeah.
This air was massive.
Yeah, that air was massive.
And the landing is...
And you see that the landing is really hard, actually. And once again, this very technical cliff where you have to be on the right direction, of course.
Yeah, so many little moments here. You see he's literally got centimeters on either side. You know, sometimes with his face more filled in, there's more space for people, but it's the way these cliffs work, you got to hit the takeoff and the landing so precisely. There's really only one line on some of these features, so maybe it's a benefit to be early. We're going to see some repetitions on some of these lines, and a 75.33 putting him in 3rd place. It's a pretty good score. 75. See how it holds in there through the rest of the pack, but man, incredibly strong. Huge air in the middle, huge stomps, and again, just impressed by the level of these guys.
A little guy from home.
Oh, really? Tell us.
It's Sims. Yes, Didier Virgil, actually, from Chamonix. And he's a young guy, he's 20 years old only, just finished in the 8th place on the Freeride qualifier, 3 stars a few days ago here in Nendaz. So let's see how this.
Nice, excellent. another talented rider from Cham. Virgile is on course. Anytime I see those guys stomping their feet in the start gate, you know they're pumped up. You know they got the blood pumping. You know they're going to throw down something big. It's coming in fast and fluid into the first features on Mont-Gond.
Once again, this same drop, not the same direction. He took it kind of straight line.
Wow, really interesting technique there. You see he's not carving these turns, these speed checks
really
into an insane double. Wow.
Yeah, super nice double, well controlled behind that.
So sick. And yeah, adjusting his technique, adjusting his line to the conditions, extremely strong stomps.
And the big double. That was also a great line. It's not finished. Maybe the last.
Wow, Virgile is putting one down. Sick skiing so far. Almost over the handlebars on the final feature, but holding it together and into survival zone with some heat.
Yeah, really nice skiing, very fast, great fluidity, really nice technical double drop in the middle, and then good speed to overdrop.
So sick. So. That was a classic big mountain line. No elements of freestyle, but huge airs, critical moments to get control, link into the next feature. And how are you supposed to do a trick in terrain? Look at this. Triple drop, huge
that
air.
Was really nice. And the snow doesn't seem very easy at the landing, and he has been super strong.
This is the
last drop.
Dangerous double drop. Takes it with enough speed to find an amazing, nice steep landing down there, and he's got to be feeling good right now as he waits for his scores. That was sick.
Yeah, very, very nice run for Virgile. Impressive. And once again, he takes second place with 85 points. You see, that's great run. And yeah, once again, 20 years old.
Yes, congrats to Didier, sitting in second behind our current leader, and we're going to keep the action going back up to the top.
So next we have the Swedish 24 years old Mans Force Karlstrand. Karlstrand?
I think it's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, seems to be like that. He just won. He won a Freeride qualifier in Nanda in 2018. It was a 2-star event. And yeah, so also a young kid, 24 years old. Not a young kid, but still not too old on the tracks of Raine Bergeret, Christopher Tudel. We know that this Swedish school of freeriding is always impressive, and they are changing a lot. So he is on.
Yes, exactly. As Aurelien was saying, the Swedish riders, such a strong representation, so technically sound, and also bringing freestyle.
Really nice 360 before coming on this big cliff.
Oh, wow. He linked that incredibly together. It almost looked like he was off his line the way he went through those rocks, but it clearly was intentional. It set him up for that next feature perfectly. He can barely even keep up. The hits keep coming. Wow.
Really impressive by his capacity to control his speed. Huge 360 here, unfortunately.
Unfortunate crash on the 3.
You see at the end of this couloir, there's those kind of really compact snow, and if you broke through the crust, then it's drama. But it was nice. It was a great run until there.
Yes, glad
fluidity,
Mons
tricks.
Okay, he's given us the wave, which is the I'm okay signal. And until that point, that was a heater of a run, combining freestyle into an almost impossible looking turn in horrible snow and rocks to another big air with style. This next sequence too is just incredible.
Yeah, and that's huge 360 and pretty well landed actually, but
maybe took it 2 or 3 meters further than intended, but man, hate to see him go down after a run that was looking like a potential podium finish, but sick riding.
Missy skis, but he seems to be okay, so that's a good news.
I believe he's giving us the all okay wave. We've got ski dudes, we like to call them, waiting on the ridge line. They drop into the venue to recover gear when we've got a yard sale or a dropped piece of equipment like that. So we'll be back underway shortly. But man, we're talking about these Swedish skiers, and you can just see, the way they can hit a huge air and then go straight into like just a perfect GS turn. Just reminds me of Reina and Christopher Turdell, like you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, it has
So
been the same for all the Swedish riders. If I remember, like Kajsa Krissen or Henrik Winstedt, but the same. Like they are super strong and technical skiers, and they have this ability to land huge cliffs, and a meter after,
within
they are back on skis and turning GS
split
turns.
second onto this classic, perfectly executed alpine turn. Something you also are really good at, if I may say so myself. Something I think I need to practice. Maybe I need to ski with the Swedes more. Actually, I think I'm going to head to Engelberg next week.
Okay.
It's a bit of a Swedish enclave there, and most of the Swedes from the Freeride World Tour, they're training currently, so I think maybe I'll go follow them around and maybe pick up some secrets of how exactly you hit 10-meter air into bad snow and turn it into a perfect turn immediately following.
You'll find the secret with the further. They are the one.
For a while, I thought it was maybe Dynastar skis, as you and Reina were always on those. But some people, ski different skis now, and you can still do it.
That was helping also, and we have been training together a lot.
You switch skis, you can still do it. So I guess it's not the equipment.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just the amount of vertical skied. I feel like you go somewhere like Chamonix, you ski the cable car 20 laps a day. All of a sudden, you got 20,000 meters of vertical.
Yeah, of course, the Chamonix terrain is impressive for that, and of course create like a big and technical skiers. But they are from Auray.
Je vous entends. Hi again, Valentin. You still here? Yeah. What is your feeling about to see the other riders?
Everybody's sending it big, and that's how it should be at a 4-star competition. And yeah.
Are you confident to stay here?
We'll see. Don't want to say anything about that.
And do you think that the snow will a bit change now?
I don't think so. Really, like the snow on the Lucas right side is like really good, so you can stomp huge cliffs. But on the left side and in the central Colorado, it's a little bit more icy and less snow. But like there are still some good lines possible.
Vadek, tu as une petite question pour Valentin?
Thank you so much, Cindy. We love hearing from these guys down in the Finnish area, and I am loving Valentine's vibe.
Are you 100% proud of what you did, or did you preview to do something else at the end again?
Yeah, I lost the pole, so I wanted to trick or do a back here over the last one, but maybe it was the better decision to go straight. So, who knows?
Yeah, we think so too. Thanks,
Yes, love it. Love to hear from these guys. Thank you, Cindy. And man, I love this kid's vibe. I was told to watch out for him by some friends on the FWQ, Valentine Rayner. He skis with Tao, one of the Freeride World Tour riders, and they've got a similar vibe. He's like so mellow, even though he's in the hot seat and threw down the sickest run so far.
Yeah.
And apparently he wanted to go harder. He said, I had another trick plan.
That's what he was saying. He wanted to go for a back here or a 360 on the last one. But once again, he said that it was a better decision. Next rider is Paul Danton. Paul Danton, Swiss rider, local rider actually, and 20 years old again, really young kids, but a big experience already. Many victories on 2nd and 3 stars event. Yes, nice to see him today coming on this big cliff with a lot of speed.
Yes, exactly. Paul is a rider I've been following for years. He was successful as a junior. He's come up through the qualifiers. He's so experienced despite only being 20 years old. And a new, interesting, amazing transfer there.
Yeah, that's a Drew style.
Oh, thank you.
Style.
Yes, a cross-hill transfer from one section to another. And unfortunately,
just crashed.
Going down slightly. He was in this situation of going maybe 80 kilometers an hour there from turn to turn through some of the toughest snow on the face. And it looked like he was going to pull it, and then unfortunately went down. Not a big tumble, but he knows it was a loss of control that's going to knock him back. That was intense. He was going.
Yeah, it was intense. And at the
fast.
point today, hard to control the speed, and that's what happened to him. But looking at his really nice transfer that he did, that of course, remember you Drew, because you're the master on that, on finding and creating lines.
Thank you. Let's see if we see a view of that. It's really cool. He found this line nobody else hit. Maybe this is a past line. We'll have to check with Ellie, but cool taking it from skiers left to skiers right, and then full speed into the gnar and this gnarly snow. Look at the texture. Look at the ability to even keep it together as long as he did. Cat-like, but just too gnarly in there to keep it going. Unfortunate for Paul.
Yeah, a little backseat on the landing, then he lost a little bit of time to slow down, and then he took too much speed. So hard for him, but it was well done and well ski and with great intention.
Yes, you can see the disappointment in his body language. He knows he can do better. He's been committed to the sport for years already, and you can be sure we'll see him again. He's not the type to have one bad result and give it up. He's going to be back. And now another rider, really excited to see what this guy's up to.
Yes, new Swede on top, David Deliv, 25 years old. Also great experience, I can see here, competing since 2016 on different qualifier. So, yeah.
Yes, David, like Camille Armand and Hugo, also on the Freeride World Tour this year, but here for the 4-star, looking to build some other results and other experience into his resume. And he's on course, coming down the left and into the middle section. Cannot wait to see what David has. I've seen him do some incredible backflips, incredible combinations of big mountain and freestyle this year. And as expected, the backy.
Yeah, once again, this backy there is like seems to be really hard to land. You land sideways of the hill, and it's quite a bit flat. So
yes, exactly. It's a massive air above quite a bit of complicated terrain. So although we don't always see the pulled out view of this face, if these guys blow it there, they're going to take quite a tumble into some other consequential terrain. So ton of courage, ton of commitment to even be attempting that, and that backflip is eating people up early in.
No, it's impressive. They are charging, they are pushing, and of course we won't point without taking any risk about trying things. So that's what they are trying to do. And but of course, this backflip up there seems to be really hard to land. And
yes, David into the finish area. Another competitor with a pretty big issue in his run. A lot of crashes so far. Not a serious or bad crash, but it's just a funky angle on that landing.
Yeah, exactly.
Got to go pretty big to get that backflip around, but then out past that zone, it just turns parking lot flat. These guys are strong enough to do it. You just have to be perfectly balanced to pull off that landing. David Deliv with a 45.00, 7th place. Just kind of speaks to how many crashes have occurred. He's still in 7th. Bummed for David. Bummed for all these guys that have crashed. You know they can do better, but man, it is a tough day up there. Not for everybody. Some clean runs going down, so we know it's possible.
Johnson Alessandro is next rider, bib number 31 from Switzerland. Very experienced rider, also 27 years old, and is on course.
Alessandro. So many similar lines going down. Let's see if he's going to bite off the same section the previous riders have been going into, or if he's going to find something new for us.
He knows the Mont-Gond well. He ended up 4th on the 4-star qualifier a few years ago, 2 years ago. Nice little 360, unfortunately missed his landing.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I would call it more than just a little 360.
Sorry.
It was sick. It was that air a lot of people have hit, and he took that back takeoff with a nice sort of poppy trajectory. But yeah, caught up in the landing, and now continuing this line nonetheless into this sick section that we saw one of the snowboard competitors take. You know, I think that section is doable. Nobody's pulled it off yet, but it definitely has potential.
Yeah.
If figure it out
The
just
snow
right.
seems to be quite nice, actually,
Yeah.
in that place. And,
Yeah, it's got that nice texture, which is somehow the best snow up there.
Yeah.
Which is tough run again for Alessandro. Man, this venue is not giving it up easy. A couple issues on his run. Really good intention. Beautiful 360 in the air. Cool technical section below. But yeah, challenging throughout.
It's hard to see a lot of rider being on his feet all the way to the bottom. Of course, due maybe to this changing snow, and they have to consider that to control the speed.
Yeah, a multi-stage crash there. Lucky he was able to arrest the speed before crashing into any other rocks, but knew he had to arrest. Continued with his line.
Really nice.
Yeah, I would
features
love
here.
to see somebody
Yeah.
grease this thing. What do you think?
Yeah, that's really nice.
Beautiful
nice feature,
section,
beautiful. The snow seems to be good, and yeah, we will see.
Courageous attempt there, Alessandro.
12th place for Jose Alessandro, 15 points. Must be the missing, of course.
Yeah. Valentin from Austria still in the hot seat. And
Yeah, beep number 2 actually, still in the hot seat. And now we have Solan Desjouy, French guy, 30 years old, huge experience, second in 2019 here in Nendaz. So a great competitor too to come, and he's on course.
Sick, yeah, looking forward to Solan's run. These experienced competitors know just what they want to do on this face. They've ridden it before. Maybe they've got a bone to pick with a line they didn't land in the past. Maybe they know just where they want to go. This feature is what a stomp on that thing.
That was a Swedish stomp.
Exactly. It looked unreasonably huge and flat, and he just stomped it perfectly into another sick feature. Solid skiing from
Solid skiing, exactly.
so far. Wow.
Fast fluidity, big jumps through big mountain skiers.
Whoa!
Hard landing there. You see that the bottom of the face, the snow is a lot harder than at the top. But
Yes. It seems to be like the top half is excellent snow in some sections, really challenging in the middle. Had like a one leg out to the side, but not an actual backslap or crash. And otherwise, incredibly strong skiing. That middle air was absolutely massive and absolutely stopped. You can see he's stoked.
yeah, he seems to be really happy, but it has to be. That was massive hair and perfectly landed.
Wow, yeah, textbook 4-point landing, both poles, both feet, no backslap.
Yeah.
This section's really cool. Such beautiful imagery there. You can see how tight the terrain is and how challenging the snow is. Skis chattering, still keeping it fluid. Actually, it looks like maybe in the air is the best place to be today. But eventually you got to come back down to earth. That is when stuff gets crazy, man.
Yeah, really nice line for Solan. Must be happy. Third place, 83 points.
83,
So,
excellent for Solan.
Great day. He has a smile.
Yes,
and,
he's stoked.
that's great.
Loves to see it, man. Love to see these big stomps. And this guy's obviously got the tunes cranking. He looks ready to go.
Yeah, it's Andreas Neurotter, Austrian guy, 24 years old, and of course, must be super motivated. Sorry for that.
Yes, another Austrian. Man, one of the powerhouse ski nations of the world. Skiing's the national sport. Alpine racers, of course, but freeride also so strongly represented. Past champions, as well as these future stars, and just such great mountains there. Actually, I'm headed there next week, going to Fieberbrunn for the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah.
And can't wait. Just love skiing in Austria. Love the passion for skiing, the amount of skiing everywhere, the amount of skiers. It's big in France, it's big in Switzerland, but Austria lives and breathes skiing. And let's see what Andreas has for us.
Andreas is on, just finished 7th place 3 days ago here on the 3-star comp here in Nendaz. Little 360
Yes,
here.
a 360. I think it's okay to say a smaller 360 on that one. It wasn't the big feature, but he fit in a feature where other people hadn't even hadn't even used yet, so he's already stacking up these hits. 360 up top, straight airs that drop, controls the speed where some people got eaten up. He's continuing with his run, slightly more skiers left than that big middle feature.
Coming in that nice little zone that we have seen before.
Yes, and no one has executed this successfully yet. Let's see if he's got the code to crack this feature. Not yet. A better effort. He seemed to catch a better part of the landing, but the slough he had started himself was running so strongly that I think maybe it blinded him a little bit to what was below. And then, yeah, an issue just below that. But Andreas is okay. He looks pretty stoked, although he's probably bummed about the crash.
Yeah,
but
must be bummed, but he's okay. That's a good point. It was a nice try, and we hope to see someone landing that's nice little features later on.
Yes, we need a name for that. Text Aurelian, he's checking his phone. Do you have a name for this feature?
I don't know. We love to put names everywhere. Why?
Okay, top 360, nice. Love him adding that feature where other people had to come straight into this first drop of his. So a really good beginning to his run. That thing is getting tracked out and harder to land by the minute, but still holding it together. And then this.
And he also lost the ski pole, actually. So they're sending a ski down now.
Yeah, you can see how much slough is running.
Yeah.
And although we haven't had snow for so long, you know, we get a lot of slough on these steep sections where he's gone rock climbing for a moment.
Yeah, that's where he lost his pole.
Yeah, he dropped the pole, so we're gonna have a ski dude recover the pole for Andreas. waiting for scores. This will be back in the pack. 22.33 and 12th place. You know, obviously bummed. Looks like he's still got the good spirit and a cool attempt at that line that I want to see landed. Man, I need my creativity hat on here to name this thing. I'm sure somewhere at home somebody's shouting out and has the perfect name for it.
You will find it.
I'm just going to call it the Dirty Waterfall.
Okay. Let's do it. Nice. Actual ranking.
Yeah, actual ranking.
So we have Rainer Valentin, this BIP number 2, who came out with an incredible run, 2 big 360s and nice fluidity. With the big double at the end, leading with a few points in advance. Actually, I think that more than 4 points, like 89 something. So impressive run from Rainer, and then following by Didier Virgile, another solid run, and Solan Desjouet, with for the moment current 3rd place. And no, we have quite a good spectacle today, huh?
Amazing stuff. A lot of crashes, and those top 3 do really stand out in my head. Those number 2 and number 3 were like just incredibly hard charging big mountain runs. Valentin had risen above with some very technical big mountain stuff, plus the freestyle. And as in snowboard men, the second rider out of the gate sat in the hot seat the entire category. Ludo took the win. Yeah. Valentin dropped second and is still in first place. See if he can hold on with that 89
all the
points.
way. We'll see.
And
as you say, there is quite a lot of crashes this year, but there is also that nobody have been racing a lot. And nobody have been racing a lot, and they are really they have this wish of pushing. Okay, back again in the race with Nils Versen, Swedish guy, 23 years old, and just finished 12 on the qualifier, 3 stars a few days ago here in Nendaz, and
going down early on his first feature of the 360, and taking a little pause here. Looks like he's totally fine, but probably just pretty bummed. It was only a few seconds into the run, and the run is over. You know, this is these decisions you take, picking your line, like, do I do a trick early, and how much risk do you take at the top versus the bottom? And sometimes it pays off, but sometimes a little issue up top, and all of a sudden your run is over, and you've only been on course for a few seconds. You're like, what happened? Bummed for...
It's alright, Vicky, and as I say, nobody has competed a lot this year, and so they all want to go on very hard and push on this comp, and that's certainly one reason why we have that much crashes also.
Yeah, I agree.
That's snow, and really that's snow, because we ski the face this morning, and it's like super tricky, and one turn is really good, the second one is like crusty snow, so
yes, exactly.
There is many
exactly.
things
Yeah, it's a really good point. You know, normally these guys have had multiple competitions to this point in the season. Since some of them did the 2 and the 3-star. For the highest ranked guys, this is the first 4-star of the year, the first event of the year. You got to get those butterflies out. You don't know how it's going to feel as you come out of the starting gate on that first event, and on a day like this with the tough snow, it's harder still. So let's see how it went for Nils. Another rider choosing to go with a freestyle move up high on his run. Over-rotated ever so slightly, caused that crash. So almost over before it started. So bummed for the young Swede. Coming with 10 points. But, you know, hopefully we're going to have a couple more 4-stars in Europe this year. These guys are going to have another chance or two, as long as everything goes according to plan. So he'll be back up there soon.
Next rider is ready, Maxime Pezet from France. He's coming straight from the junior, so he's just 19 years old, actually, newcomer. He won the junior in 2019 here in Nendaz, actually, and he's on course.
Excellent. Wow. You see him adjust in the air as he was heading towards a rock and was able to avoid the rock. A huge stomp.
Huge stomp, exactly. Trying to control now down this couloir.
This is an amazing run so far. He's got it pinned like right to the perfect amount of intensity. Each air is just on the verge of too much air, too much speed, but he's just keeping it in control, keeping the fluidity up. Obviously lining up another feature too as he comes down into the bottom third of the course. He's further riders right.
Went a bit too fast on this last one where the snow is super hard at the bottom. Disappointing because his landing was surprising and super strong on the landing all the way. Big jumps, nice fluidity. But unfortunately a bit too much at the bottom.
Yes, exactly. Like I was saying, he had the intensity dial set just about right the entire run, and then maybe as these riders get into the bottom features, they gotta turn it down 1 or 2 clicks because the snow just keeps getting even more challenging as he heads down.
We've seen many riders taking that last drop, but everyone was quite slowed down before a lot, and it just went full speed, and so it went a lot
absolutely
very far from the others.
Fearless approach to that last feature. Wow. So, just a note to our viewers at home, our producer just said you can't hear Aurélien Ducrot, and I really hope that's not true, but maybe Alicia can get back to me with more on that. And in the meantime, let's talk about our next rider, Julien Prévost, out of France.
Yes, Julien Prévost, bib number 36. 30 years old, so experienced rider. Once again competing since 2013, actually the first result I have from him. 10 in Nendaz here in 2018, so big rider to come, huge experience, and he knows that face well. So
yes, rider is on course, Julien Prévost. Super fast out of the gate. He's looking fired up. I saw him adjusting his mouth guard. You know somebody's serious when he's got their mouth guard in. I used one year. Kind of hard to breathe, but it's definitely a good idea. These big hits like he's about to hit here on this drop.
Took it very slowly.
Yes, a different approach. Instead of going full speed out to the flats, thought he would look for more transition. Still a challenging landing. It's just a tough feature this year. I think these guys are used to seeing that as in a very frequently hit every year at this event. And it's just not the same this year. But they're still stepping up to those big lines. And Julien continuing down, strong skiing through that middle section.
Yeah, in control. Getting.
Yes, a popular feature there as well, and stomping it out. You can tell it's a gotta stop talking about how challenging the snow is. It's not news to anybody at this point, but it's true. It's hard snow. These guys are using all of their physical abilities to ski powerfully through this tough stuff, and a nice clean run there. He's coming all the way down to the fish corral with a good run under his belt. So as we looked at that run, almost seemed like it was lacking something, but then again, so many people have crashed.
Yeah,
it's just smart skiing, you know. He's got some clean stomps. I guess he did have an issue on this one here.
Yeah, that's the point. Of course, it's a big cliff. It's hard to land. It's a bit flat, but once again, speed is always help you to land really nicely. So
that's true.
Was missing a bit of speed on this first one. That's why his landing was a bit hard. But then he has clean skiing. You feel that he really wants you to make it all the way down.
Yeah, it's got to be
without any crashing.
One of the more exhausting. Sorry, missed your score there, Jillian. Shoot, there's some bad commentating on my part. But a man a lot of us have been waiting to see, Ben Richards. I've been hearing about this guy from everybody. Not to put a lot of pressure on the dude, but he's got a reputation as one of the hottest skiers on the Freeride World qualifier.
Yes,
right.
Ben Richard, 21 years old, only from New Zealand, and he's in full confidence because he just won the 3 stars 2 days ago here in Nendaz, so he's someone to follow today.
Yes, on course, Ben Richards, a member of like the incredibly talented squad of Kiwis. A right side 360, perfectly executed, not even a hesitation or bobble. Really
nice fluidity, really nice technical.
And fluid, yeah, wow. Added a 360 and a feature above that big drop. Stomped perfectly. You can see why he's got a reputation and a solid resume so far.
Yeah, you can see the control on everything, on the landing, on the speed control, everything is in control.
Yes.
It's really nice to see him
Checking
skiing.
the judging boxes of the skiing and the airs and the fluidity, everything is coming together for him. Taking a
nice
different
little hair like this.
Approach
really
to this
nice. Nice save.
Wow.
Really nice save on this really nice feature that we haven't seen yet.
Incredible, incredible
really cool
run. So he took a different line off that middle feature, got a little bucked, but pulled it off and then finished strong. So into the finish corral, Ben Richards. Wow, I was loving that run.
Yeah,
One
very solid.
small issue.
One small issue, but very solid one. You really see that he's in control of everything, about his speed, about his jump, about his landing, and it's really, really nice to see. It must have been so much pleasure.
These
to do.
combinations of things. You saw the 360 to the small jump, to the air, to the big jump, to this crazy double that no one else has hit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just a little backseat, but no backslap, so I hope judges.
Yes, and a strong finish on that last.
That's a podium run for sure.
Monster air. Aurelian is calling it out. He says podium run for sure. So when we think about the top 3, we've got those 2 high intensity big mountain runs sitting in second and third, like from Virgile, from Solon. Got Valentine in the top spot. Oof, it is going to be tough to fit him in there. Excellent skiing, a ton of points, and one small issue. Judges have their work cut out for him. But man, you can see why Ben has so much buzz around him. You can just see a certain sort of like quality to his skiing, the way he combined features. It's like a video game. He's just bouncing from one thing to the next. He just knew what was ahead so well. His foresight, his freestyle. Like, he had so many elements going for him there. His kid's
waiting his score.
You know, my guess is the judges are going to need a second.
Yeah, of course they must need a second because. So next rider, Andreas Jenevine, will have to wait a little bit to have the judges ready. Austrian rider actually coming, 25 years old. competing since, yeah, actually not that much. Like the first result I have is from 2019 from him, and someone on 2 stars event, actually. So.
Yep, cool. So potentially newer rider up there in the starting gate. Sometimes you gotta wait.
Okay, 3rd place for Ben Richards, actually taking Solan off the podium, but he's well there.
84.33, yes, 3rd place for Ben.
And he's really close actually from Virgil also. So, but it was a really nice riding, in control, and happy to see him on the podium.
Yes, sick line.
For the moment,
just brought it all together. And
time for Andreas to go. Austrian guy, 25 years old. And up, no, not yet.
We saw one awkward false start earlier. I never got the full story on that. Maybe it was I forgot to press record on my GoPro. I don't know what happened, but Andreas trying to stay in the moment, keeping the blood pumping, and he's finally dropping in to his run on Mont-Gond.
Seems to have quite a lot of freestyle.
Wow.
Very fast, very solid, beginning of run with a nice 360.
360 with about, one split second and 2 meters to prepare for that next drop.
Yeah.
It's fearless, doing tricks above other features that are coming at you.
Coming into that little, coming to a big cliff here.
Not afraid. Beautiful
well
approach to that. Yeah. He redirected ever so slightly to catch the best angle at landing. Just really skillful line choice.
And then you see how hard it is to control the speed, but really nice and big jump at the end.
Okay, so Andreas coming into survival zone faster than maybe any other competitor so far.
Must be the one who spent the less time on the face, actually.
I think so.
Yeah, super fast. I think so. Nice fluidity.
I don't have any Swift swatches with me, but if we had timing, I'm pretty certain you're correct over the fastest run of the day.
Yeah.
Was able to fit freestyle in at the top. And then 2 massive airs.
Yeah, that was a massive one. And then he has been really strong in controlling his speed on this couloir.
Wow.
Strong skier.
You know, these are
very strong skier.
These skis he's on, they've got like 3 sheets of metal in them. You can see him bending like they're made out of rubber or paper or something. It's like so much force, these huge airs, this changeable snow. And it's just one of those days where there's a lot of crashes and some good runs, and I think it's hard. Sometimes it looks easier than it is, and I think today might be the opposite. It looks hard.
It looks
hard.
When you look at the footage, it looks like powder and like it looks really nice. But once again, it's not easy to ski, and there's a lot of changing.
When we see those slow motions and we see these skis vibrating and bending and the legs like working like pistons. Like
top 5 for Jevan Andreas.
Yes, sorry, 81.
Must be his best result actually. I have his result here and on 4 stars, never did better than top 30 or something like that. So standing in 5th position now is super well deserved. Nice game. Next rider, BIP 39, is a French guy, Jean-Baptiste Ripper. Actually, I don't know where is he from. I don't know everyone.
Come on, Erlen. Don't you know everyone in France?
But it's wrote on his helmet. He's coming from Serge Chevalier.
Helpful.
Thank you for that. 13 placed on the 3 stars qualifier 2 days ago in Nendaz. So great rider to come in confidence. 27 years old.
So, what do you think? We're going to see a backflip as he's on course. Sometimes you see this neck roll in the gate to warm up.
It's hard to say when you don't know the guy.
Sometimes it's just warming up, but sometimes it's like, we're going to see a backflip.
Nice little twist
solid
at the
and
top.
clean
Solid,
skiing.
very clean skiing at the top. Coming into this
Big Mac
cheeseburger
cheeseburger
on the side.
Yeah, smart approach there. That cliff has eaten a lot of people up. Taking the smaller option, allowing him to control the speed, shut it down,
Coming
and get
to
over.
This double, triple. Oh, nice landed.
Wow.
And then a speed check.
Incredibly critical right turn there as he came out of that big feature.
And going straight all the way to the finish line, actually.
Survival zone skiing, going full speed. And he holds it together to the finish line. Well, another fast run. I guess we'd have to see the clock because that might rival the previous run for speed. So fast top to bottom. Oh, man, that was sick. Another good run. We had a bunch of crashes in a row, and now we're starting to see some people stomp some runs.
Yeah, it was a clean run at the top, and really nice features here with this kind of triple landing. And then
crazy,
he has been strong because controlling the speed then behind that is not that easy, and but he make it well. So
yes, exactly. It was back seat a little bit, not quite a back slap. It was almost like he somehow executed that right turn on the tail of his ski. The ski was bending so radically. Super sick line, that triple to right hand turn in that snow is
missing few features, but I must be happy with the great run.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. A few riders have had more features, but with all the crashes, it's anybody's game today, man. It can really go any way. It comes down so much to experience. The decisions you make in the morning, what you decide to do up there, reading the snow.
Top 10 for Jean-Baptiste Ripper, 9th place for the moment, 63.33 points. He seems to be happy. That's great for him. Next rider now. Next rider is Maxime Sablos from Swiss. Maxime actually is a kite surf world champion, okay, and a junior freeride world tour world champion.
Yes.
Yeah,
another rider.
So another exceptional sportman on the water and on skis. So yeah, looking forward to see his riding. Actually, he gets third place a few days ago on the 3-star in Nendaz. So strong skier. And only 19 years old.
Yes, that is so sick. Yeah, another rider whose reputation precedes him. I've been hearing about him as well. I guess he just won a kite surfing world pro in Brazil. Now he's back in Switzerland, dropping in on the Mont-Gond for his run on the Nendaz Freeride 4-star. And
nice 360 here at the top. Nice fluidity through the rocks.
Yes, cool.
Super nice backflip.
Yeah, linking features together, adding 360 to small air, 2 backflip, good skiing in between. Putting it together, clearly knows what it takes.
Take the transfer.
Nice transfer. Oh yeah, just like great decision making in my opinion so far. He's planned this out so well to match the terrain and the snow. And we'll see if he can keep it together as the snow continues to get more challenging as he comes down towards the bottom of the venue.
Nice run from really nice runs coming to his last feature, and a
puts
huge
it all on the
back
table with the backy.
There you go. That was huge. He's an incredible kid, 19 years old.
Wow.
2 backflip, 1 360. Well, as you say, he's an incredible sportman, an incredible skier, and what he did today, once again, is just huge.
Okay, very impressive run. I think he maybe impressed himself.
Yeah.
And as he catches his breath here, chats with the current leader. Current leader's probably wondering, am I going to be sitting in this seat? Because that run was incredible.
Yeah, it was well skied. Tricks were incredible, and this light backflip is big one.
Yeah,
like 360 gear at the top.
60 spots is landing so critical here. You've got these crazy other shark tooths right ahead of you. Backflip number 1.
Yes.
There's another one down lower.
One
landed like nothing, like it was not even a thing at all. So easy looking. And here we go.
That was a huge one, and very well landed, and we have seen people going fast on that and crashes, and he landed this perfect.
Man, very impressive. Yes, as we were saying, he's coming down. He had a good run going. 1 feature left. Is he gonna play it safe? Is he gonna ski down to the finish line? No, he's not gonna play it safe. He's gonna do a massive backflip on a cliff that tons of other people have crashed on.
93.33, the new leader.
And that's the payoff. 93.33.
It's going to be hard to take him, to take the lead now. Impressive run from Maxime.
Incredible from Maxime.
Incredible.
Okay, winning in kite surfing competitions. Now sitting in the hot seat. Freeride World Qualifier. That was an amazing run. Sorry to Valentin, taking a walk away from the hot seat, still in second place. And it's not over.
And it's not over at all. So next rider now, it's Adrien Hildenbrandt, 30 years old, Swiss guy.
Yep, 5th to last competitor, so running out of people that can unseat these top guys. But yeah, like I said, it's not over. Still some extremely talented and motivated guys up there in the start gate.
Yeah, he's been competing many times here, is Nendaz actually. I've seen him from 2012 actually competing here, so he must know that place.
Oh, since 2012, that's like almost as long as me.
Yeah.
Nice, Adrian. Adrian Hildebrand. Love seeing these guys stay on the tour for a long time. You know, it's just like a family thing, you know? So much fun skiing with your friends. So intense during these competition days. And these moments of dropping in as he comes on course.
It's on for Adrien.
It's definitely peak adrenaline, but man, it's so fun sharing these experiences with the other riders. It's what keeps guys like him and myself doing it for a long time. Really solid skiing in what looks like brutal snow.
Coming on the big cliff. Whoa, okay. Perfect landing actually. Must hit his knee maybe.
Yep. A little speed check to slow it down a little bit, but well played to make sure he could stomp it. And
yeah, and it's a strong skier.
Yeah, another big air, sick. Oh my gosh!
I don't know what's happened really. Like it seems that the snow break under his foot as.
That was a very strange crash. I believe he's fine aside from the skis off. But yeah, definitely maybe.
He seems to be okay.
One of the weirder crashes I think I've ever seen. Yeah, like you said, it's like he penetrated into the snow somehow, and got like hit a tripwire right at knee height, and it just.
Yeah. Sometimes
we talk about punching into a landing in punchy snow and flipping over, but that was next level. That was next level punch front.
Yeah.
That was intense.
Yeah, that was intense. Sure.
Too bad too. Had a smart run going. Had a nice run going. Maybe like knocked the wind out of himself a little bit. He's okay, but yeah, just
take it brief.
Looked again. Like no big deal. Like he lined that up. Smartly, didn't hit it too fast. It looks like that's the kind of landing you look for. Sometimes those little bumps make for a good landing, but it just did not agree. Something was wrong in the snow there. Solid stomps. And look at the chatter as he makes these turns and holds on nonetheless. Just such powerful skiers. And yeah, glad he's okay.
Glued at the landing and I don't know.
So strange.
So strange, for sure.
So strange, yeah. When it hasn't snowed for, well, it's not true. I was up here yesterday. There was some flakes coming out of the sky for about an hour. And sorry for the pause there. I had a voice in my ear with an incredibly cool fact. This guy is actually the weather forecaster
for the
Freeride World Tour and for the Freeride World Qualifiers. So a meteorologist, freerider. I'm not sure I know anyone else in the world like that. Although, you know, if you have a passion for skiing, a passion for weather and snow goes hand in hand. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good way. And we must understand how it's going on and with the weather.
Yes, I'm sure that skiers, along with surfers, are maybe the people hitting refresh on their weather app more than pretty much any other person on Earth.
Sailors, surfers,
so,
as soon as you...
Adrian, thank you for your help forecasting. Sorry for that crash. It was really bizarre. Glad you're okay. We're going to send it back to the top.
Back to the top with the French guy, bib number 42, Maxime Buffet from Chevalier. 30 years old guy, so pretty experienced one. And he's on.
Yes, excellent. I like putting it that way. He's not old, he's experienced. Maxime Buffet coming into a section very favored by most of the category so far. There's this quick air to double air to third air
at the top, very fast, solid.
Yep, adding features together, and now comes his decision. Will he go fall line from here or skiers right? And he's into an entirely new air.
New air, new double. Has to slow down now.
Incredibly athletic, keeping it going, keeping it on his feet, and another air nobody has hit. Beautiful slough coming off that cliff, finding a new line, a new landing, holding it together despite the mountain doing everything it could to throw him off his feet. And wow, I love seeing a new line. Cool to see the creative interpretation of this face, and he's down to the finish line with a I wouldn't say a perfect run, but another clean run under his belt. Really cool skiing for Adrian.
No, not perfect, but as you say, pretty clean. Very creative, actually. It was good to see something different. Unfortunately, he had this mistake on his second features.
Yes, yes, exactly. Excuse me, I said Adrian, it's actually Maxime, but man, like, wow, that was incredible, and look at what he had to do to recover there.
Look at this there.
Looks like, yeah, he found maybe that might have been the nicest remaining patch of powder on the Mont-Gond.
Yeah.
And he just sloughed it off, took a huge air.
Oh, it was a great run for Maxime.
Yeah.
And he seems to be happy, actually, so.
Yeah, man. Intense turn there, like, whew, the skis chattering, cliffs below. Also knowing he needed to get so hard skiers left to make that pretty important feature to his line and pulling it off. It's one of those things in freeride when you've got your line picked out, you know you have to make one crucial turn. Get a little bit too low, you could blow your whole line. But he pulled it off by a matter of centimeters, inches, whatever we're measuring things in.
Yeah. Must be hard for the judges there. New line, creativity, good skiing. A little mistake in the middle, but
yes, exactly. Yeah, and as Ellie and I were talking about earlier, creativity is not a category per se, but it does just stand out when you see somebody go into a new zone like that. We've seen so many people hit that same big flat air in the center lookers left. Seen a lot of action up there to the top lookers right. And so these new lines kind of make you pause and say, okay, how does this compare to what we've seen so far? And they've decided
8th place for Maxime, 76.67.
Yeah, nice Maxime.
It's
great.
It's a great
score.
It's a great score, for sure.
Amazing just to put a run down to your feet on a day like today and on to a very well-known competitor.
Yeah. No, it's BIP 43, Victor Loudel from Saint-Gervais, 25 years old, big experience, great skier. So yeah, it's someone to follow today, and looking forward to see him express himself on this phase.
Yeah, exactly. Victor Loudel, 25 years old, from France. No stranger to competition. He's been competing for years, does a lot of stops every year. Yeah, like I said, only 25.
Yeah,
knows
25,
what he's doing. He's got as much experience as anybody out there. I wonder if he still gets nervous as he drops in, because he's so experienced, so confident. As he comes down Mont-Gond, cannot wait to see what he's picked out.
Ooh, landing a bit on the rocks there, but
yeah.
He's okay coming on the big cliff. Taking it on the highest point, but very clean landing. Strong skiing behind there.
Yeah.
It was the last goal stop.
Wow. So far, incredibly impressive skiing for Victor.
Just took it as high as he can, huh?
Oh my gosh.
No point.
And the gap over the double. Sick skiing, Victor. And maybe one more feature here. Let's see if he gambles.
Like Maxime, no.
Plays it, I would say medium safe, because he still took it pretty big. And you see that early claim. He's feeling good. Those were 4 at least 4 massive drops, all stomped.
Yeah, everything stomped. Really nice run from for Victor. Yeah, impressive, good skiing between the things. He had this really hard time on the slowdown after his second big jump, but yeah, really nice skiing. That was the first alarm.
You know what I liked about this run? Like, there's a couple moments when he just skied directly on the rocks.
Yeah.
But instead of making some weird adjustment or flinching, he just skied it like it was the snow. I think the snow is about as disagreeable as the rocks, and he's like, you know, I'm just gonna ski it all the same.
That third one was huge
sick.
too, and really impressive about his landings. He likes him to be Swedish.
Nice. A compliment to the Swedish school of stomping airs, because I agree completely. Those landings, to me, although there wasn't a trick as we've seen in some other runs, the size of the drops and the technical landings, the perfection of the landings, really did put that run up to the top in my mind. Whew, it's going to be tough for the judges. I know they're going to need a minute or two here, but great skiing from Victor. I look forward to watching that run again, because some of those airs were, so he just would make a turn on rocks and then hit like a 10-meter drop and stomp it. It's pretty savage. You know, I don't like people to think that's all we do. Ideally, freeride is done on powder with less rocks and perfect snow, but the ability of these guys to rise up to the occasion when it is less than perfect, like Victor just did. Whew. Impressive skiing from Victor.
The girls are getting ready. You can see them at the top, checking the lines once again before they start, because we are only 2 to go, and before going to the...
Yes, exactly. Victor's our third to last.
Girls.
2 more men before we move on with the next category of snowboard women. But the judges taking a minute to think about this, with only 2 more riders after Victor, and Victor's heated run that just got thrown down. There's definitely some decisions to be made about the podium.
Yeah. I don't know if it's about a podium, but the top 5, they are all really close in points, in terms of points. So
exactly, and these rankings are huge for these competitors. Their results here, whether you're first, second, or third, those are the keeper results you want. Of course, it's important to win an event for these guys, but as you stack these points trying to qualify for the Freeride World Tour, it's those top 3 spots, and to a degree top 5, that really count in the end once you're qualifying. When we see these guys qualify, a lot of times they'll have a first, second, first, third, or something like that. So even a 5th sometimes isn't even good enough to count as your results towards qualifying, because the guys that rise to the top end up just getting on a hot streak and dominating. So competitive field, and
leading.
And they put him in the lead with the 95.33. Victor Lardell, your new leader. Some surprise, but in fact, I think it's understandable, as the airs were massive, the landings were stomped. He's kicked.
Yeah, I'm a bit out of voice. Sorry for that. But I will see him on the podium, but maybe not in front of Maxime. Anyway, it's like this.
He's kicked Maxime out of the top spot. And all of a sudden, completely reshuffled on the podium and moving on.
Next rider is Theo Chili. Actually, Theo won this comp in 2015. So he knows the place. He knows how to win on that face. So must be a great runner again.
Yeah, another similar approach as many other riders. A 360 into the quick double. We lost sight of him there for a second, but stylish.
Fluidity, impressive, and nice control behind that.
Yeah, stylish into a fresh landing. Big exposure below, keeps it
coming in different way than anyone, with lot of speed.
Wow, really sick feature there. It's amazing that in-air redirect, that gnarly landing.
Impressive way how he slowed down on this couloir. I see many people having trouble and going full speed on it, but a bit sideways.
Yes, smartly played.
Smartly played, super fast.
Yeah, wow, okay.
Nice run too, huh?
Theo. I'm still catching up, because we got a hot run there from Theo. He's already at the finish area. We just had the podium completely reshuffled, And after many crashes, we're seeing run after run thrown down and stomped. 6 skiing from Theo.
Yeah, nice 360 here at the top, and really nice hair here. It took it without any hesitation, a lot of fluidity, a lot of speed, nice control behind because it was like going straight on the rock. Nice entrance. Nice entrance here.
So
a lot
sick.
of speed, big jump. And look at his control here, was very impressive.
Yes,
how he managed the speed he had.
Another rider did take that feature, but and landed it, but the way he came out of there was so clean, so fast. Love that air. Something about it is so aesthetic. These huge rock walls, the snow, the yellow.
And here we come
snow
to
underneath.
the last one, to the last ski man actually today. Jan de Max he will have to wait a little bit because I think that the judges get a lot of work to do, and Jan de Max, 32 years old, so yeah, pretty well.
Yes, exactly. I got to know Jan a little bit in 2019. He was a Freeride World Tour competitor.
Yeah.
Back on the qualifiers. So, yes, as you said, experience. I feel like I've said that word a lot today, but it's true. He's been in a ton of events. He knows what it takes, and as it is difficult to be the first rider of the day, being the last rider is difficult as well. You know, there's been some huge runs thrown down. The pressure is on. And your only choice, if you want to win.
Actually, talking about that being last or being first, whatever, is there a bit that you really don't like while competing? Yeah, yourself, Drew?
For me, I mean, I just don't. First is the hardest, in my opinion.
Yeah.
First is really tough.
We got the ranking of Theo Chile, end up in 6th position, 84 points. So that shows how the level it is, like 84 points.
Yeah. And I think Theo maybe looked a little disappointed. Maybe not. Maybe I'm misreading it, but I think that's a great result. Those top 5 runs have gotten very impressive, and 6 is a great result. He could get bumped down to 7th, depending on the performance of this man about to drop in, Jan de Max Padron.
Jan de Max, last rider, last ski man of this Nendaz Freeride qualifier, 4 stars, and after him we will have the result of this amazing comp. Actually, he's on.
He's on, yes. Last rider of the category, blazing down, high speed,
nice 360 through the rocks down.
Yes, fearless doing those tricks,
pushing
the sharks below. Taking everything just one notch bigger than everybody before.
Yeah, his speed, he has a lot of speed, but in control, you see that he knows where he's going.
Yeah, 6 skiing so far. He's got his work ahead of him still as he gets into the crucial middle section of the venue.
Coming into that one, Willie. Yes.
There it is.
It is. First one who
The dirty waterfall has been mastered by the final rider of the day. Thank you so much, Jan.
Coming on the last features to the side. No race. Oh,
Jan de Max. This final air. This thing is just a.
There's just a few crashes on this last one.
Roll of the dice. You know, you can podium or blow it on a potential podium run.
That
Unfortunate
was a
for
Jan.
For sure. Yeah. You can see he's bummed. He had the finish line within sight. I hate to see that. Sick skiing from Jan, though.
Yeah, very strong skiing, a lot of fluidity, super fast but in control. And is the only one who managed this last.
And 6 slight variations and finding fresh landings despite being the last rider of the day, just by choosing to take a little more speed or a slightly different trajectory. And unfortunately there, his luck ran out and going over the handlebars. So bummed for Jan. That was a sick run. So glad he landed that line that had taken everybody else out.
Yeah, 6th in place for him. Yeah, and it would have been on podium, but anyway.
48 points for Jan, yeah, back there in the 16th position. And that does it for the ski man category.
Yeah,
we made it all the way through.
With the victory of Victor Baudel. following by Maxime Chabloz and Valentin Reiner, our bib number 2, who keep on the podium. So
yes, a sick
on va lui demander.
podium. Let's throw it down to the
Salut tout le monde.
winner.
Alors Victor, on se pose la question, est-ce que ce qui t'a motivé, c'est de rejoindre ton grand pote Maël sur le tour?
Ouais, ça c'est clair que c'est une des motives. Puis cette année, pas trop skier, moins de pression que d'hab. Je l'ai pris à la cool, on a fait de la rando et moins de pression, donc comme quoi, il n'y a pas besoin d'être tous les jours sur les skis, quoi. C'est juste dans la tête et quand ça veut faire, ça fait, quoi.
Tu vois, celui qui est à ta place en snowboard, avant il a dit pareil, ben j'ai fait une saison un peu chill, moins de pression et ça passe.
Ouais, exactement, pas forcément les jambes et tout, mais bon, dans la tête, quand on y va plus tranquille, plus chill, et bah ça paye, quoi.
Donc confiant pour le tour?
Bah, c'est qu'un qualifier. Il va falloir déjà il y a une deuxième étape et puis il va falloir faire bien la deuxième étape. Mais je suis trop content, trop content.
En tout cas, bravo Victor et puis reste par là pour le podium.
Merci.
Yes, thank you guys.
Yes, great jump for Victor. He seems to be very happy, and as he say, he was saying that no pressure today, and it works well for him.
Yes, check out this highlight reel. Challenging snow and
Good go off back lead.
Incredible skiing nonetheless. Really really unpleasant seeing that crash from Michael Strauss. I hope he's okay. Looking to see an update from him soon. And incredible skiing from those top 5 riders. And now, with that category complete, we are getting ready to move into snowboard women. And first, let's take a look at the overall ranking. Those top 5 runs were so good, and actually all the way down to the top 10. Tightly grouped, but you can see those top runs definitely stood out from the rest. And then as we go back the ranking, start to see about half the field, maybe just less than half the field, having issues with the snow crashes. Tough conditions up there. Could have gone either way, but congratulations to the guys that were able to rise above to the challenge today. And Aurelian, thank you so much for joining.
It was a pleasure, actually. We had a great show.
So great to see you. Makes me think we should have maybe a Masters round, or maybe we could go up there later and have a one-on-one competition.
That's a good idea.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding. No competition today for us. And look at those guys on the podium, stoked, as they should be, probably drinking a athletic sport beverage.
Okay.
Aurelian, thank you again.
I'll let you go.
Look forward to seeing you again soon. Au revoir, Aurelian. Yes, it is still me, your English language host, Drew Tabke. Got a little bit thirsty. I'm going to go ahead and drink some water while Ellie Gerritsen rejoins me. Hello. Glad you're back. It's fun chatting with Aurelian. We had a long history together, and now and now you and I have like a new history together. It's fun competing with you as well. It's been so fun traveling. So glad you're back to introduce the upcoming riders. I know you know some of the locals, and the ones you don't, I'm sure you can make up a good story.
Yeah, actually during this category I went up and saw the show live, and actually asked for a critical assessment from our commentating. And
oh no.
Everyone was very negative about you, Drew.
No.
Sorry to break it up to
you. You could wait to tell me till after the broadcast that actually...
No, I'm kidding. If I'm kidding, everyone's really happy. They're saying your eloquence is very impressive. Very impressive. How do you say eloquence in...
I think you say it eloquence.
Eloquence. Well, everyone's very impressed by your eloquence.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody watching, whether you're up in the middle of the night in some other continent or you're joining us from somewhere else in Europe. We appreciate you tuning in, supporting Freeride despite COVID, despite everything. But hey, man, we're doing what we can on this weird season. So here we see the snowboard women start list. Anna Orlova from Russia, Nuria Castambaron from España, Ariane Goulet from Canada.
Should I say the names? It feels like you're butchering them a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so we have a...
well, I butchered them and then we ran out of time, so...
Classic Drew.
Sorry about that.
Nice hugs. I like hugs before a start. It's always very comforting.
So do you think this is actually authentic? Are they really supporting one another, or is this some sort of like deep mind game to try to throw each other off?
It's definitely authentic.
It's authentic?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, cool.
I know these girls.
Excellent. I mean, yeah, we've talked about it a little bit. It sounds kind of cheesy, you know, we're like, oh, the camaraderie, everybody loves each other, but man, like, look at them. They're about to compete against each other. They're in the starting gate. They're smiling and hugging, even though this is really serious competitive stuff that has a big bearing on their careers, on their incomes, on their winters, on their seasons, and they're still hanging out, pumping each other up.
Yeah, I think
it's cool.
I think the I've said this before, but the camaraderie on the tour is like really the structure of for the qualifiers and the World Tour. It's kind of the same. It's what keeps you coming. Like, it's definitely not all the crashes that keep you coming. I mean,
yes.
I'm still here after like so many competitive years and so many crashes, and I think it was just I was never ready to give up on that and that community and everything. And watching the live from here, that's really what I feel from the girls.
Yeah, it's cool, and it's global. You know, it's like it's in many countries, many mountains. As we travel, and not as much this year, but hope to return to being able to travel soon. Finding this Freeride family, people to ride with. Shoot, when I got to Verbier 3 weeks ago, I met up with Ellie. You showed me around the mountain, and it's just awesome. And I think maybe it's part of freeriding. Like, you can't really do it by yourself. You got to have a team. You go up into the mountains. You got to have partners you trust. You got to have people you rely on. So I think it's kind of built into just riding big mountains that we have friends we trust. We have friends we rely on. And shoot, we have to compete against them once in a while, but once the event's over, we'll probably go back to riding together as friends.
I think we're going to see the first rider pretty soon. It's Anna Orlova, who's a rider on the World Tour with us. She got a wild card after an injury last year, and she's the one who will be starting off this category.
Yes, sick. Anna is incredibly strong. Wildcarded back in the Freeride World Tour, like you said, and now on course on the Nendaz Freeride 4-star on the Mont-Gond.
So how do you think the fact that they're going after all these men changed their mentality on their line choice?
I'm not sure if they were too concerned with it, Ellie, because the men were biting off some humongous and maybe not even that recommended pieces of the face. Anna coming down, slightly riders left, I believe. It's pretty clear where the good snow is. As you trend riders left here, there's excellent snow. A lot of times, whether it's men or women, you see the snowboarders favor the better snow rather than the super gnarly, huge features, regardless of the snow quality. And Anna, wow, just...
Yeah, that was really the snow's fault, I have to say.
Yeah, it's a slight butt check, but before that moment, I was just saying, like, the snow selection, often you see the snowboarders find, like...
Maybe they're just smarter than us, I don't know.
I don't know, maybe the one... Yeah, maybe. Unfortunate for Anna, that butt check, but her run is not over. It wasn't the hugest issue. She's still keeping the vibe alive, still keeping the fluidity, and continuing with her run with a nice air and like a redirect into, wow, great snow here she's finding.
Yeah, and I think when you've had like a slight issue like that, and you know it's not huge, and you know you still have like a chance to for redemption during your run, it definitely like allows you to like show the best you have for the rest and not actually give up. And she's shown that really well, I think.
I agree. Yes.
Now back in the survival zone.
Sometimes you take a crash and you're like, yes, my run is over.
Yeah.
Remember
your crash?
You mean last week?
No, I mean last.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Anyway, Anna, as we were saying, a small issue, but continued with her run. Really strong riding. She's such a strong rider. You know, she bases herself in Courmayeur, Italy, in the winters. Huge mountains there to train on. From Russia originally, bases out of the Alps. Experienced competitor, and nice run from our first female snowboard competitor.
Yeah, I think taking into consideration the kind of tricky conditions that she's riding in, and like she has tracks from previous competitors, I think she managed that super well. Mini issue, but I don't think it will like be too important on her score actually.
Yeah, and so strong. That redirect into heel side turn, getting through that shark, which I think would knock a lesser competitor off their feet. And here's her score.
61.67, so she's in the lead.
Yes, 61.67, so the judges did deduct a bit for that issue. We'll see the remaining field how Anna's run stands up.
And next up is the Spanish rider Nuria Castan-Baron, who's also a rider on the World Tour. It's her second year on the tour. She's really shown like what she's got. I think she put a bit of pressure on her shoulders last year, but this year like really taking more risk, and I've been stoked to see her evolution.
Yeah, super fun person to ride with. She's from Spain. I think she's basing herself in Innsbruck this year, riding a bit with Freeride World Tour rider Manuela Mandel. Really talented freestyle rider, and has been super fun to see on the Freeride World Tour and see what she can do as she comes up onto these big mountain venues like the Mont-Gond. She's coming down the face, trending riders left, as we've been saying, where the better snow is. So nice to see a little bit of snow moving, almost like it's powder out there. Nice air there.
Yeah, definitely a smart line choice. Definitely, well, I've said it before, but where the snow is the best. Kind of slowing down here before her first hit. Always good to get a bit of a speed check. And landing that super well into the straight line.
Super cool
nice,
sequence
Nuria,
there,
yeah.
Coming out full speed off that air into changeable snow, going from toe side to heel side, and keeping it clean. Really, really cool riding. I was going to say powerful. I'm not sure I'd describe her riding as powerful. She's more like nimble and quick and agile. She's not going to like break the mountain in half, but she's so fast and light on her feet. It's really sick.
Super controlled. Especially in there, it's pretty tricky. Bunch of sharks everywhere. And she's hit so many features so far.
That's another nice one. And again, similar to Anna, a slight kind of washout butt check where it wasn't like a huge issue. A slight maybe loss of control from the judges or something like that. But after she had stacked all those other features one on top of another, it's looking like a really solid run.
Yeah,
she's
definitely
bringing us down towards the bottom. And so I think this zone has continued to evolve. She's in the edge of your so-called survival zone. As I mentioned earlier, I skied through there and it was absolutely terrible this morning. Hard frozen. I think it's kind of warming up there.
Definitely
and,
looks better, yeah.
Softening a little bit, hopefully, because it was like trying to ride over like a coral reef, dry coral reef or something this morning. But Nuria bringing us down to the finish line. A cool run, so many features. Finding excellent snow.
Yeah, I think she'll be happy with that. Nice air at the top. Landed perfectly. Almost getting some face shots. I love a good slow-mo.
I love a good slow-mo with a little bit of ambient background music.
Good stuff, production team.
Cool shot there. Steep terrain. Beautiful.
She seems happy. I love analyzing facial expressions. I think it's super interesting.
I know, and it's tough to tell, you know.
And so she should be. Yes. Our new current leader.
Yes, rock on. Throw the rock on horns, Nuria, because you are in the hot seat. And like we said, this annoying camaraderie. They even give each other a hug as Anna steps out of the hot seat and Nuria takes over in first place.
And next up is Ariane Goulet out of Canada. She lives in a converted school bus in America. That's what her rider's profile said. That's so cool.
That is super cool. And she's on course. She's riding this really cool, like, directional, like, fish board. She's got, like, a really cool surfy style. It's so balanced and solid as she comes through this kind of messed up snow.
Yeah, managing that really well. You can see a lot of tracks, probably a bit frozen again by now because it's back in the shade.
Yes, it's true. The light is changing as the sun comes around behind that face. See the shadows continue to change to these next couple of categories, but another rider coming down slightly rider's left, and I think she's maybe dipping into a more central section than the previous two riders.
She's in the central couloir where we saw a lot of action happen, and other categories.
So cool seeing these aerial shots of Mont-Gond. It's just so spectacular.
Yeah, these drone pilots are like
so
making
cool.
it amazing.
Yes, and just beautiful fluid riding through this technical stuff. Nice and steep there. Definitely challenging with the sharks lurking constantly. But I love Ariane's surf style. I was actually...
She makes it look so fun.
She makes it look so much fun. I want to get on a snowboard.
Yeah, let's go
out there.
snowboard.
Maybe when it snows a little more, because actually I tend to only snowboard when it's slush or perfect powder. What these riders are doing up there today. Skiers definitely had a hard time. Snowboarders in this snow.
Do you think it's easier for a snowboarder in this kind of snow?
I'm not sure. I feel like maybe we shouldn't say, since neither of us is a snowboarder. But I would say...
I mean, I'm a snowboarder in the making. I'm not going to lie. Ooh.
Hey, what happened there?
I think her edge got caught.
Survival zone.
Survival zone.
Claims a victim. Unfortunate, but we'll see how this plays out. And I think she may have been behind Nuria anyway. Nuria stacked so many cool airs and stuff, whereas Ariane went with a more fall line technical riding down this central couloir.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a safer approach, but she got into that couloir, and that's props to her for doing that, because it looks horrible.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I was skiing down at the end of the day to Nendaz yesterday, and I was following her down, and I don't actually know her, so I didn't want to say anything. But it was so much fun following her on that surfy board she was riding. She was like doing these crazy surfy turns. So fun to watch that style, and she. Tough to read her bothering. She tipped over down there in the flat, so she's obviously having a good time. Checking out
to check her score.
Checking out the scores.
40 points. So third place for Ariane Goulet.
So that's the first thing.
Well, there's always van life.
It's the survival zone's fault, definitely.
Survival zone.
And next up, out of France, is Estelle Risoliot, who lives in Grenoble, and she also skateboards and kite surfs.
Excellent. Yes, these multi-sport athletes, so talented at so many things. I do a lot of things mediocre.
Yeah, same. I hate it. It makes me so angry when someone is so good at everything.
Nice, Estelle. And what I'm seeing here, Estelle's going riders right, Ellie.
Yeah, she is. So that's the convex part of the face that I've talked about before. Really hard to know where you are. Super technical. I think the judge will like that, definitely.
Yes, we only saw a couple competitors all day even choose to go over to this right side of the venue. Snow looked a lot more variable.
Nice hit.
It's totally different over here. It's almost like two different venues. It's different snow. It's much steeper.
Yeah, and getting into that technical shoot, managing her slough really well. It's a really good run so far.
Yeah, it's cool seeing the fact that there's... I was kind of talking about this before, that there's even slough still running. It hasn't snowed for weeks, but this snow in these north faces...
Oh!
Hey, backside 360, maybe backside 270, sliding around the last 90, but really cool spot to do it, coming out of that technical rider's right couloir and keeping the fluidity up. She's got steep technical riding to a cool miniature freestyle move. Nice combination of styles here, and I'm really digging this run. It's cool. It's almost like she's got this like steep rider. You can tell she's really comfortable in the steeps, and then an air and a grab after a 3 up higher. This is kind of putting a lot of elements together.
Her legs must be burning by now. So much empathy.
Oh no, we gotta watch out for the pre-claim because it's survival zone.
We're jinxing everybody. No, she's got it for sure. That was a sick run. I really enjoyed watching this run. Different from everything we've seen so far.
Opa.
She's in. Yes.
Yes. Super sick. Nice. I bet she's feeling great about that. It's so fun to put a run down top to bottom as you had planned. Don't you think? It's like, it's just the best feeling in freeride. And this is pretty complicated. Like, she was on course for a while. There's a lot of different little connections, a lot of complicated terrain to get through.
That was sick. I think that was the highlight of her run. That and her 360.
I agree. Nice solid air, grabbing backside.
Ooh, almost tipping over the Red Bull fridge.
Stoked
Oh,
for
current leader
Estelle.
with very high points, 75.33, taking the lead.
Oh, and she doesn't even
know yet.
I don't know if Nuria
Get out
does
of there,
either.
Nuria.
Give her the score updates. You're the new leader.
She'll be stoked. We want to see a reaction. This should be
Nice
reality
run,
TV.
and super cool because I'm pretty sure all the previous competitors that went riders right got eaten up or crashed somehow. So putting a clean run down through technical speed side
And next
of the
up is Lea Klauer out of Switzerland. She lives in Sierre in the valley. For her home mountain, she said Vallée Libre, and only people from Switzerland will know the joke, but I agree, Vallée Libre.
It's another political
it's a bit of
reference here.
It's an independent reference.
Got it.
But we don't have to talk about that too much. Let's watch Lea's run, which is sick so far. I think she's hit 2 jumps, landed that perfectly.
Yes, I skied down this area in the morning. It's this weird combination of like occasional good turns, patches of ice, and it's very sharky over there. It's, I think, the thinnest coverage on the face up near the ridge there. I think it's because this huge avalanche pulled out a few weeks ago, leaving the snowpack quite thin. But yeah, she's made quick work of it. Hit a
Super
few
flowy.
nice features and
really got the pop on that one. Oh no, I jinxed it again.
I know, I hate feeling like we jinx these guys.
Girls, they're girls.
Apologies, these competitors. And that same spot, I feel like, took out 2 other riders as well. It's the landings haven't been the issue. It's following. There's these patches of tough snow where the speed needs to get shut down. But like we said with Anna's run, the small issue doesn't mean the run is over. It was a small issue. She had a great run up top, and there's still some terrain left to play with. And still finding cool snow and cool terrain in here.
Yeah, I think it also definitely matters where you crash. We've seen Anna have a small issue in the technical zone, and it didn't duck her too many points. And then the other rider who crashed in the survival zone, which was a safer zone, as per se, had a pretty low score in the end. So I think the judges take that into account.
Yes, interesting. I guess, again, not gonna comment on judging, as it's such a tough job. Sometimes I feel like you should dock more the other way around, right? You make an issue in a dangerous zone and you lose more points.
Yeah,
versus
I mean,
you fall
that
in the
would be
flats
a
and you
bit
don't
of
lose any
a
points.
patronizing way of judging. Like, you put yourself in danger, we're going to give you a bad score. So no, I wouldn't like that.
No? Well, anyway.
Only if it's girls judging girls. Oh, we said no politics. Sorry, Cyril. We're back.
Into the finish corral. Super cool run. I loved how she rode this top section. She linked a bunch of cool airs in here.
If you want to drink a bit of water, drag, I can comment this. We've been here for a while. So, yeah, really showing her technicity here in that couloir. And I think this is where she had a little butt check. But we'll see her scores coming now. So Lea Klauer taking 3rd place so far with 63 points. So yeah, she should be happy with that. She's smiling. Happy for Lea.
Yes, so I think that bumps Anna down to 4th, leaving Nuria in 2nd. And that incredible run from Estelle still in the top spot now.
And up next, Michaela Davis-Mian, who is the 3rd World Tour rider we've seen in this category out of Australia. She's 29 years old. And I'm excited to see what she's got for us.
Yes, and she's already the 2nd to last female snowboard competitor. Michaela, so much fun. We've gotten to know her a little bit on the Freeride World Tour in the last couple of years. Just like
she actually won the
sick
Nendaz
air there
Invitational.
on the edge.
Oh no!
The jinx again, Ellie.
Bummer.
But somebody tell her the run is not over. I feel like she's such a strong rider.
Oh, look
she
at her.
puts
She
together
knows.
the rest of the drops that she has planned.
She definitely knows it's not over. Going for a large air
Exactly.
with grab.
Sick air, sick grab. The same snow monster in there, but keeping the fluidity up, actually. Maybe only putting a hand down and keeping the run going. That was a big drop from Michaela. Maybe it's rivaling that drop from Estelle with the stylish grab as well.
Yeah, and really keeping the flow up, and I think the judge will like that. Not too many speed checks.
Another big drop in a technical zone.
Yeah, so cool landing in that couloir and then having to change directions really fast.
Sick riding from Michaela. Oh, man. And she's getting down towards the bottom. She might find some more small features to utilize here. Don't want to risk too much in the survival zone. Unfortunately, she had that, got eaten by that snow monster up high. As you can see, the strength of her riding, definitely, the strength of her riding in that line choice, that big drop that she stomped, would have definitely popped her way up high in the ranking. So we'll have to see as she comes into this finish corral what the judges think and exactly what happened when she flipped over there. We had kind of lost sight of her. She was up on the top ridge. Yeah, Michaela.
Yeah, Michaela, stoked for you.
Yeah, awesome person from the other side of the planet, but based here for the winner.
Oh, she got the grab.
That was sick.
So cool. You don't even get your grab, so.
Yeah, that highlight for Michaela is awesome. Big drop with a solid grab, and then, yeah, man, just tough snow. You can see that chalky snow in the middle is the most challenging of all. And the waiting game. What are they going to give her?
You're in live now. And 59.33. Michaela taking 5th place so far. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yep, still smiles. She knows she had that crash up high. I wish we could see what happened. Super unfortunate, but already on the final rider of the category.
And up next is my good friend Tiffany Perrotin out of France. She is so strong, almost qualified for the tour last year.
Sorry to cut in. 3 riders left. I saw 2 Michaelas. Anyway, back to Tiffany.
Oh, you kind of caught me in my, I was going to say something.
You're on the flow, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. No, but Tiffany is such a strong rider. She actually tried a backflip in comp a couple weeks ago. Didn't land it, unfortunately, but I was like so proud of her for trying. Thought it was cool.
Nice.
And I actually ran into her the other day. She was on skis and I was on a snowboard, and we shredded together the whole day, and we're kind of on the same level.
What, that was just by accident? You guys were just on switch day and just bumped into each other?
Yeah.
Oh, it's serendipitous. Incredible.
Yeah, she was riding these like prehistorical skis. It was so funny.
Excellent. Tiffany on course. Let's see what she has for us. So that's sick to hear she was trying a backflip in a competition. A lot of times we're seeing snowboard women with grabs, occasional 360s. The flips, pretty rare, so that is sick to hear. It's definitely just, level is just getting higher and higher every time you blink.
She's riding so fast.
Yeah, solid, looking solid, coming down riders left.
I think she's really hungry for that World Tour qualification, and I definitely think she has the level for it, and I really hope, I wish her the best.
Nice,
she,
yeah.
She deserves it.
Absolutely like a quality tour riding there. That last air, super cleanly stomped. No issues in the run out whatsoever. Either by virtue of choosing where the best snow is or her skill or both. Just making it look easy. Big drops.
Yeah, she's got those stomping legs, and even when it's steep and she knows she has to shut down speed pretty quickly, she manages super well. Yeah, super good run so far.
Ooh, yes.
Come on, Tiff.
Very good run so far. And in my mind, I'm almost like, I don't want to comment on the judging. It's like, this is looking like a top run to me. And you almost want to shout out to the competitor, don't risk it all in the bottom and watch out for the survival zone, because it's 3 or 4 really solid and perfectly executed
stoked.
Drops.
So happy for her.
Nice. The pre-claim is dangerous.
Yeah, the pre-claim
is dangerous.
Isn't it true?
Warning to the public, don't.
I think you have the world's
But you know, that wasn't a claim.
Pre-claim.
That wasn't a pre-claim. It was more like she was just so stoked. She was just like expressing the feeling. It wasn't a claim. It wasn't like an ego thing.
No, it was like, no. It's never an ego thing.
Never? Okay, here we go. Those 2 drops weren't even the big drops of her run. Solid riding from Tiffany.
Yeah. I think she'll be super happy with that.
Ooh, gotta be. Well, it doesn't look like it's too much tension down there, but certainly could be shaking up the ranking.
Big score for Tiffany, 85.67, taking 1st place with 2 more riders coming. She's happy. I'm so happy for her.
Incredible.
She deserves it.
Guaranteed podium spot.
That's amazing. And very high score.
Definitely. And Estelle's run was great. Tiffany stepped up a couple of bigger drops than anybody else we'd seen. And now,
up next, Michaela Holsten, Freeride World Tour veteran. Was on the World Tour for 2 years, 2016, 2017, and now back on the qualifiers for more fun.
Yes, Michaela was super cool to get to know the year she was on the tour. Really talented Finnish rider. Pretty much the nicest, one of the nicest persons I've ever met.
Yeah. If we want to start grading people that way,
I'm not
I
sure
agree.
that has bearing on her athletic performance here, but it's true. And making quick work of this rider's left section.
Taking a similar approach to Tiffany, and I think they have a similar riding style. They've been competing together for many years, and I know they talk about their lines with each other. And,
Nice. I like how she took that one there as well. The snow, just like experience helped her choose that. There's terrible snow over there, and she somehow found like really good snow to land and really good snow to shut it down in, and somehow make it look like nice powder there. Whereas, cannot say the same of everybody who's come down today. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I really love to see, man. Like these line choices where on a tough day she's finding incredible snow the whole way.
Yeah, and really stacking
nice
those
hits.
jumps.
Super good run so far from Michaela.
She's riding faster than the slough. That's a pretty good sign.
And those centers of those gullies there, you can see she sort of stayed riders right. It's like it's got these weird, hard, chalky patches. And then the survival zone has its own hazards, but just like incredibly experienced and great line choice there, plus several nice drops as she comes down into the bottom finishing section of the course. Judges are probably already scratching their heads as they've got.
Yeah, I really wonder how that's.
3 or 4 runs that are sitting closer and closer here. Great run from Michaela. She passes through that Red Bull arch into the Freeride finish corral. Let's see what she's. What can we read off of her? She stopped a little short. She needs to take a breath.
Yeah. And here we see the highlights of her run. The first air stomped perfectly. Second one took to the side. It was probably a smart decision because there was a rock in the landing.
This was my favorite one. Somehow the snow is still sparkling, flying around like powder.
Oh, she's happy.
Is she?
Second place for Michaela Halston,
81.67. Nice, Michaela. So again, reshuffling the podium. Leaving Tiffany in the hot seat. Going to be tough to unseat her. Her run was very impressive.
And up next, Anna Martinez out of Les Ouches, France. She is only 20 years old, actually. I think she's the youngest competitor today for the snowboard woman category.
Excellent. And despite a few previous false alarms for me, this is actually our last competitor of the category. Anna Martinez, on course on Mont-Gond, hailing from Les Ouches, a smaller village below Chamonix, France. No stranger to big mountains.
Yeah, I think if you ride Cham daily, you can definitely handle this kind of face.
Yes, certainly. 2 nice drops there. One little hand down issue, but definitely hardly at all. Kept the flow going. And I'm kind of getting anxious to go skiing. It's looking pretty fun up there. I've been sitting in this chair for hours. She's finding nice snow.
She is actually the junior champion from 2019.
Well, thank you. Thank you for reading our research. And these junior champs, as we saw with the previous categories, so much experience for being so young.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just amazing. 20's not that young, you know? You're an adult, but it is a big mountain. These conditions are crazy. It takes experience to figure out how to deal with this, how to be competitive, how to not take too much risk. Nice drop in a technical section there. Into another drop. That was very well done through.
Yeah, she's got
2
those
drops in a
spongy
row.
legs. But yeah, age is relative, Drew.
I know, we're going to stop talking about the age thing. Anna Martinez. And I don't think we've seen any of the other competitors from this category use that section before as she hit the 2 drops. That had been used by another competitor. Really well done. That snow she's on now is some of the toughest on the venue. And sick riding from the young competitor. She's through the majority of the Nar. She's into the lower section, which looks to be softening somewhat in the sun. Certainly still heads up as she head down towards the finish corral. And man, I've seen this event in powder. It's insane. People just tee off. Still teeing off today.
Oh yeah.
With less good snow.
Definitely.
But you know, it's nice to see people say in this section skiing powder down to the finish line instead of having to make sure they don't tip over.
That's true. That's a very good point.
A nice run from Ana Martinez into the finish corral.
And nervous moments ahead. Tiffany probably wondering if she's going to take it home or not.
Tiffany's run was incredible, but let's check out Anna's highlights.
Smile on her face. Part of the Chamonix team.
Sham sticker. I have one of those on my board, but I just bought it at the souvenir shop.
Oh, really?
Waiting for scores here for Anna. You know, I think, not to spoil it, but I think Tiffany's going to stay in the top spot, but definitely fit her into the rankings. Some close runs, tough decisions for the judges as we finalize this podium for snowboard women. Waiting for the final score to come in as it will solidify a ranking for the snowboard women category. And looking back to the top.
Yeah, as we see Sybille Blonjean, my good friend in Verbier, she's 21. And she's going to open up this category. Really excited to see what she's got. She's ridden this phase before. And I'm sure she has big plans ahead. As we still wait for Anna's score.
Oops.
Nervous moments. As we look at the judges, we can see them discussing, arguing maybe even, who knows?
Yes, looking heated.
I like a good argument about scoring.
Unless this is this is actual, so still could change. Tiffany's still in the top spot, followed by Michaela and Estelle. And the judges. And yeah, I've said it before, glad I'm not one. Respectable job, so hard to rank these guys, especially because whether they're your friends or people you care about, it's a tough job.
Yeah, it's horrible. I've judged a couple of junior competitions back in the day, and it was really hard.
Yeah, just so many different styles. You're comparing different lines, comparing different styles, different approaches. Trying to stay objective in a sport that is inherently somewhat subjective, just because
totally
it's
subjective. Yeah.
Which run did you like more? It's not very scientific.
No, it's definitely not scientific.
But we tried to, with the categories, with the air and style, with the control technique, fluidity.
Poor Anna, really, they're really making her wait.
Yeah, leave her in that position. Ooh, 55.33, 8th place. Hurts to sit there so long waiting and drop back below the podium, but a great run from Anna, and looks like our winner is Tiffany.
Yeah.
Michaela's drop, sick drop from Michaela. There's Anna Orlova.
This was Ariane.
And Estelle's run was really cool.
Grab.
So cool highlights. Being chased by what looked like a wild snowball down the mountain. All kinds of crazy stuff happening up there today. And we've caught them unaware, but we're going to throw it down. Throw it down to the finish corral as we can catch up with the category winner.
Yeah, really excited to hear what Tiffany has to say. She's such a cool person. She's a physiotherapist in Geneva, actually.
That's amazing. So
she has a real job, and
Oui, je t'entends. Voilà, donc salut Tiffany. Quel est ton ressenti? La première place. Hier, tu as fait hier. À la 3 étoiles, tu as fait 4e. Et la première place, Mont-Gond.
Ouais, j'étais plus en forme. Donc, je suis plus lâché un peu le snow. Donc, c'est cool. C'est cool. J'ai trouvé quasiment tout. Un petit loupé à un endroit que j'ai pas eu le temps, mais trop de rapidité. Alors, entre vitesses, et puis voilà.
Avant, justement, tu disais ton objectif, c'était de trouver ta ligne et faire la ligne que tu avais prévue. Donc, c'est le cas?
Ouais, complètement.
Bon, ben voilà, objectif rempli et tu prends la première place. Merci, Tiffany.
So sick. What do you have to say about that, Ellie?
This was such a classic Tiffany interview. As we see the Snowboard ranking now, so Tiffany taking first place with 85 points. So I think the judges really wanted to show that they appreciate her run because it's quite a lot higher than the other girls. And then Michaela Halston out of Finland taking second place, and Estelle Rizzolio capping that podium.
Yes, nice. Yeah, the interview was great. Like, I mean, it seems like she's so chill. She's like, oh yeah, it was cool. I didn't understand everything she said, but her vibe was like so mellow, but it kind of underscores or understates how gnarly.
Yeah, that's why I said if you know
it's like
her,
she just won a freeride event on a gnarly face in horrible snow, and she's like, oh, I don't know, whatever, it's cool.
I don't know, it's cool. I missed a drop, but whatever. Yeah, I'm stoked. No, I'm really happy for her. She deserves this win, and yeah, she's a very humble person.
That's cool, excellent. I mean, unlike you, who is ego. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, we can talk about that.
No, I mean, the humbleness is cool. I mean, there's different personalities on the tour. Some people certainly are humble and don't seem to have that crazy competitive fire. Some people are screaming and punching themselves in the head in the start gate. Kind of brings together all different kinds of people. I guess that's true of all sports, though.
Yeah.
But what's your style? Do you scream and punch yourself in the head in the start gate? Oh, as we see the
podium for the snowboard women today. Congrats, girls.
Bravo.
Such a sick show. Oh, now we can see Tiffany is stoked.
Yeah,
now she's showing off, finally. Okay, and we're back up to the top for the ski woman category, the last category of the day. Sybille Blangeon gonna open things up. Oh.
Yeah.
As I was saying before, she's 21. She is out of Verbier. As we see the start list now, Sybille Blangeon, Claudia Klobassa, Caroline Stromberg, Martina Müller, Sophie Gidlund out of Sweden, Elise Boeuf out of France, Marie Bavard and Eva Batola both out of Switzerland, Megan Beton, and I didn't catch the last one.
It was Susanna Wittich.
Oh, yeah, our co-competitor.
Followed by Sunwolna. Nice job there, Ellie. I made it through about 3 of 20 of the previous categories, so great job there. I'm so stoked to see what's about to go down.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an insane show.
So, when's the last time you were on the qualifiers? It's been a few years, hey?
It must have been 5 years ago, yeah.
And you're still friends with a lot of the riders. You know these guys personally from skiing in the area.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Sybille is also on the Verbier team with me and a couple of other rad people. So yeah, I really, really wish her the best. She is also an avid kite surfer. Yeah, really, really sick skier.
Sick.
She's done really well in the juniors as well. Oh, I think we just saw her turn off or turn on her music.
Yeah,
I
is
like
that on or off? I think it's on.
We'll ask her.
I wish we could hear the starters calling them in, but I'm guessing it's...
We should make a playlist with what's your go-to song for a start?
I don't know, man.
Great answer. Yeah, I think Sybille is really about to drop.
Yeah, we'll just keep saying she's about to drop maybe for the next several minutes until she actually does drop in. But the pole click is normally pretty definitive.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is a classic move. I do it totally unconsciously now.
The pole click?
Yeah, I've realized I do it, but I'm like...
What am I doing?
Yeah, what am I doing? This is so lame.
Yeah.
Also, like tapping your skis pretty hard.
Yeah, I stomped my feet. I clicked the poles. We got another pole click, folks. This looks like a...
It's on.
This looks like
it's
the
on.
real
And
thing.
it is on. Sybille Blangeon dropping now, starting things off for the last category of the day, ski women.
So stoked to get this category going. Last of 4, ski women. Tracks on the face could be making it a bit more difficult, but I think they're going to handle it just fine. Already fitting a feature in.
Yeah, Sybille showing us wrong. She stormed out of that start gate. And yeah, really good style. Just like super flowy. Doesn't make it look hard at all. Going for another drop here. Stomping that perfectly.
Nice, yeah, so much fluidity. Perfect landing, and then like right into that turn. No recovery needed, just like amazingly linking the airs and the skiing together there as well. It's just these centimeters of space between landing, turning, and connecting the next feature. That's what I love to see. Love that fluidity, love that combination of stuff. It's not easy to do.
Now going for another air. Stomping it perfect. Wow, she's been to the gym for sure.
That landing's getting a little gnarly. You can see some landing holes, some rocks, and yeah, no issues on the landing. Coming in hot into the bottom. Not afraid of coming in with some speed into survival zone. And there is some options for more features down at the bottom. It's up to these competitors whether they wanted to gamble what they did up top with these tough bottom features. It looks like she's stoked with what she laid down already and is pointing it down into that finish arch. Nice run from Sibyl.
I think Sibyl was a bit worried about the snow quality. We chatted together a couple days ago, but I think that was awesome.
We got another double tap. Looks like tune's off.
So it was tune on up there and tune off down there. That makes sense.
Yeah, so what do you think? Was she skiing slightly, took it back a gear for some is this her in conservative mode? Because it still looks pretty sick, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think this was like just very smart riding from Sibyl, and like she made everything seem super clean. And you know, it looked effortless, and I think this is really what the judges want to see.
Yes.
If they can see you like battling against the snow, it's not going to be good.
Yes,
So
certainly in
score
waiting
coming
scores.
in. Very high score for a first one, 73.33 in the hot seats.
In the hot seat, rider one in the hot seat. Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff to talk about there. I mean, first rider, so difficult in every category.
And yeah, up next, Claudia Klobasa out of Austria. She has said actually that her favorite trick is looking like a raccoon at the end of the season. That's her favorite trick.
Okay, big fan of goggle tan. Must be a real lover of the ski lifestyle. Spending time in the sun all day, every day. I mean, I love it too. Wear your sunscreen, you know, be safe.
Yeah, she lives in Vienna, but is spending the season in Innsbruck this year. Probably getting a lot of skiing in. I mean, probably more than in Vienna, that's for sure.
Exactly.
And she's got a smile on her face. If you're smiling at the top, it's usually a really good sign. I try to force myself to smile when I'm in the start gate. And it makes me look a little weird, but it releases serotonin into your brain.
That's a good idea. I love it. And so let's see how that works out for Claudia. She's on course.
Going far riders left of the face. Oh, and getting the grab.
Yes,
that's
already
cool.
2 airs there, three actually
airs.
connected one after another. You start kind of hold up for a second. The further left you put, there's a great snow in the middle there, and then the further left you push, there's some really challenging snow. Didn't stop her from linking those 3 airs together, and
really going for the grab every time.
Yeah,
Really
yeah, you're
enjoying
right,
that.
totally. And it's also cool seeing the way she keeps the flow from turn to turn going. Sometimes you'll see riders side slip or set up a turn a little bit slower. It's just this fluidity and connecting of everything. Wow, taking that one way bigger than necessary and stopping it. That was sick.
Getting in a bit of a steeper terrain. Herself getting back to her, but she's managing that really well. Another air landing in someone else's track. Ah, bummer. Yeah, I think her skis got caught in someone else's tracks. Such a shame. It was such a good run.
In that one instant, you can see that nasty crust that she was caught in.
Yeah.
Definitely a section of the venue that's eaten up competitors throughout the day. Too bad she had a sick run going. Yeah, like you're saying, she's grabbing those airs, linking a bunch of stuff together.
That's part of the game, unfortunately. But
that's true. That's true. It's part of the game. Those crashes. Luckily, not a bad crash. It's just this awkward snow. It's taking people out unexpectedly. Great run. Otherwise, making it down to the finish corral. I mean, what can you say? You know, good run. Sometimes you have these crashes. I'm just thankful when people have a crash and it's not dangerous. Nobody gets hurt.
Definitely, yeah.
Jeez.
Definitely.
Just a couple of gnarly crashes earlier. beautiful skiing there.
Yeah, her technique is flawless.
Maybe it's a Vienna thing.
Oh yeah, maybe. I didn't think about that. Sibyl already on her phone, probably getting a lot of congrats texts. And it's 40 points for Claudia Klobasa in second place currently, but she's smiling. Cool to see the vibe still high. And up next, Caroline Stromberg, 33 years old, out of Sweden, also a good friend of mine. She told me she was really stoked about her line earlier, that she wanted to put it down, and a couple of hits are planned, and I'm really excited to see her. She's from Åre, Sweden.
Excellent. And so, on course, we have Caroline Stromberg. Is she based in the Alps in the winter, or is she just
no, she used to be, but she now lives in Åre and comes here every now and then to compete.
And a nice air there with a safety grab.
So fast through there. Almost didn't have time to say anything about it. She's really charging.
And yeah, just making me realize I do need to grab all of my airs. If this category here is grabbing every time they air in this crap snow, just super sick to see.
That was sick. She's got that aggressive style. Like, you can see that she was probably an alpine racer.
Yeah, big air there we didn't even call out, but big air and stomped into a technical turn. Into another air as she comes into this technical, I don't know how to call this, bottom skiers left, middle.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the survival zone. That's what I'll
pre-survival.
call it. Yeah, pre-survival.
I needed your help throughout here, Ellie. I need more names for these features. It's such a confusing face, especially this year. There's just so many rocks.
We can make them up as they go, I think.
It's kind of late, but I mean, we can try.
But Kara making short work of this. I think she's going to keep it safe till the finish line because her run was amazing.
I mean, maybe, but she is headed right. Isn't there another feature over here, or am I mistaken?
There is one, but
no, you're correct. You're correct. She's down.
Let's see. I think she's done, and I think that was a smart decision because it was a really good run. Yes. No mistakes, no backslaps, just a perfect, clean run. She'll be happy with that.
Excellent. Into the finish corral. Kara Stromberg.
Out of breath, probably, as we would all be after
a physical
epic run
for sure. Some good turns, some not so good turns. And how did that snowball all of a sudden come back and try to attack her?
Now you can see how strong she is on her feet, landing in someone else's track. Just keeps the body weight in the right position. And this was an alpine turn. I'm gonna call it out. I
agree. I do snowplows in that position, and yeah, perfect parallel alpine technique. Tough conditions, making it look easy.
And second place for Caroline Stromberg with 69 points, so pretty close to Sibyl, just a couple of points difference. So the judges kind of leaving some space between the second one and the first one so far. But yeah, Sibyl's still in the lead so far. And up next is Martina Müller, who actually won the 3-star last week here with a sick 360. I saw it online and I was super impressed. And the conditions were tricky, and it was just such an impressive thing to throw on bad snow. And maybe we'll see another one today.
I hope so. Let's see as Martina Müller drops in the Nendaz Freeride.
She is out of Engelberg.
Ripping the heck out of that snow up there. Throwing snow in the air
and a 360! Yes! So stoked.
Stomped and stylish skiing. 360 at the top of the venue.
She came with so much speed and just super easy, perfect landing. Wow.
Excellent skiing so far from Martina. You guys can't see me. My eyes are popping out of my head. There's just something about her skiing, the way she's popping from turn to turn.
Going for
tricks
that
and grabs.
Grab. Wow. This is so impressive.
Definitely has our attention. Definitely has the attention of the judges.
Give this girl a wild card for the tour.
Stacked a lot of stuff together. Still some serious skiing ahead of her. So how she finishes this run is gonna.
Yeah, this
could mean. We're talking a highly ranked run here.
Oh yes,
some
for sure.
Serious Serious skiing left.
Serious skiing for Martina Müller.
And it's all about the athlete's decision in the lines that they chose, like knowing how hard they have to push it, how safe to play it. And I think she's just doing it just
stoked.
right, you know?
She's stoked. You can tell from the way she skis, hitting all these airs. Similar style to Ariana Tricome, actually. You know, with getting the tips up and...
totally. Just enjoying skiing so much you can't help but ollie as you ski across survival zone, because why not just keep taking air? All it takes is a little pop. And clearly stoked with her run, as she should be. Another stomped 360 in a qualifier run. Ellie.
That was insane.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I'm gonna call it. I think this is a hot seat run. If you ask me, you didn't ask me, but I'll just say it anyways.
Okay. Yeah. See, that air was sick. I mean, even if it wasn't a 360, she took it big. That one.
Getting the grab.
With the grab.
And then the skiing was just effortless in between. Perfect stomp here. Yeah. This was a really good run.
Exciting stuff in the finish
score.
area.
Martina Müller taking the lead with 80 points. Yeah, no surprise on my side.
Exactly. As we said, we're not commenting on judging. However, bumping your friend slightly back in the ranking. But I think you're friends with everybody, so hey. Most.
If you know me, you know that's not true.
Next we have.
Up next is Sophie Gidlund out of Sweden, 25 years old. Her home mountain is Riksgränsen, Sweden, and she lives in Kiruna, up north in Sweden. Have you been there?
No, but I hear it's up north.
Yeah, I've been there. It's sick. And if she is used to riding Riksgränsen in the mediocre conditions, this will be a walk in the park for her.
Awesome. Yeah, I met Sophie yesterday as I was skiing around the venue, chatting with some competitors. She was out looking at her line, and oof, it looked bad yesterday. Gray light, bad snow. Now that it's bluebird out there, these riders, it's looking way more fun than it was yesterday. But man, it's tough to get pumped to send it when you're looking at like a gray flat light venue the day before, not knowing how it's going to be exactly. But
yeah, usually when you pick a line and you have to take into account like risk management in terms of like not getting hurt, it's always a bit scarier.
Sophie on course. You can see how firm the snow right off the top is, but
going
not
for a 360 as well.
Ooh.
I hope she's okay.
Gambles with her first air of the whole run on another 360.
The level of engagement in ski one categories, sick.
Love the risk taking.
Yeah.
So unfortunate because it was sick.
Props to you, Sophie. That was so sick. Back when I was in the qualifiers, no one was doing threes, and I love to see this evolution. Yeah,
yes,
really
exactly.
happy. Like actually,
I wish we had more time to talk about that as we're just blasting through these riders. But totally, it's all kind of happen every month. It seems like it's like, oh well, now you better backflip, now you better 360.
Yeah.
Oh, now you have to grab your drops and it's just amazing because freeride you would think would run out of ways to keep progressing, but it's totally inaccurate. It just keeps getting better. It's awesome.
Absolutely.
So unfortunate from Sophie going down up high on the venue. She now, it's up to her. She can continue with her run if she wants, although having lost a ski, it's basically a no score, but
yeah, maybe
we'll see how she comes down.
A bit shaken up as well.
Yeah.
Like never easy to stand up after a crash, but
yeah, exactly.
Still looking really good on those skis.
Yeah, we talked about the Swedish competitors earlier in all categories. For some reason, sorry for the pause, guys. I've got a voice in my ear, but yeah, the Swedish riders, not to just stereotype a nationality, but so incredibly solid technically, not afraid of
anything.
Not afraid of anything. Not afraid of the worst snow. Not afraid of the best snow. Oh, go on. Who was that we had
That was Elise Buff, who will be the next competitor, but I think we're going to have a little break between Sophie and Elise as we have a helicopter flying.
Yes, for the viewers at home, we're getting some updates that are indecipherable to us as well. So we'll relate to you as it comes. We've got competitors in the gate ready to drop. You're seeing Elise there. Elise both ready to go.
Looking stoked.
Some word of a helicopter flying around is coming in to me from our producer. We have no idea what that means. There's drones in the air. There's trams everywhere. We're at Nendaz Freeride.
This is a fun fact. Elise Buff is a mountain biker, a longboarder, and as other sports, she rode après-ski.
It is, in fact, a sport. And,
it is.
And actually, maybe the worst year in history for après-ski with COVID, don't you think?
Yeah, it's been pretty bad.
I think après-ski is essentially canceled. Again, sorry for the pause. Getting an update here for you guys.
Tu veux venir combien de temps avant Comment ça l'hélico Comment ça l'hélico
On n'entend rien du tout les filles, il faut arrêter de parler ensemble.
Elle est blessée?
Okay, so we're gonna have a short 8-minute break, and we're gonna show you a video of last year's competition that was unfortunately cancelled because of COVID. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Thoughts are with I believe our injured competitor Michael Strauss, who I believe we may be taking a short pause to make sure he can get down okay. I think he's totally fine. Just want to make sure everything's good. And as Ellie said, checking out a video of what went down last year.
Serré pendant la nuit avec les températures fraîches. Et puis il faut qu'on aille voir un petit peu les dépôts d'avalanche de hier, comment ils sont, si c'est skiable.
On a un plan B si vraiment. Ouais, je pense que c'est mort entre nous. C'est juste ces réceptions de saut. Quand tu les envoies là-dedans, ça n'a pas dû se détendre. C'est plus au niveau sécu, blessure. On va monter un petit bout, 20 minutes jusqu'à la moitié.
Okay.
Et on regarde. Ok. Je te mets juste, Nicolas, je te mets juste Bastien sur écoute, il est à côté de moi là. Bah écoute, pour l'instant on a fait le point sur les 52 athlètes qu'on a sur la starting. À notre avis, on a environ 90% de présents. Donc l'idée c'est de dire on sauve l'événement en faisant cet événement perpétuel dimanche.
C'est vrai que si aujourd'hui ils annoncent qu'il y a un peu un bouclement du pays lundi, peut-être ça change la donne pour les étrangers de voyager pendant le week-end.
On n'en est pas à la fermeture des frontières pour l'instant. Non, moi je veux juste aller voir les dépôts comment ça. Si les dépôts sont béton, on l'abandonne ici, c'est certain. Ce matin, en espérant qu'il avait neigé un petit peu encore durant la nuit, ça aurait pu transformer tout ça et recouvrir. Mais clairement, là, c'est maintenant plus l'option.
Mais il semblerait qu'un peu plus haut en altitude, il y ait quand même 10 cm. Alors on va aller se rendre sur place.
– 10h40 bientôt. 10h41. Édition spéciale déplacée à 14h.
C'est pas grave, on continue, nous, on fait notre truc ici. Ça change
rien.
C'est
juste que nous, on doit annoncer à 14h, mais bon, il faut qu'on prépare la communication.
Ouais, mais on fait comme si.
Ouais. Donc on part sur Junior demain ici, à Nendaz, et puis la finale au Mont-Gond dimanche. On va pas faire beaucoup plus long, hein. On va donner quelques coups de ski là-dedans, mais de toute façon ça risque pas de bouger.
On peut couper, hein, si tu veux.
Coupe bien la face, ouais. En appuyant.
Moi je suis pas confiant, hein.
C'est plus dégueulasse que...
Alors si le matin c'est béton, tu fais rien. T'imagines là-dedans, béton. parce que ça va resserrer, ou alors ça se découvre trop vite, puis là il est 11h, et puis à 11h30 t'arrêtes, puis t'as fait passer 35 personnes. Et en sachant que ça chauffe sur ces pentes, ça va pas. Comment tu veux que je dise qu'on fasse le Mont-Gond dimanche si j'ai même pas fait une boule de neige dedans, quoi?
Ouais, mais t'as besoin de faire ça en haut ou un bout.
Non, mais je vais aller voir en haut, sentir. Mais je peux aller tout seul. Quoi que ce soit, je vais partir, pensez toujours à un plan de secours. Gardez des visuels. Alors forcément, sud tout à droite, il verra pas sud tout à gauche. Mais qu'il y ait toujours une chaîne de visibilité. Ouais, vas-y!
Ah, la face, elle est pas mal du tout. Il y a la bonne neige en haut, c'est resté assez froid, conservé. Même pas trop soufflé, et par contre il faudra se méfier des anciennes coulées parce que les blocs ils sont quand même assez compacts et ça va être piégeux sur le bas de la face.
Moi je pense qu'il faut qu'on arrête de juger
assez haut pour pas qu'ils prennent de risques ici.
Mais sinon...
C'est agréable à skier en haut. Hein.
Sinon ça le fait.
Allez, donc là les gars, ce qu'on va faire c'est qu'on va, on a bien checké ici la face, on va partir sur la marette. Comme ça on va vérifier cette face junior. Et puis pour gagner du temps, on connaît un peu bien ça.
Qui y mettre une bonne trace dans cette zone ensoleillée, ventée. Le sommet, partez pas un gros virage, faites 3 mètres de traverse sous la lippe, comme ça on casse bien s'il y a quelque chose à casser. Puis après vous ridez. C'était top. J'ai eu beaucoup de plaisir.
C'est la merde, hein.
Ouais, on n'arrive pas à faire filer.
Non, mais c'est dangereux.
Skiable. On parle même pas des dépôts qui sont béton où c'est que tu te casses en deux.
On a fait, ça tient, ça pète, ça tient, ça pète. Hein?
Moi, si on lance ici.
Ah non, on dort pas de la nuit déjà.
Non, mais on fait du ch'tem.
Une bosse de départ.
Ah, ok, on a plus de 12 ans, mais on fait, nous on fait du ch'tem.
T'imagines la réception, mais je pense que si t'as pas de câble,
qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Qu'est-ce qu'on fait d'autre? Mais il faut bien se rendre compte que c'est un peu partout comme ça. Le Mont-Gond, il n'est pas comme ça uniquement parce qu'il est plus haut en altitude, c'est tout.
On a plus d'options, regardez quand même.
En fait, il y a une croûte toute la face, donc vraiment il a plu. C'était les altitudes où les jours passés, la neige elle était vraiment pourrie, assez profond, gorgée d'eau. Là, ça a durci et puis on a vraiment une croûte qui est très difficile à skier. On a les dépôts d'avalanche qu'on voit en dessus qui sont vraiment durs. Et là, on n'est pas dans un risque d'avalanche, mais on est vraiment dans des risques d'accident pour les jeunes. C'est vraiment difficile à skier et on se voit mal lancer une compétition dans cette phase. Alors on va aller voir encore la dent de Nendaz si on peut trouver une option possible, ou sinon on retourne un peu direction du Mont-Gond, voir si on aurait une ou deux autres options pour demain, pour les juniors.
Alors bonne nouvelle, on a trouvé une face pour la Nendaz Freeride Junior, si on peut la faire demain. C'est juste derrière moi ici, au pied du Mont-Gond. C'est une face qui est vraiment restée assez correcte, qui va être un petit peu neige de printemps, mais vraiment sans aucun danger pour les jeunes. Et donc maintenant on est juste en attente de la décision du conseil fédéral qui va tomber, savoir si on peut lancer la compétition ou si tout s'annule ce soir. Alors voilà, la décision du Conseil fédéral vient de tomber malheureusement. Tous les événements sont interdits à partir d'aujourd'hui avec effet immédiat. Donc on est ici au Plan du Fou. Le Mont-Gond était dans des conditions idéales comme vous le voyez derrière moi. On a tout fait pour avancer l'événement 4 étoiles à dimanche. La majorité des athlètes auraient pu être là, le staff aurait pu être là, les partenaires étaient présents aussi. On a également tout fait pour que l'événement junior puisse avoir lieu demain, samedi. Et malheureusement, il faut se rendre à l'évidence, il faut accepter la situation, l'événement n'aura pas lieu pour des raisons sanitaires évidentes. Et puis voilà, on pense bien évidemment à tous les athlètes qui auraient bien voulu participer, à tout le staff qui a travaillé d'arrache-pied sur cet événement. Puis on vous donne rendez-vous l'année prochaine pour une nouvelle édition de la Nendaz Freeride.
Yes, so cool video there about how 2020 came to a close. Sort of a sad ending to the year last year, but of course, relative to the issues facing everybody around the world, we can wait to go skiing again.
Oh yeah, we've said this before, but it's not that important. Skiing's not important in the, grand scheme of things.
Yes, I mean, it's our biggest passion, but we gotta recognize more important things take precedent from time to time. And now, happy to send it back down to interviews with the winners. See what's going on. This guy's got to be stoked. Tough day. Rising to the top on a day like this is not easy, so...
I hope we get to hear some words from Martina. I'd be interested in...
Salut Cédric, oui, je t'entends. Donc je suis là avec Martina Müller. I am here with Martina, and Martina is a good example of what could happen in Nendaz Freeride because she was here at the 2 stars event on Monday, at the 3 stars event on Wednesday, and here today you are on the hot seat.
Sorry?
And today you are on the hot seat here.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Like when the week was starting, I didn't expect to end up here, but I'm super happy about it.
And how was the feeling of your run, the snow condition?
It was better than expected, actually. I wasn't sure if I should do the 360 at the start, but I saw other guys doing it, and then I was like, yeah, should work.
So you didn't change your line? You did the line you would like to do?
I changed it while walking up because I'm not so good in knowing where to go. So when I was walking up, I saw like the futures, and then I thought like, yeah, maybe it's easier to change the line so I can see it from the top or like when I walk. Yeah.
So and the 360, is it one of your favorite tricks?
Yeah, it is. Like I was working on it, that I can do it in a competition, and now I feel pretty comfortable with doing it. Like, yeah.
Thanks, Martina, and we finger crossed to stay on the hot seat and the first place.
Excellent. So sick. Sick person, sick rider. She's another person where you're like, you just had an amazing run, and you're just like, oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I really like how she said, yeah, I actually changed my line before because I'm not very good at finding, and this is so cool. It's so like, it's a very humbling thing to say. Like, I know my strength and my weaknesses, and my weakness is finding my line. So I'm gonna find something that's easier to find on the face.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Yeah, super smart decision. She seems cool. I want to go riding with her.
Sick rider, me too. As we see the helicopter giving somebody a lift, I had mistakenly said it was Andreas. I think it's somebody else, but we'll give you an update on that if we can. Everybody's okay. Just to keep with protocols, as we send these helicopters in and out, we make sure we have all the resources available on site. So until everybody is back in place, that's what causes a hold like this. Soon we'll be back in action with the ski women. And yeah, kind of a sad scene down there in the finish line, you know. It'd be so nice to have a huge crowd celebrating these performances, but as we saw with that video, I mean, we're just lucky to even be doing an event at all this year. No public, but just happy we can even be doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. And props to Nendaz Freeride for making it happen with all the restrictions. It's a big challenge, and they're doing an amazing job. It's insane the work you have to put into making an event like this happen, and even during a global pandemic. So
yes, exactly.
Really impressed by all the work.
And hopefully next year we can come back and get rid of the plexiglass between us.
And I think we're going to start again pretty soon with Elise Buff, whom I was talking about before, who, as other sports, wrote down après-ski, which I really enjoy as well. And I'm happy to see her run. She's French, rides in Verbier, has been doing seasons in Verbier. Really stepped up her game like the past few years. She has tricks in her bag as well. and I hope we get to see one.
Me too. Well, yes, and so challenging for these riders. This happens from time to time. A big delay. She was ready to drop in and got put back out of the start gate for 15 or 20 minutes, and now she's ready to drop in again. Let's see if she recovers from that pause and brings the intensity. It looks like she's ready to go.
Yeah, she's so tall. I'm jealous.
No, commentate the action, Ellie.
Oh,
she's
sorry.
already hitting airs down the ridge. I think she recovered from that pause. I don't think it took away. She looks like she's still got the energy.
Yeah, seems super concentrated. And very fluid skiing. Nice turns in the fall line.
Yes, exactly. But man, it is...
I almost thought she was going to go for a 3. But really nice air.
Yes, love
Perfect
the
landing.
lack of speed check. Just straight into that feature, no hesitation. Taking it almost twice as big as the rock was tall. Just love seeing those features taken with speed, with fluidity, continuing with her run and kind of starting to trend riders right down into this technical section. We've seen a lot of riders come in here.
Transfer. No, deciding to stay in that couloir where the snow seems a little bit chalky, but she's making it look easy. One more air, and fresh tracks in there, actually.
Yes, fresh tracks, so to speak. Relatively speaking, she is leaving tracks. It's not the fresh tracks we all dream of, but she is making it look amazing. Just, again, I mentioned this earlier, it's like
going for that double.
So tough up there, and going down. Sorry, I talked over there, Ellie, but yeah, she sized up a double, which would have been her last feature after a nice run up top. And some of the most challenging snow in the venue is definitely down right in that area. It's taken out so many people today. Unfortunately, grabbing Elise's ski,
Such a
sending her
shame.
to a hit.
Such a fun, powerful run until now, and yeah.
Yes, and you can see the body language. A little bit of disappointment.
Going
Still
for the
some
shifty.
style, though.
I like that.
Still some spirit and energy. And a cool run from Elise, aside from that one issue near the bottom. And fun moments arriving to the finish line, saying, hey, you're in the hot seat.
She probably saw, I'm guessing she saw Martina's 360 from the top. So she was probably actually expecting her to see her down in the hot seat. But yeah, maybe the waiting game played a bit of a mental role in that crash. Such a bummer. She's such a strong skier.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of disappointment. And yeah, it is so tough to recover from those.
Elise Buff in
those
fourth
course
place
holds.
with 45 points, unfortunately due to a minor crash.
Yes. And moving on with women's ski, we're getting down to the last 5 riders.
And up next is Marie Bovard out of Mont-Gond, Porte du Soleil. She's a great skier. She's actually a junior world champion as well. Has tricks in her bag. And yeah, going the same direction as previous girls we've seen before, but really charging. Going for the grab as well. A little bit back. Oh no. Ah, such a shame. Hope she's okay.
Yeah, we couldn't really see what happened. Too clear there, left side of her for just a second. That's the all okay wave. It's more the disappointment of a crash at the top of your run as she's there in the snow, taking a second before recovering her gear. Dang, I was really looking forward to seeing what she had in store for us. These riders that have come up through the junior have so much potential, so much skill, and just almost over before it started. I hate when these crashes happen up top because I love seeing people's runs top to bottom.
It's really heartbreaking and
bummer.
Definitely like a bit of the snow's fault, I'd say. I hope she's okay.
Yeah, a little bit scary. Some definitely rocks and actual dangerous obstacles there, but
she's hiking up to grab her ski. She seems fine. I'm sure she's super disappointed, and I know the feeling. I've been there 100 times before.
100?
At least. And it sucks.
Yes, no,
but
we're kidding, but I'm with you. It is just
she's only 19,
and
yeah, huge potential.
Only 19, Marie Bovard.
Marie and I actually have the same physical trainer.
Oh, really?
Fun fact, yeah.
That is fun.
It's not that fun.
Well, as we sort of banter on here, it is. I was hoping she would do a trick. What do you think? Were we going to see one if she came in lower to the venue?
I'm pretty sure. She's such a stylish, smooth rider. Like I've checked her Instagram, and yeah, she's cool. Definitely the future of freeriding.
Exactly.
Swiss freeriding.
And you know, freeride, it's this funny thing. I'm sure most people watching know, but it is. I just feel like it's way harder than it looks. I mean, sure, sometimes when it's powder, it gets easier. But the whole point of not getting to train on the face, going into a mountain that you haven't yet skied, and trying to hit these features and link everything up, and that top-down view, we could see some of those takeoffs, and to then add tricks and airs and stuff.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's a harder sport than it gets credit for. I mean, people think it's extreme and crazy, but I think it's just really difficult. Like these, especially once you start doing tricks off takeoffs you haven't yet hit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not knowing what the landing is going to be like. That's why, as we see these riders starting to do 360s off these natural takeoffs, not even necessarily a trick, even just normal big airs.
In variable conditions.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to pump up the sport of freeride. I think it's amazing. I obviously like it. I've been doing it forever. And riders like Marie Bouvard, so glad that the young generation continues to think it's an awesome thing to do, from the juniors up through the qualifiers.
Marie is probably part of that generation that doesn't even know you were once a world champ, actually.
I bet that, unfortunately, I think it extends even older than Marie up until maybe your generation. I think I even had to tell you, maybe.
No way, you signed my helmet. I saw you win the back whenever you...
Okay, maybe 1 year before you then. You're maybe the cutoff, Ellie.
If someone had told me when I was like 13 that I would be commentating with you, like, I wouldn't have believed it.
I'm blushing. The camera can't see, but I'm blushing. Ellie's complimenting me. Maria's in the finish line, and the next rider is on course.
Eva Batala, 22 years old, out of Switzerland. She rides in Verbier, is a very good friend of mine. I actually know her line, and I think it's going to be sick. She's going so fast so far.
And yes, fourth to last competitor, Eva Batala. Can we call her a local?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So she knows the venue, she knows what she's got to do, and Ellie apparently has some inside information on what she's planning. I can't wait to see.
I mean, it's confidential, but so far so good. Like, just really,
really yes,
controlled,
biting off some serious
getting into
and
that
more
technical
stuff.
zone.
Really quick and smart correction there to get back on her line. Stomping it.
Stomped it perfect. Ooh.
And going down.
Such a shame for Eva. She had such a strong run going. She keeps going, though.
Yeah, refusing to give up, as the crash itself was... I mean, how do you judge these things? It's a huge line, huge stomp feature, a crash in some crappy rocky snow, and then 2 more huge airs below.
Yeah, she really went for it afterwards. Like, she's got a good head.
Dang. So unfortunate going down, because the 3 big features she just put together would
I'm going to call it. This would have been a podium run for sure. Big features, so
big
fast.
Big airs, clean landings.
Super controlled.
And as we've seen with other riders, it's not even the landing, it's the next 30 meters where the snow turns junk. You're going full speed and shutting it down, and that can be pretty problematic. Check out how it went for her.
Yeah, really getting on that edge, like, such good technique.
6 zone.
So this works really well, and then it's trying to take down the speed that is problematic. This was sick.
Perfectly stomped feature. Oh, she's got to be bummed. Otherwise, a great run. We didn't see the crash in the highlights there, which is fine with me. No more crash highlights, please. But 50.67, 4th place for Eva Batala.
With 3 more riders to go, actually. Really sorry, Eva. Up next, out of France, Megan Beton, 27 years old. And she says she likes original lines and narrow couloirs.
Oh, well, she has options for both on the face, and she's on course, and it does... Oh, no, she is rider's left. hitting this super popular zone of kicker after kicker, so already stacking up some features.
Really shredding in that zone, despite the tracks and sharks and the rocks.
Yes, getting down to the third to last competitor the entire day, so that means there's more than 60 tracks on the face, and most riders have all chosen to go on a similar side of the venue.
Just really speeding that one.
Yes, excellent skiing, another nice air there, and then just ripping huge high-speed turns through here, making it look easy. You can see the skis and her legs moving. Another great option here. See how she does this.
Oh, wow. Such a, yeah.
Awesome link up of two
Yeah.
features there. Definitely a creative line, as you said. And another, sort of like a double. It's tough to tell what's even in there. It's snow features that are just like deformed and melted over those rocks. There's 2 drops in a row.
And now making her way to the finish line, just trying to make it to the arch. That was a really good run.
Yeah, it was a great run. As you said, she loves creative lines. The top was similar, and then the bottom, she found something totally new and really cool.
Yeah, and everything was really well linked up and skied fluidly in between. I think that's going to score well.
It's tough. It's tough too. I feel for the judges too with that 15-minute break we had. There's this break in the action where there's great runs before and great runs after. We're going to have to put together this final ranking here as we see the highlights of her run. Yeah, I just love anytime people are linking like these multiple features together, one after another. Another thing where that's sort of fluidity in our judging categories, but it's this combination of things, connecting things together.
Yeah.
Requires all the categories. You got to stay in control. You got to have great technique, and good luck to the judges. Great run, interesting run. Tough because other riders hadn't gone into that area, so you have to say, now where's this rank against these other amazing runs?
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see like how you judge freestyle or this more technical flowy line. So yeah, I think this will be interesting to see.
I think it will be interesting.
What?
Hey, Babatala. So now, riders down in the finish area, standing there waiting for scores. Got a rider in the hot seat. You're on an incredible run. People wanting a podium spot. And just a couple riders left to wrap up this 15th edition of the Nendaz Freeride. Beautiful images there. Look at the terrain available around Nendaz. This place is sick. Some of that stuff back there is in Verbier. Some of this is in Nendaz, the Four Valleys region. It's sick here. I see why you like it, Ellie.
Yeah.
I mean, I ski in the States at small mountains. One of my mountains, about 30 of my mountains could fit in Verbier, or maybe 50.
Oh, really?
I mean, probably.
Still waiting for Megan's score as she's nervously waiting in the finish corral. Megan out of Chamonix.
Yeah, and up here, this is a cool shot. You can see how blind it is, right? That's where the riders goes.
Yeah, that's
it's all out of sight.
Yeah, it's
You can see maybe the 360 cliff, and then below that is just a void. You just don't know what's down there. Intimidating when venues are set up like that. And
taking first. Wow, taking first place.
wow, yes, the judges love
82 points.
the technical approach. First place for Megan Beton. 82. Incredible. New podium.
So they
new
really
hot
enjoyed
seat.
that technical link-up feature at the bottom.
Exactement, Ellie, and it's not over yet. We've got Zuzana.
Susanna Wittich, Polish rider on the Freeride World Tour. She's so nice. She got a bit unlucky at the last comp of the Freeride World Tour. Maybe she's here to gain confidence again. She's just so stylish. She's got tricks. She's got grabs, and I think she's going to do really well.
Excellent. So not over at all for the ski women's category. Susanna, the second to last rider.
Going for a 360. Yes, Susanna.
Yes.
She holds it together. That was sick.
It looked amazing. Super stylish in the air. A teeny issue on the landing, but not really. She held it together, got back in control. Now is linking together more features. Oh, man. love seeing these 360s.
Yeah, it's really nice to see if like one girl does a 360, it really pushes the whole field. And
yeah, Susanna, stylish in the air, like you're saying. She just looks comfortable in the air. That turn below the air, held it together through horrible snow. I gotta stop saying horrible. I mean, it's not that bad, but she did a great job to keep.
Yeah, and
the
actually
flow
finding
going.
the good snow right here, and going for another air, doubling up a little bit.
Yes. Not over. More features to work with. A cool air I haven't seen anybody else hit today. Stomping it, clean skiing. And although she still has to contend with survival zone, as you can see, there's some weird stuff down there. Susanna
It's
with
a creative take on the survival zone. I like it. Yeah, I think, and a little bit of a shifty.
Oh, she's still finding spots to air where no one else dared.
Yeah, yeah. Props.
It's pretty bad in there. Hopefully the judges were still watching, because you know the run's not over till you're in the finish corral. As they keep finding options to hit in here, it matters. I mean, you fall over, it matters.
I'm so
Doing
happy.
air, it
Yeah,
matters.
I'm so happy for Suza. Like, I think this will really make her confident, and the skiing she just showed was amazing.
Fantastic.
And I can't wait to see her do that on the World Tour.
Sick. Almost unrotated, but her like air awareness and strength, she still stomped the heck out of it.
Yeah. And then all her other airs were clean, and I think the skiing in between was so enjoyable to watch, actually.
Oh, yes. Great run for Susanna. She does look stoked. Maybe the people who aren't stoked are the judges, because they've got some hard decisions to make here, with the podium recently being shuffled and another heater run for Susanna.
Susanna is Polish and lives in Vercoran since a couple of years now. Speaks perfect French, perfect English, I'm guessing perfect Polish. Yeah, such a cool girl.
Tough day, and you know, props to the women. I would say much higher make rate today than the men. So many men went down. So many big crashes. A lot of stomped runs from these women, and not going to be an easy ranking. I mean, you know, it's bad to say. With the crashes, it almost makes it easier. You don't want anybody to get hurt, but if you crash, well, obviously you're not in the ranking. With all these runs being stomped, the work is cut out for the judges, and it is tough to differentiate.
Yeah. Yeah, Susanna waiting patiently for a score.
Yes, looks stoked. Another stomp 360. More stylish skiing, and yes, we're seeing our last rider here of the entire day.
Oh, with a bit of a stitch up on the bib. Did you see that?
Sanne, I think it's pronounced Sanne.
Sanne.
Mona.
Susan. She's nervous. 5th place, 66 points.
Wow. As you can hear in our voices, maybe we were expecting higher, but again, trying not to comment on the judging. A lot of really great runs, especially in that top 5. So now it's up to Sanne, last rider of the day, last rider ski women's category. Let's see if she can unseat someone in that top 3.
30 years old, out of Sweden. Home mountain is Åre, and she lives in Engelberg.
Yes, Engelberg, one of the freeride capitals of Europe, one of the favorite resorts of the Swedes. Amazing place to train for freeride, and Sanne's on course. You can just see in the first seconds how solid she is.
Very aggressive start, I like that.
Just
doing a 360.
And our feed got a little glitched right there as she was spinning a 360 in the air, but you can see that she did take a crash on the landing.
I mean, the evolution is just insane. Like, I think last year a lot less people were doing 360s, and now we just watched a comp with 4 girls doing 360s.
Yes, in a 4-star.
In a 4-star competition.
Yes, I mean, you're saying like maybe 30%, almost 30% of the field or something.
That's a big percentage, yeah.
And Sanne, so unfortunate. Like some of the other riders, you take that risk at the very top. Your run is sort of over, but then again, is it? It's worth continuing to ski, but another issue there. It's so tough to get back.
Yeah,
get your head back in the game after one crash. It's just tough to regain your mojo after one issue. Sanne, looked so good out the gate. An issue there with the 360, and I believe she'll be coming on down.
She's snow's pretty difficult in that part of the face, but I think like at this point she should just ride safely and make sure she doesn't take any unnecessary
And it looks like
risks.
that's what she'll do. And I've noticed before, this has happened to me, Ellie, where I crash, and then it's almost like when you're competing, you're in this like warrior mentality, where once you crash and you realize like I'm no longer competing, like I've crashed too much, you look around and you're like, this mountain is so gnarly, what am I doing? And the skiing all of a sudden feels like way more difficult, and the snow feels way worse. You're like, was I actually going to flip into this off this cliff or whatever?
I totally
it's like
feel
there's
you.
this change from this warrior mindset to like, okay, I'm just going to go down safe. And Sane through the finish corral, thank you so much for taking the risk of tricking at the very top and pushing the levels.
That
So
was
sick.
awesome, Sane. So what actually happened?
So close, a couple degrees short. Interesting seeing riders spinning both left and right off of that in all categories, depending on their preference.
Nice turns for Sane there.
And Sane, I'm sure she'll be back, and in the meantime, unfortunately, has to go back to Engelberg and ski powder in another part of Switzerland. Poor Sane.
It's a tough life.
But I'm sure right now she's not thinking about that. It is tough to take a crash and to feel good, but it normally doesn't last too long.
I think she'll be stoked that she tried anyways. It's like no regrets kind of run, and that they feel the best.
20 points, 9th place, yes, exactly. I couldn't agree more. Better to take a risk and crash than to be too conservative and still end up out of the ranking. And let's see what happened. This category was going off. Let's check out the highlights.
We see Caro's aggressive turns, and then Martina's 360. That was pretty perfect.
That was sick.
And her grab tweaked it a little bit. I like it.
She's got
style.
solid
Yeah.
and stylish. Yeah, you can just see in like every frame. Sick highlight reel. Look forward to seeing more of those next couple of days, and I think we're going to send it down to the finish area to catch up
With our winner today, Megan Beton out of France, Chamonix, who took the win with an amazing run, super technical, double, and
Yes, technical skiing took the day. A little bit of a battle between freestyle and technical, as it always is in freeride. That's kind of still the question. It's been the question for years, still the question today. And
Donc
technical
je
riding
profite de
took
faire une
it.
petite interview, Megan. Donc toi, tu étais déjà là en 2017 à la Nendaz Freeride, hein?
Je me suis jamais qualifiée pour le Mont-Gond, c'était la première fois que je le ridais.
if I may translate, she's
c'est
saying
la
she never
première.
qualified for the finals
Donc
on
t'as
the
eu un bon
Mont-Gond.
feeling
It's the
aujourd'hui, tu
first
t'es
time
bien
she makes
senti,
it,
t'as fait ta
and
ligne
she
comme
took it
prévu.
home.
Ouais, j'ai bien bossé la ligne et pas tout à fait comme prévu, mais j'ai breveté. Je savais où j'allais, donc voilà.
She knew where she was going, and
Merci.
she is
Et
very
puis
happy.
bah du coup savoure bien ta victoire. Bravo les filles, aussi 2 Suissesses sur le podium avec nous.
Bravo, les filles. Did I do that right?
Les filles? No, les filles is not right. It's
Bravo,
les
les
filles.
filles.
Les filles.
Excellent riding. Last category, tough snow and epic performances.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
that was sick. Congrats to all these girls. And yeah, to everyone pushing the sport. I'm so happy to be part of this community, and yeah, really proud as we see someone paragliding off the Mont-Gond right now.
Final ranking.
Final ranking. Do you want to butcher the name?
No,
Should I
please.
do it? Okay. So Megan Beton taking the win with 82 points, followed by Martina Müller, 80 points with a sick 360, and that was
And Sabine in
no
third.
more time.
Yeah. And Sabine in third. So as we see Mont-Gond, the end of the day, the lines have been thrown down. The podiums have been decided. And what an event. I mean, COVID, tough snow, and somehow Nendaz Freeride pulled it off. The riders pulled it off. And, you know, congratulations to everybody. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you, Nendaz Freeride. We've got a few more things to chat about here, but just amazing to pull out these freeride events year after year. challenging conditions, challenging logistics. There's always some curveball that makes these events hard.
Yeah, of course.
But there's so much passion behind the sport that the riders come together, organizers come together, resorts like Nendaz welcome us here. We
As
get
we switch
stuff like this.
to the highlights of the day, all categories. There's Ludovic.
There you have it. Highlights of the day. Pretty sick show. Ellie, thank you so much for preventing me from butchering so many names, for your local knowledge, for the riders at home who thought there was some friction here. It's all love, right?
Yeah, I saw that the live chat was going a bit wild and people saying I was mean, but it's just an attitude. I'm actually really nice, and
it's all love,
and Drew knows how to grab really well, actually.
Yes, sarcasm is great. The freeride community is great, and hopefully we'll see you on some more podiums this year, Ellie. After a win, I wish you the best.
And you as well.
And we'll see you later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and to the people watching at home, I'm about to chat with Tomas of Montgelet Gear, and we're just tracking him down right now.